The last lifeline. For 3 teams, the journey will end. For one, a major opportunity awaits. This is the final playday of Blast R6 EUL LCQ here in Stage 2, and it all comes to a head here and now. We have an absolute jam-packed banger of a playday. 3 series of Siege coming your way. Get that popcorn at the ready. It's going to be pretty epic. I am here on the desk with Fresh and Mr. Worldwide himself, played in 3 different regions, but he doesn't like to talk about it. Alfama, guys, I'm feeling buzzing right now. I don't know about you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's going to be amazing. We've got some great semifinals coming up. G2 versus Eminem is especially exciting.
So much on the line, Freshie.
Oh, there's so much on the line. There's majors, there's 6 invitationals, there's pride, there's friendship, there's everything. I can't wait. It's going to be a great day. We're going to be very sad to see 3 teams not make the major and potentially SI, but, you know, for the team that does it, what a journey.
Yeah, it's going to be a day full of triumph and heartbreak, you know, mixed together here by the time it is all said and done. Let's take a look at the bracket of how things have shaken out up until this pivotal play day. Of course, you can see here Eminem Gaming are taking on G2 Esports in our first semi-final. That is going to be, I mean, you said about friendships, right?
Yep.
Friendships go out the window on a day like this.
They have to. They really do have to. I think, you know, there's a lot of pride. There's, you know, these the amount of G2 players that previously have played for Eminem and, you know, etc. It's just, oh, that semi-final. I think we keep hyping it up almost as if it's a grand final, because it's a grand final before a grand final. There's a very real chance, actually, because these 2 teams aren't just competing for the major. They're competing for the bigger prize of SI.
Yep.
That whoever wins it actually goes and loses the final, because, you know, all they'll have been thinking about is that semi-final today.
And of course, ITB versus Wild as well, which is set to be quite the series.
Yeah, I think you look at their matches yesterday, the energy that was coming out from these 2 teams, the momentum, the fact that ITB right now is in boot camp, the fact that Wild, you know, had some great pacing and great moments yesterday. I think overall, 2 really cool semifinals and maybe, you know, very close matchups, I think, for both as well.
Let's take a look back at how we got to this point here from yesterday in our quarterfinals. ITB stopped Secret in their tracks in a 3-mapper, Fresh.
Yeah, it was actually an excellent game to watch in terms of the, you know, the maps that was actually chosen. We started ourselves off on Nighthaven Labs, and if anybody knows me, you know that I love new things in Siege. I love new operators, new metas, but I especially love new maps.
Yep.
So to see Nighthaven and Consulate picked by these 2 teams was excellent. I think both teams had a great grip on how to play Nighthaven. ITB proved why it's their #1 map preference. I don't think they'll be allowed to play this map today. Then they went on to Consulate, and it didn't really go too well for them on Consulate because they lost 7-0, right? Yeah. You know, it really didn't look good. They looked sloppy, but showed great resilience to put that in the back pocket, get out on bank, get into an absolute slobber knocker of a bank as well. It was like a boxing match. It was just punch for punch, blow for blow, and they just about came out on top in OT.
Yes, to be fair to them, like playing Nighthaven and Consulate, I think both teams had an interesting way of playing them and they were not lost. Even though the 7-0, I don't think ITB played that bad, you know what I mean? I think lots of rounds were quite close and there were some really poor mistakes, but that cost them a lot. I think in general, Nighthaven, ITB has the extra edge of having, I don't know, that depth of strategies. The way they approach things was much more creative, I think. But you look at Consulate, like I said, a few mistakes, and Secret was super good in aggression. And then the last map, the Decider, was an absolute barn burner. Overall, ITB, I think, was exceptionally good in the late round executes, and I think that's what gave them the extra edge.
Yep, and Koi's Nightmare stage came to an end at the hands of Wild, Fresh, and it was sad to see, but Wild were just brilliant. Yeah,
it was very sad to see. Obviously, you saw some very, you know, upset tweets from the Koi players after the game, and you know, it wasn't great from their point of view, and they know why, and everything, you know, I'm sure will come out, but from Wild's point of view, what a magnificent performance.
It was, wasn't it?
I thought, you know, both maps, they were generally excellent. They controlled both maps exceptionally well. The only times they ended up losing was big individual plays from Koi, where Wild, you know, just let it go. Maybe there's a little bit of a worry about the late round. For Wild, I would say is the only worry. Apart from that, they strategically controlled basically every round over 2 maps and proved what a juggernaut they are.
Yeah, I think strategically, like you said, they were the better team from far. I think what only kept Koi alive was this individual performance from Deepek, especially from Jigsaw, who both had a really good game on border. But I think overall, like you said, strategically, Wild was winning it. One thing that I want to see from them now, though, is to freeze and focus on the discipline. Like you said, they threw so many rounds where they had a huge advantage. They cannot let that happen again against ITB.
Well, that was yesterday. Let's shift your attention now to our current play day. Today is the day, and the schedule is, like I said, jam-packed. We've got 3 series coming your way. Match 1 starting off with that rivalry, Eminem versus G2. Then we move into ITB versus Wild. And of course, it's Grand Final Sunday, my favourite kind of Sunday, where we will determine which of our 4 teams make it to the Atlanta Major. It should be brilliant. And listen, all 4 teams that get to this point, when you're in a semi-final situation like this, they're great teams because they've had to run a part of the gauntlet to get to this moment right here, right now, right? So what I thought we could do is just let you guys know at home why you are in for an exciting afternoon and why you need to grab some popcorn, sit back, relax, and then, you want some?
Yeah.
Yeah, Leo, take some. Well, what we want to do here is take a look at some of the moments that have truly mattered for each of these teams throughout this stage and how they got to this point, and sort of hype them up a little bit and talk about their play styles, because we've got some different ones on display here, haven't we?
Yeah, we do. Every team has his own special play style and identity. You can see it through the players, in the way they play as well. And one thing that I want to point out is all of these teams, they didn't necessarily start the stage really well.
Yeah.
And I think they've all grown and progressed a lot throughout the stage. And they're coming here now to that major spot. But, you know, only 1 will get that spot. 3 should be happy of how good they were, you know, and how much they've progressed so far.
I lost what you were saying there just because I'm enjoying this. But
Oh.
Fresh, I've got my popcorn ready. Tell us why you've been so impressed with Eminem Gaming and their team play here in LCQ.
I will do, Ian. I will do. I was wondering if you could throw me some popcorn. See if you can hit it. Just while we're in the pre-show. Oh, I'll take a bite. I'll take a bite. We'll pretend it was thrown at me. There we go. Thank you very much. This is going to be really hard to do the screen now with popcorn in the mouth. Eminem, when we was in the group stages, hang on, 1 second. When we was in the group stages, we were saying Eminem Gaming, they're so individual. What we want to see from them is team play. So I've pulled a clip together of them showing that they've improved in their team play. This is Clubhouse. This is round 3. This is a basement attack. Now, what they're going to do is execute below the hatch. I'm just going to run it very slightly. Let us drop down on the observer point of view down. And the first thing that I want to know is how good Eminem's information game is. There is a drone here. There is a drone here, and there's a drone, you can just see it here. What that means is Eminem have coverage over the whole of the bomb site in Armory that they want to plant in. They see dirt, they see all of Armory, they see back Armory, they see blue because of these 3 drones. What that means is they know that a plant is absolutely possible, and they're actually going to choose an anti-default plant location. They're going to go by the racks there. One thing that had been significantly missing from Eminem's gameplay has been the 3-2-1 comp. So when this happens, the 3-2-1 happens and Eminem explode. This isn't something we've been seeing. This is what won them this round excellently. You can see Capital arrows go out, fire off back Armory. Player drops the Moto hatch to push into Moto as a backstab, and at the same time, the planter will drop and start planting on the racks location. Because that all happens at the same time, it's almost impossible for the defenders to give all of this information at the same time, apart from executes coming, executes coming. And that's what makes the 3-2-1 call so strong. Plant goes down. You see Solotov pushes in on the backstab, gets a double. Within a matter of about 3 seconds, it's a 4v1. Nafe is covering on the hatch. I think it's Tyrant actually on the hatch. Hatch player gets the kill. 3-2-1, rounds 1. Team play, execute. Excellent stuff from Eminem.
Wow, I don't want you to finish. I'm enjoying this too much. But Leo, it is a less risky style of play, isn't it?
Yeah, it's clinical. You want to do this, especially when you know there's a stronger team. You don't want to take any risk and play too aggressive, to be honest. Like playing that slow and methodical, classic Siege is very good when you know you have leverage over the other team and you're the better team overall. You don't want to take risk and you want to play that way, very step by step, and make sure you nail the basics down. That will be enough.
Up next, ITB. A plant-based team, a plant-focused team. You could say the vegans of Siege Fresh.
Oh, you've stolen my line there, Ian. I love that line for teams that love to plant. And there's one guy that I want to attribute this to, particularly, which is Kendra. I think whenever you've seen a Kendra team, this happened on Secret when they had their runs with Invitational. It's happening now more and more on ITB. It's these little plants that they just try and play for where they don't need a lot of map control, using operators to do so. Normally, it's the Ying, Kendra's on Ying here. So, we're on Night Haven. We're on the kitchen bomb site, and we're on the attack this time for ITB. Now, with the kitchen bomb site, what you want to do, and I said this yesterday, is you want to take it above the kitchen, do the vertical, and then aim to plant either on the breach over there or on the kitchen counter. that's the one that Kendrew's going to go for. Because if you plant kitchen counter, you can play outside on the rappel and hold the post plant from an upside down rappel that's impossible unless his army's up for the defenders to retake. So when you're going to do it, and it's the same kind of thing again, it's going to be another 3-2-1. What you're going to find is a player drops the hatch down here, Kendrew jumps into plant, and he takes the peak at the same time, and you have one player holding a very long angle all the way through the breach. At this point, the only defender that can actually stop them planting is this player here, but they are aware of him, and this is where the Ying comes into play. Kendrew can throw the Ying, that facilitates his entry, and he will go in and plant. So as you can see, Ying Candela's in hand, all the way down here, Ying Candela's in hand, jumps in, gets the kill, plays for the plant. And this is basically, this is a hallmark of a Kendrew team. As this plant is now going off, obviously the defenders will look to try and stop it, but they know that the only places that the defenders can push from is across this player's long angle on the breach or through the freezer rotate. Both of them are covered. You only need 3 people to do it and then 1 player to hold above. Once the plant goes off, you can see Kendrew and Azza get themselves outside of the building on the rappel. And it doesn't matter how many, if there's 5 defenders live here, they win this 99 times out of 100 because it is so easy to win because you're holding the rappel, the post plant from the rappel. And as you can see, they basically have nothing from the side of Secret. They do try and jump out the meeting balcony, but of course, they are aware of it from ITB's point of view. That gets punished, and that's the round done.
Well, the depth of executes, Leo, has been impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. And it's one example, but I think Kendrew has done it multiple times. He's been instrumental to these wins. The match was super close, and it's especially thanks to this kind of late round executes that they won it.
All right, let's swap sides, shall we? Fresh, come over here. Come and join me. Leo, you go across. Look at him making his way across the studio. This is like ships passing in the night. Fresh, thank you for that. G2, world champs. Looking forward to seeing him in action. Have some of this.
Some popcorn?
You just enjoy that. We're coming over to Leo because, Leo, the fast-paced attacks and finding some of the weak spots in the defender setups is something you want to display here.
Yeah, I think what we've been saying about G2 and how good they are at adapting, finding holes in strats, in defender strats, especially in attack, has been what has been their playstyle for so long, and this is one perfect example of it. Look at this run from Uno. They're on bank, top floor. He has a pre-placed run in copy at the 230 mark. It's crazy. You'll see this round will end in 30 seconds based off that information. First run from Uno in copy on these 2 guys. He's rappelling on the windows. Second run is coming up spiral stairs, spotting the Kanto player and the Trump player and the utility. A third run is coming up from the roof, down skylight, onto the long hallway to make sure there is no one to stop them from dropping. Now you see the Dokai vehicle, you look at Alimao down spiral stairs, EMPs the Kanto spot, and that's it. 2 minute 08, they're starting the execute. Alimao will go up the spiral stairs, and he has to be careful because you have multiple angles you can die from. You can die from Banana, you can die from Trump, and you can die from Kanto. He spotted the Kanto player first, so he will first focus on the Kanto player, then on the Trump player, then on the meeting rotate. And you'll see everyone on the team will follow up on this. So Alimao gets the first pick on the player here, as you'll see, on Kanto, then focus on Trump, then focus on the meeting hallway, the meeting rotate, onto the copy player that was spotted by Uno's drone. At the same time, you have one player rappelling in, one player pushing in here, uncopied hallway, and one player in stock, another one dropping skylight. In a matter of seconds, it's 5v1. Everybody committed to that pick. Of course, Alema was amazing with that triple kill, but everybody gathered information and was ready to trade him. This is G2, finishing the round in 30 seconds, just off spotting a weakness in the defender strat.
Yeah, cheers, Leo. I mean, G2 made a return to split theory there.
Yeah, I was going to say they pioneered split theory. That's what won them the Invitational. And I think that's what you see there. Leo calls it spiderweb, where you're alone in one point on 5 different points of the map and you just looking to surround the defenders. Yeah. And I think that's exactly what happened there. They saw the opportunity. There was nothing on the spiral stairs to get Alamo up the stairs, take the engagement, and then collapse. And that's what I want to see more of for G2. Because they didn't show it in the stage, but they did show it when they played up against Dunlem a couple of days ago.
Yeah. All right. Our fourth and final team is, of course, Wild. Leo, talk to us about their amazing droning and trading on entry.
Yeah, I think they have incredible players statistically and frag-heavy players. You look at ACs, you look at Jax, you look at Teb, these guys are perfectly able to frag, but the way they enable these entries is especially good. So you look at Border right now, and you have a top floor room with 3 roamers on the side of Koi. Now, they will get the first pick on one of the players that was supposed to get the armory guys. The guy rappelling sandwich window, he dies. So now, they're in a tough spot. You've got a 3v3 to play, 3 roamers versus 3 entries. Now look at how they will enable Aces to spearhead the attack. Crane is holding Armory. Aces will come in with a nade and get a drone in front of him to punish Crane. Now this is very important here. Look, he just removed the drone, and as soon as he removes the drone, Aces is picking him and getting rid of the Armory player. That costed them 1 drone, and they get an opening pick for this, to go back from the death on the sandwich window. Now Aces is not done yet, right? You see, you have a player in archives to remove. That's the next target. And Aces could just go forward and try to challenge this guy 1v1 through the door, right? But he won't do that because they play this in a perfect way again. He will make sure they get a crossfire. Look at this player coming in from archives balcony. They will figure out a way to have a 2v1 on this guy. The archives player will pick from the doorway. At the same time, Aces will go through the rotate here and have a double crossfire on the guy in archives. Now, we let the round play out. Aces comes through the rotate. That defender is challenged by archives, and boom, killed from the back. Now, again, Aces doesn't stop. He knows there's a 3rd roamer to remove. That roamer, he will challenge him from 90. At the same time, his teammate in CC will make sure to trade him. So Aces challenges the break room guy, but the guy from CC trades him again. So 2v1 for the first Armory guy, 2v1 for the Fontaine guy, 2v1 for the break room guy. Every single time they used either drones or teammates to trade Aces spearheading the attack. Very well played with limited risk, and overall a 3v3 room clear that was super well executed.
Leo, thank you. 4 very capable teams ready to go to war here for a spot at the Atlanta Major. We've got 3 series coming your way, and after the break, we're going to be starting off with
I couldn't resist. I could not resist.
Oh my God.
G2 versus Eminem Gaming. See you in a minute. This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro out here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP.
Line-up.
3 go for VP!
Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to Ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
Vanessa can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Volts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
It's time to make history.
Behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care.
1 kill away, and it's Volts to die.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 EUL LCQ Finals Day, the day that we find out which team will make the Atlanta Major. And of course, there are SI implications all over the place too. We'll get to that. Our first semi-final, guys, is of course Eminem versus G2, a rivalry that is sometimes friendly, but not today, not when the stakes are this high. First things first, Fresh, Alfama, thank you for joining us on the desk. Let's take a look at the implications and what it means for SI.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is these two teams going head-to-head, it's not just for the bragging rights. It's not just for the chance to go to the Major. It is for the 6 Invitational. And as we can see, we've got a graphic from Sprabuni. Basically, they've both made the semifinals. So the minimum that Eminem and G2 are going to walk away with today is a chance at making SI. Granted, it's a much higher chance for G2 than it is for Eminem, but whoever wins and gets into the grand final gives themselves a great chance. If it's G2 that win, you can see they will have a 99% chance if they lose the grand final and 100% if they win it. For Eminem, if they get to the grand final, 50-50 on whether they go to SI, but 100% if they win the grand final. So today is massive. Huge. These two teams.
So obviously, yeah, stakes are super high for both of these teams, but I think for G2, the name of G2 is a little bit of more pressure, but at the same time, if they win this, like you said, they're almost guaranteed to qualify to SI, right? Whereas for Eminem, really the back is against the wall, because even if they win here, they only have a 50% chance of qualifying to SI, right?
Yep.
It's not the same story because G2 has more SI points. So it matters more for them right now to win it, but either way, one can deny the other.
Shout out to Sprabuni again, just for making that even more clear for us, because it's not easy to pull those stats together. Let's take a look at each roster, starting with Eminem Gaming. Now, Leo, I want to ask you this, right? We saw that slow, methodical approach against Valor. I'm quite interested to see if that will work here or whether or not they need to adapt against the world champions.
Well, you can never just be slow and methodical against the world champions, especially a team that adapts so well and is able to go fast-paced, slow-paced, to change the pacing all around. I think what they need to do is keep the same team play together. It's always easier said than done, but if they can manage to stay and live up to the chemistry that they've had together while they're also able to adapt, that's what they need, right? Slow-paced, methodical, but also methodical when they adapt.
Yeah, I agree. Fresh, they've improved, performance-wise so much during this stage, especially in regards to discipline and team play.
Yeah, it was very up and down stage, especially it looked so solo, and that's I can imagine Fabian Moulding on the desk when we was in Playday 1, 2, 3, etc. Eminem is so good, could be the top team. I can't do a Swedish accent. Could be the top team in the world, but they're so solo.
Yeah.
And then what we saw in the LCQs was actually so much team play, and we saw an Eminem that we looked at him and we thought, yes, this is the Eminem that we can see. This is the Eminem that's unlocked, and this is the Eminem that we want to see play up against G2.
Yeah, and if you're Eminem right now, Leo, you're sitting here and you're about to go into this. What do you do? What, in your opinion, can you put in place here to stop G2?
Yeah, see what I was highlighting previously on the screen with that clip from the game between G2 and Unlimited, that spider attack where they're very isolated and they work different pressure points, and then as soon as they're in opening, they commit to the site. The problem and the weak spot in G2 when they do this is because they have very isolated player in different spots. So what I would do with Eminem, I would try to not leave too many gaps, but if I do leave a gap, I want to have intel gathering on where the players are and pick these isolated players together to gain man advantage and then win a run off that.
All right, let's take a look now at the world champions, their opponents, G2. Fresh, they actually applied, like we said earlier, their split theory attacks in LCQ.
Yeah,
and they've had some individual players finally show up too.
Yeah, that's exactly what we was impressed with. That was their improved performance all the way from groups into LCQ, was the fact that they started playing some split theory. Now, if they can play more of it, they will absolutely be the G2 of the World Championship of the 6 Invitational. If they kind of falter back into their very, I would say, somewhat structured attacks that we saw in the stage, then it's up for grabs. Individual performances, though, Uno had such a good day a couple of days ago that he's gone to being one of the best rated players on G2, despite the fact that, he was one of the worst after the group stage. So, they've had some good individuals step up alongside reintroducing some of their split theory.
Including Virtue as well.
Yeah, Virtue as well. I think it's amazing to see him on the buck roll again, the vertical roll where we knew him as a star player on Fnatic back in the old days when he used to be that buck main. The guy is, 28 years old and he's still putting up crazy numbers. And you look again at Uno and Benja that, like you said, historically, like that stage weren't playing that good and then now did put up great numbers. It's only one map. It's great individual performances. But contrary to Eminem, we need them to play together to beat Eminem.
Where will this semi-final play out, this best of 3? Let's take a look at the map picks and bans. Kafe is first up, Freshie.
Yeah, so I'll be honest, most of this map veto was somewhat scripted in my head because G2 were never going to play Chalet or Clubhouse against Eminem because 1, G2 don't play them, 2, Eminem love both the maps. Eminem conversely have 2 perma bans in Bank and Nighthaven, so those 4, not surprising at all. G2 picking Kafe, they like it, Eminem like it, however G2 have a significant head-to-head advantage on it, destroyed Eminem on it in Copenhagen. Here's the curveball, Eminem picking Border. I was expecting Eminem to pick into Skyscraper, the reason being, G2 have got a low recent preference on it, and Eminem won it in the group stage against G2. They've gone for Border, which we've not seen Eminem or G2 play in a while. That's a little bit of a curveball. And then Oregon as a decider. Again, I'm a little bit surprised to see Eminem ban away Skyscraper to go to Oregon because they beat G2 on Skyscraper just a couple of weeks ago.
Like you said, the first 4 bans definitely make sense. I mean, high preference for one team, low preference from the other one. For the pick of G2, I was a bit surprised. Like you said, I wrote Kafe as a decider, actually. Okay. Because I thought it was quite... I think they're kind of at the same state right now, where it's a good map for them, but not that very good. You don't want to pick it. Also, picking it, it means you start in attack usually. So it's quite quite hard, I think, in general, to do it that way. Now you look at Eminem; they won it against Valor recently, so that's one VOD that could be useful for G2. At the same time, they lost it to BDS twice this stage, and in a definitive fashion. So not really. I don't think it's the best map they have in their map pool right now. And then you look at Eminem picking Border, high preference for them. I think it's 83% attacker win rate on this. So quite strong for them. And the most banned map for G2 recently, actually, Border. So I understand why they picked it. Yeah. And then for the decider, I think it kind of favors G2. Just on one single thing, I know we can't talk it like that way, but Eminem lost it to Wolf. And G2 beat Wolf 7-1 on Oregon. Okay, so technically G2 should beat Eminem that way, but I don't know. It's just simple on paper.
Yeah, well, we know the stakes. We now know the maps. How will this play out? I know that Demo and Ollie love a G2 versus Eminem fixture, especially of this magnitude. Guys, talk us through it.
Well, Demo, it's not Demo and Ollie.
You're not Ollie.
I'm not. A little surprise for everybody. Demo and Ollie will be coming later in the day, don't you worry, but I've stepped in, Ace of Pyrite, to help out with the first couple of games. Demo, it's a long time since you and I have cast together, and what better game for us to get back into it with G2 and Eminem.
It's one of my favourite fixtures, these two teams. Love watching these two teams. I think that's known from everyone at this stage. I hope Chambers going to be sending you an apology for that. I think they need to know
no apology needed. What a compliment! What a compliment to be mistaken for the one and only XR Troika. What a compliment!
Chambers. What do we do with him? What do we do with him? I don't know. But anyway, Kafe is where we're headed. I think Fresh, the kind of way he was talking about the map bans, it was actually pretty predictable. I think both these teams have quite similar maps, and you can kind of read it out how it's going to be going along. Permabans on either end. Just the Border's the curveball for me. I definitely agree with Fresh. That'll be interesting when we get to it. But Kafe's no real surprise. Both of these sides have shown the willingness to come to this map. I think both of these sides have shown that they can be very proficient on the attacks, which is always the main thing I look for with Kafe teams, is how well you can attack it. It's all well and good, playing defense, Tim, where you can jump out the windows and abuse that power, but getting into the building is a very difficult thing for Kafe, and if teams struggle with that, there's no point going to it.
Yeah, it can be. That's why we see the roof used a lot. Get up there, get the hatches open. At least you can sort of create a little bit of a safe space to drop down into. But yeah, I think it's going to be a great map to open us up for things in this matchup. Like you said, both teams like it. There's no excuses there. Just get in and play your best Siege. Interestingly, looking at the recent results between these two, G2 take 3 out of 4 of the matches. So a 75% win rate out of the last 4 matchups between Eminem and G2, including a best of 3. Of course, as well, that G2 won 2-0. So Eminem sort of, I won't say, backs to the wall, but they're up against it a little bit here in terms of the history books. But they do have the most recent win, as Fresh said on the way in here, just being able to beat out G2 on Skyscraper 7-4 in Stage 2. So plenty to play for. We've seen the stakes. We know that there's SI qualification on the line as well, or sort of at least a big step towards it. And of course, course, we've got that, you know, all-important progression in this LCQ towards the Atlanta Major qualification as well. So an awful lot on the line here, and both teams, I'm sure, going to want to come out with a big start on Kafe. We're going to go into things now. G2 start on the defense. They're going to be holding on to the mid floor to begin with. It's going to be dining and mining, and it's going to be top floor hold coming out, I would expect. We've got plenty of utility up there, yeah, as we would expect. Eminem, like you said, Demo, for me, step one for them is getting inside of the map here, getting that top floor secured.
Percentages for Eminem on the attack on Kafe, it currently sits at 43% win rate. So it's not too far off of what you would want to have. I think obviously free splits are pretty common, especially for a team like Eminem where they can attack really well, so that's where you're kind of getting that almost 50% mark. I think 4-2 across the board, across everyone, it's 4-2 defense to attack. That's the kind of generic stats we're seeing across all the games that we see on Kafe. So certainly Eminem almost breaking that and going in for those free splits are very strong. Then you kind of go look over at G2 and their defensive win rate. It's, you know, 67. So they're getting the 4-2 split on their own, so they're helping that stat line. I think for Eminem, you need to get that even split against a team like G2, whenever you know that they can be so quick and deadly on the attacks. They can play all those different play styles. And a map like Kafe, where you can play a good number of different play styles. You can play it slow, use window play, go quick. Ying's up on the board. That's an operator that I'm sure will make an appearance for either of the teams at some point during this game, because she is so strong at the moment.
Tyrant very concerned about the potential run out from the bottom of White Stairs, but nobody there. They don't have the advantage course that we do with the silhouettes, so they don't know that nobody's ready to just peek out of that door, but it is certainly taking some of his attention. Solotov has got himself in and established. We know how deadly Solotov can be on the entry and in those direct head-to-head duels, but he's going to be coming up to he's going to be coming up to Kaid that's got a lot of utility to help him stay in that position. It's going to be we've got Virtue up there on the top floor. He's got the mirror window, he's got the electrified walls, he's got deaths going on around him. Doki and Alamau managing to pick up 2, leaving us now in a 5 versus 3. Eminem tried to get something going. Users actually beats Solotov to the punch and takes Virtue down out of freezer. Solotov finds a fight of his own on White Stairs, but just can't quite finish the man. Takes a lot of damage along the way as well. 4 versus 3, definitely advantage G2 at the minute.
No C4s though on the side of G2. You would expect to see them fall back into their kind of second standpoint, which is playing inside of sight, using the Valkyrie cameras that are up for them, and then just playing off the destructibility from below, which happens quite a lot. Instead, it's just going to be a bit more of a passive retake strat, it looks like, from G2. You can see a lot of them scattered out of the bomb sites. They're not really interested in playing inside of it as it stands. So they're more than happy for Eminem to drop in as long as they know that they can have the time to go for the retake. Now, this is a scary gunfight for users. If he loses against Uno, they lose their red control. Uno can shut down everything happening in the site.
Benja picks up Solotov, 15 seconds left to go. Benja with another, that's an important double Nello. No real option but to try and bait this out with a fake plant there. Uno knows what the deal is though. Steps in, he looks lively, gets his kill, and that's going to be G2 closing out round 1. A very solid first defense from them. I don't really feel Eminem were, you know, anywhere sort of near close to being in a realistic position to put that diffuser down at any point. So G2, yeah, looking very, very comfortable, and no surprise demo. Interesting to pick up on this. The site choice. They go into the other mid-floor site. They go into Reading and Fireplace. And to be honest, they can just rinse and repeat what they've done there. And it's no surprise to see them do that because it was pretty successful.
No mirror though this time around. They've forgone that, which is always a little bit strange.
I don't think they got too much out of the mirror really. Virtue got forced out from behind it, and I think they can probably do what they did without it.
You see, I disagree, and the reason why is it wasted so much time for Eminem just figuring out, okay, how do we clear that? Sure, you've cleared out the mirror window, that's fine, but by the time they'd done that, there was only like a minute left. So I actually think just on the time that you are able to burn, you don't necessarily need to get kills, it's just there as a kind of roadblock. You know, it's like a tree at the end of the road, how do you get around the tree? You have to take, sure, eventually you'll get around the tree, but it takes you a while. And that's what I think the mirror really added into. Hey, if they don't think it worked as well as what I suppose bringing in other operators will do the job, then I get it. And certainly, if you look at their setup, there's fully reinforced in Bathroom and Freezer. They're not interested in opening up the kill holes in towards Piano. They are more than happy to give Piano over to Eminem. If Eminem can do their drone work very quickly, and it's not as if much is stopping them from doing that, there's no mute on the board, then they should just be able to get straight in there, take control of Piano. Valkyrie cameras shouldn't be an issue with C4s. You shouldn't get killed by them. You have an IQ. I just want to see Eminem just move a little bit quicker.
Doki this time is getting aggressive on that white stairs door. We saw it last time Tyrant was aware of it, but the angle was never really pushed too hard, I don't think, until he was ultimately taken down by Doki, but Doki's not going to get the opportunity this time. Looking lively, gets himself back in towards sight, but as you said, Demo, Eminem need to get themselves inside of Piano quickly. I think G2 are happy to give that area over, given that the site has moved across to the other side of the map. They're more interested this time in holding on to Cocktail, for example, because that's where your verticals are going to come in, bar back storage and Cocktail. Uno's going to open us up with the entry onto Solotov though, so once again advantage G2, and we're almost halfway through the round, Demo. Eminem, not really a lot of progress yet. You said yourself, the mirror the last time was the one that burnt the time, but they're managing to do the same thing without that operator this time.
They've also lost Solotov, that main entry force that you would expect to see an Eminem just light up the scoreboard. He also didn't use any of his Dokkaebi calls, so big waste of utility losing Solotov. That's why I think Dokkaebi on entries, it's always risky. I think Dokkaebi's better for your flex player because you can assist those entries a lot more. Eminem are a team that have been running, religiously Ashe and Iana, Solotov and Tyrant, respectively on those operators. So to see them change off that is a bit of a surprise. Alamau has gone in and around it, eliminated Nello before the Claymore has got the refrag, so that's obviously going to be a window jump out. Dokkae, you have ended up in quite the position. Oh my god, there's no way! There's no way he just pulled off that C4. No, I thought he was almost going to get back in the site as well. But Tim, what a C4!
It was like watching two bullets collide in flight, Demo. We had Nath dropping, we could see the silhouette, we saw the Nitro go, and we just knew that those two things were going to collide and come together. We saw it with our eyes, and, well, it happened right in front of us. Uno manages to pick up one onto users. Tyrant does get the trade, but now in a 1 versus 2, 25 seconds, walks into a crossfire. Benja will be the one to pick him up, and that's going to be G2 taking round 2.
Dokkae be loving that. He just... If people don't know, there is quite a lot of camaraderie between G2 and Eminem, good friends. Dokkae certainly being one of that. People forget that Dokkae, used to be on a team with Nath back in the day. So there is always that little bit of a nudge. And even Nello as well to an extent, all the way back in 2019. So it's always... The all chat always goes off in this matchup, just no matter what. And I think Dokkae will be very happy that he's managed to get Nathan with a C4 that had no right getting a kill, but he ends up getting it. Both mid-floors defend it one after another and successfully at that. It's not often you would see that happen. I think G2 are really trying to stay away from the top floor. And I think it's for good measure.
I don't hate it. I've said this countless times, I've said it so many times on stream. I don't understand why the top floor is, so often considered the primary site. Statistically, at least historically, it's not generally been the highest defensive win rate up there. It tends to sit around 50-50. It's just not always the most defensible site. Generally, we see those mid floors being better.
I've got a stat bomb.
Hit me with it. Hit me with the stat bomb.
Eminem have attacked that top floor 14 times in their Kafe.
Yep.
And they've only won it 4.
Okay.
29% win rate. So it's not as if Eminem are incredible.
Maybe an opportunity to, not exactly an opportunity to use it specifically against them, but like I said, I think general defensive win rates are, quite often lower up there. So it doesn't surprise me that G2 are not really using it in their rotation. Maybe we'll see it as, maybe we'll see them on a 4-site rotation, to be fair, them, or maybe, they're just saving that one for round 4 if they get kitchened them.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ying's up, and that's always a big issue for the top floor. She's very powerful. You can Ying back a Cocktail, for example, and clear out that side of the map. In terms of kitchen, this is obviously one that we see a lot of teams will stretch their legs a bit, trying to defend in towards bakery, in towards VIP and restaurant. This is kind of run-of-the-mill of what we tend to see. For Eminem, I just want to see them just do the basics right. You're 2-0 down. Whenever things aren't going well, you just go revert back to basics, do the simple things right, and the results will come. That's the way it always has been. So Eminem will start to get the floor ripped up. They've got plenty of self-destruction. They've got the Ram and the Buck. obviously with Sledge being banned away, they're going to have to try and find another soft breach to bring in. That's why Ram makes it very easy, and the safety of Ram also. It's a good one to have. This mirror window, if this lasts long, it'll be surprising. I think if you look and see the kind of setup from G2, just a simple nade through the vertical onto that mirror window is enough to kill someone behind it. So Doki needs to be careful and easily get taken out. There's not even any nades, even from Eminem. There's not a single ounce of that, and that's a big shock as well.
Well, that's going to be a problem for them, like you say, because, you know, here on Kitchen, once you've got the verticals open, the nades can be so critical in clearing out utility particularly, but also moving players around. You know, we see now G2 have had to spread out away from site. There's only Doki left on site, really. Virtue's just sort of hanging on in prep at the minute. Nitro goes out, will be unsuccessful, and he dips himself back into Bakery. But G2 just playing for a retake of site here. They're not wanting to overcommit to it. Now those verticals are open. They know how dangerous it is. So instead, they're just going to try and keep Eminem out of sight for the time being, and if they can't do that, then they'll have to fight their way back in. But Virtue, he's holding on to Bakery at the minute. I think a lot of utility being expended there. They managed to find him from behind with Nerf, but Benja's there backing him up.
Solito's down in the midst of that. I think he did get shot with that shotgun. So now they have to try and get him back up. You see that Warden holding on to that wedding jump in. Alamau eliminates Nello. Solotov on such low HP, this is going to be tricky for him. Who's now in towards prep, looking for that plant, probably behind the bomb chassis, but that mirror window that we mentioned because they couldn't clear it out beforehand. It's so easy for Doki to swing off of it. And Benja, he didn't have to move his feet at all during this round. He just stood in the same position. I think that's the second kill of the round. So G2 making it look so simple, Tim. But Eminem, albeit, didn't really make G2 worry.
No, not at all. Like you say, I think G2 having a fairly easy ride of it so far on Kafe, not really being put under too much pressure by Eminem. It's all about G2 coming in with a game plan and just being allowed to play basically exactly to that game plan. I want to see more disruption coming out of Eminem here. You know, yes, they brought the verticals, but let's ask ourselves honestly, what did any of those verticals do to the G2 game plan there? And the answer is very little. You know, they were able to play in Bakery, they were able to play in Bar, in VIP, play outside of site. They weren't disrupted in those positions. It was kind of like Eminem hoped to get the verticals open and then that would sort of get everything moving, but it didn't. It didn't kickstart anything because G2 weren't playing under those positions. So G2 very, very comfortable. Eminem need to find a way, you know, to make G2 think on their feet a little bit more.
It's been a weird weekend for these early leads. It's happened all day yesterday. It happened the day before as well. I don't want to say 7-0, but we have seen one of them this weekend. So it's up there. It's up for the realms of possibility, but I wouldn't have expected to come in this game. It shouldn't be coming in this level of games. Both of these teams, I feel, are pretty evenly matched. Yes, I know one has a world championship, one doesn't. Disclaimer, I understand that. But they've been around for so long, and they've both showed how good they can be. I mean, technically, they both finished the same place at the last major. They both got into the quarterfinals and lost their quarterfinal matches. But right now, it does seem to be a bit of a gap. G2 look fired up. They look ready. G2 need this so badly. I think Alpha has been very, very critical, but not making invitational for this team, it's a no. You have to make invite. There's no excuse for it. So there's a lot of pressure on G2 going into this weekend. We understand that. But we've seen G2 before. Whenever things aren't going well for them, they just somehow find, you know, a bit of momentum somewhere throughout the season just to round it off. You think back to that 3%, 5% chance, whatever it was back in the day, Tim. They made that happen then.
Yeah, like you say, you know, given any opportunity, they will do it. Benja just tried to make something happen at the beginning of the round there, was waiting for a cheeky nitro out of that mining window, but Solitov was more than ready, managed to shoot it out of the sky. Benja does drop down here, though, and I'm not sure Tyrant's aware, Demo. If he steps forward, Benja's going to have himself an absolute freebie. Here it comes, and no, Benja misses his shots! That is so unlike Benja. Tyrant taking half damage, he manages to get the job done, but Benja might just have a little bit of a trouble getting back up to site. I think that's something Eminem need to be better on. You know, when they locate somebody, when they have somebody in that sort of position, don't allow them to get back into the game.
Go for the jugular. I don't think, Tim, I've ever heard you say Benja's missed the shots. That is a new one for me.
I don't think I've ever said it, that's why.
Incredible to see Benja miss such an easy spray. Obviously still gets the kill, so it's not horrendous as what it could have been. But once again for Eminem, they've lost an entry player. It was Solotov a few rounds ago, now it's Tyrant who goes down. G2, if they can just maintain this man advantage, they're just going to have such a field day with Eminem. Eminem in their lineup is, yes, it's very strong. You're bringing in the Ying, you're bringing in the smokes, but you need to have more players attack from these different angles. You just can't have everyone stacked up on one side.
Nelo's going to follow in those Candelas, but I tell you what, it doesn't matter to Uno. Full flash to a no. He takes down Nelo. Useless is going to be caught out by Virtue as well, and this is G2 just showing an absolute mastery of Kafe at the minute. Solotov, he is in amongst it inside of the site, gets 2 big kills. Can that double just be the catalyst that they need? But Alamau takes down the window, man. Solotov keeps going. It's going to have to be an ace demo.
Benja, where's he at? He's outside. He's waiting for Solotov maybe to jump out the window and go for it, but it's not going to be the case. Doki, the only man left actually in the site. Diffuser goes down. Benji's just outside, but Doki with the cleanup. Oh, Benji, you're lucky Doki wins as one, or else that would have been certainly on the cards for an ace clutch there for Solotov. Tried his best, him, but yeah, it's the issue that I worried about for Eminem. They didn't have really anything else going for them apart from just dropping in the skylight. And that's not going to work. You need to hit these different angles from Kafe. I'm really shocked that the player in Cocktail Bar was allowed to stay alive. Before you start looking for those drops in towards skylight, you need to nade that guy away. I don't know if the sledge ban is really coming in to bite Eminem in the behind, because it's an operator that is pretty unanimous amongst Eminem players that they'll always bring in the sledge. So them banning it away from G2, it also is hindering them because they can't get the 2 set of nades consistently. They're not a team that are going to be bringing, you know, glass nades. That's not who Eminem are.
No, not at all. And right now, it doesn't look like Eminem really know who they are themselves. They're really struggling to get themselves into this one on Kafe. 4-0 down to G2 now. They need to find a round or two. They've had that tactical timeout. That's not really been able to give them any direction. I kind of like the gamble by Benja on that last round. He was just waiting on the outside, as we saw, and it just really screams to Solotov inside. You know, don't dare even try and get out of this window if you make that plant. It's G2 thinking a couple of steps ahead. Like you say, you know, there is the risk there that if Doki loses that fight inside, you've got a bit of a different situation. But again, it's just reading the room, isn't it? 3-0 up, and you think, hey, you know, this is an opportunity to just go for this at this point. So, you know, let's see if we can make it work. And G2, a pleasure to watch at the minute. 4-0 up. Eminem desperately need a round.
It's how they looked on Friday, just in command right the way through. And the sad thing about Eminem, in their game, they were the ones who were leading on Kafe, you know, quite convincingly. So both of these sides playing Kafe throughout the course of the weekend so far, but G2 look pretty much the same as what they played against Unlimited. And I suppose Eminem, they look like Unlimited right now. Just nothing to go off, very little to talk about that's being done well. I suppose the only highlight is really Solotov, that's it. Everyone else just is not stepping up to the mark. And we seen in that Koi versus Wild game yesterday, if you don't have your full team stepping up and getting the kills where they need to, you will get swept. It happened to Koi yesterday. It looks like it's going to happen to Eminem here again today.
Certainly heading in that direction as Doki manages to pick up one. Virtue finds Solotov as well. 5 versus 3, trying to go in behind those Candelas again. Didn't really have too much success last time. Nave can't find his man, and that flash effect will have worn off by now. Users picks up Benja, at least bringing it back to 3 versus 4 for Eminem. Uno is stuck inside of the freezer at the minute as well. Going to find it difficult to get out, but manages to wriggle through that rotate. Nave hasn't cut off the angle at the top of White Stairs, so Uno gets away. Knows that there's a challenge coming his way, but once again escapes. Uno, I don't know how he's managing to do this. He just seems to wriggle out of one gunfight after another at the minute. Users does manage to find... No, he doesn't. It's Nefu who picks up the kill finally onto Uno, but 3 versus 2, 3 versus 1. G2 could be 5-0 up here, Demo.
Where are they going, MM? There's no direction. I just see Nave blindly drop into the laundry hatch and straight into sight. They've done no vertical pressure. They have no idea where these players are in sight. It's all over the place. It's a scatter shell that's just been fired. Oh, we're going to see a pause, which actually works out pretty well for Eminem, because this is kind of like a secondary timeout. And this is where they can really figure out, right, what's going wrong. I mean, a lot's going wrong.
It just takes that foot off the gas for G2 to a degree, doesn't it? At the minute, they're just absolutely snowballing rounds one after another. I'll be honest, I don't think that a pause is going to be sufficient from what I've seen so far to stop this G2 side from just continuing to dominate. Because they're just head and shoulders above at the minute. Alamau's giving us a little wave. That's very nice. Thank you, Carl. But overall, yeah, I think for Eminem, it's just tough position at the minute. G2 well on top of a map they like as well. We know that G2 are keen. And the problem is we're going into then a border pick that has come from Eminem that, they've got excellent win rates on there. But again, it's about that overall confidence. It starts to get eaten away at when it potentially we need to start using that 7-0 line at this point because, we are staring down the barrel of that happening. And if you come in the back of that, even onto your own map, it's going to be very, very difficult to turn that around mentally. You're in a position where you haven't yet won a single round today. Eminem are struggling to win gunfights, let alone rounds. And that's going to carry forward.
A great point that the desk made yesterday was it's a lot more difficult and certainly different circumstances coming back from a 7-0, maybe on the second map, where you've won the first map, you've been stomped in the second, but then you can turn it around in the third. It's a lot different whenever you start off the day with getting stumped, because that's where the morale really starts to go down. So Eminem getting stumped, it should not be an option. They need to get some rounds on the board. Again, I don't see them pulling out a win. I really don't. G2 will have to play horrendously on the attack, and I don't see that happening today. Whenever G2 start off strong, they'll continue that very strong into whatever second half they have to play. But just even look at the faces of Eminem. They just don't look too happy, Tim. They don't look as confident as what they should be. G2 just look pretty calm. This is like another day in the life of G2. Struggle during the regular season and somehow make up for it in the later stages.
This is it. Like you say, G2 are just sort of on cruise control at the minute, and there's very little that's going to rattle them, I think. Eminem are now desperately scratching to avoid that 6-0 half. I think the map one is largely already gone at this point, but there is, always an opportunity to come back into it. Make no mistake about that. We get the switch of sides. You never know what's going to happen. G2 got to get onto the attack. Maybe, they don't have as much joy there, but I think this is an important round. You get to that 6-0, and I ask myself, can this G2 team find an attack somewhere, anywhere on this map? And I've got to say, yes, they can. In 6 rounds, they are surely going to find, even like you say, even if they need to cheese it and just bring a Monty and just, make life difficult and just brute force their way into it, they're going to find one round on attack with the way things are going at the minute. I'd be very, very surprised to see Eminem run a 6-0 back in. So it's, for me, critical that Eminem win this round.
Bringing in the Mira for that top floor, they've kind of dipped and dabbed of what they wanted to bring in for that top floor hold. Yes, I know it's a different site compared to Reading, but they really don't play all too differently. You still have to defend the top floor one way or another. You need to deny access to Piano. So the Mira comes in, it caused some issues for Eminem just in terms of slowing them down and making them worry about it. Eminem have been very flexible in their lineup. We've seen a good choice of operators being selected a lot of the time. We see Grim come into the fray of things. And I think Grim is actually in quite a good stable position. I think you see more play with Grim if Ying's banned, because they kind of both do the same thing, which is just clear players out of strong positions and make sure you can always have a good advantage in a gunfight. I do think for Eminem, they just need to get some kills, Tim. I'll be honest, and I think
I'd agree. That's step one, isn't it? It's just get a few gunfights won.
You bring in the Grim, that's going to help you do that. So it does make sense.
Uno just waiting underneath for that Nitro toss. There we go. Nath managing to pick up the opener, but that's the problem. They get the entry and they lose the advantage immediately with Alamau picking up one in return. Nello does manage to find the trade though, which is good. 4 versus 3. Eminem, it's only a spark of momentum, but it's something at least.
And look at the pace difference. This is what we want to see from Eminem. They've got the first 2 kills. They've been able to get into Piano. Half the round still to go. They still have a bit of soft destruction. See, uses with the breaching charges. So this is looking good. I feel for Eminem, this is a lot better for them. I just want to see how they do now with an execute, because let's be honest, and we haven't really got to see this team in an actual, advantage execute before.
No, and that's the point. It can be going as well as you like, but it's only a one-person advantage. And if they get to that execute, and they haven't done one for 5 rounds, this is, like you say, going to realistically be their first opportunity to do so. Nello just so unfortunate that he needed to swap over to his rifle there. Doesn't find that kill, but Benja does get taken down by Solotov. This is the opportunity for Eminem to get something going. The pause maybe just helping them out that little bit. Uno is on the fight back 1 versus 4. Sees the man top floor, cannot find the kill, tries again, still no joy, and Eminem just need to get this closed out now. I'm looking at Nello, I'm thinking, let's get this diffuser down, let's keep the pressure on, but Solotov, he's going to find the kill before he can. Uno taken down, and Eminem at least avoid a 7-1. They get themselves something before the switch of the sides.
Finally, Eminem have played the way we expected them to play. It's just, it feels too little too late. 5-1 half is not easy to come back into. I think G2 have looked dangerous in their attacks this weekend. The willingness to commit for G2 has been a great showing from them. Just being able to do one thing and do it extremely well, and everyone is just in synergy, which I think was lacking for G2. I think the majority of the season was just the team play was so off. And to see them really turn that around in these qualifiers was a great joy to see. Eminem, in terms of what they can bring to the defense, they love to go for their castle holes. They love to play those kind of suicide positions in towards Cigar Shop. That's something you'll always see from them. Just try and block away that red stairs. We talk about getting into the building for attackers, and that can be difficult. But then you get into the building, and the first room is Fort Knox. That's not easy. You have to try and clear through all that utility. Castle barricades, Whammies, ADSs, or Roonies. They've got the full Monty. Not Monty, but, the full 3 sets of denial of utility there.
Certainly do. Let's see how Eminem get going on this first one then. It's going to be the Castle and a Rooney Lasergate combo to keep them locked into Cigar. As you said, it just burns a lot of utility to clear that out and make life a little bit slower, if anything, for G2. That's going to be the key, I think, here for Eminem, is much as they suffered trying to get into the building, trying to get established, and it took them a long time to do so. I'm looking at them on the defense now and thinking they need to frustrate G2 in the same way. Don't let them get established too quickly, because if they do, that utility is going to be burnt through. Now then, Alamau on the operator that can just zip in through the windows quickly, just get something going, just lurking around that east side. I'm looking at that and I'm just wondering what is going to be done there with the Amaru.
I mean, the pressure's on Nello. He's going to be the one on the hot seat. They're going to be coming straight for him in towards Cocktail. We've seen this from G2 whenever they played Kafe on Friday. Nello does hear that his castle barricade's being opened up. Uses his below on the hatch with C4 prepped. We've seen a couple of kills come from this as well throughout the weekend. Instead decides to rotate away. Certainly could have been on for him there to get that C4. Wonder if he goes back for it. Doki straight in. Will use the Candelas to get his way in. That's going to be a trade-off though. Uno and Nafa both downed each other. Nello being beat out. Doki with the easy clean up. The C4 misses though, as Alamo tacked a good deal with that. But he's still in position in towards White, but no, uses his air with the cross. Shotgun free shotgun, and uses wins it. Doki has found Nathan. It's into a 2 versus 2. Another Candela. Both of them stacked up in towards White. The swing from Doki finds 1-2. Doki on the Ying tears them apart. A hot knife through butter. Is that a quad for Doki? I think it might have been.
That was all Doki, realistically. Dropped in on the back of the Candelas. We saw Nello do the same thing on an Eminem attack, and it just didn't have the same sort of ferocity, the same sort of cutting edge that Doki did as he went in there. And I love that play at the end. Just the heads up, presence of mind to think, I've still got a Candela in pocket here, and I'm challenging shotguns on White Stairs. I know that I can win this. Out goes the Candela, and you just catch 2 Eminem players panicking about that full white flash effect that's coming their way real soon. Doki closing things out with a great personal round for him there, but G2 looking pretty sharp overall. 6-1 now, and only one more round needed for G2 to take their map pick of Kafe. Eminem, no more mistakes allowed.
And just for everyone at home, that's why Tim doesn't like the top floor.
That's why I don't like the top floor.
Exact reason. Just whenever Ying's up, she's so good in the meta. She really is. There's not a bad site for Ying. It's impossible to find a bad site for Ying. She has value everywhere. Obviously, Warden is just... Why not picking Warden forehead? That's the obvious one. But it's not as easy as that sometimes. I even like the addition of bringing in the Grim. You know, using those Bs. I think we've kind of seen teams differ between bringing Grim or bringing Capital, albeit both do the same thing. It's just clearing out players in specific positions. Oh, Nafe has tried to spawn peek and he's been punished. Even Solotov's almost died as well. They're just throwing it away now, Tim.
Yeah, I'm not sure at 6-1 down it's really the time to, you know, be sticking your face into windows like that. You're asking for trouble. You're now in a 3 versus 5. You've pretty much lost the map at this point as Benja picks up users. Solotov trying to get back downstairs just to make any sort of challenge on the ward, and Nitro goes out. Will find a target, surely. No. G2 just able to step away from that in the nick of time. Solotov just going to keep his position there around court, check bottom red as well, make it difficult. Nello on the clash. I don't think a bad option. It will slow G2 down, but the problem is you got to remember they are 3 versus 5 and Nello is only really half a gun at this point.
He has pulled out said gun, and he will start to get burned alive with the Capital bolts. Sidesteps to the right. Will dodge it for the meantime, and oh, that's good cover though from Tyrant. I don't know if Nello is quick enough to go against that free speed. Tyrant in the heart of the bomb site now has to try and deal with the vertical angles being opened up above. The fact that they've been able to get at least a kill back does help him somewhat. Look at Doki's HP. He cannot successfully challenge into a clash. If push comes to shove, the clash will take him out with ease. But look at the time still for G2, Tim. They have a full minute 30 to do the vertical action, still pressure the guy instead of Bakery. Again, Tyrant gets another kill back for his side. He's playing out of his skin to keep his team in this.
G2 have got a difficult problem to solve now, because if you've noticed, the diffuser's down inside of Bakery at the feet of the clash. Benja does manage to pick up Solotov, and that gets things going for them again. But the question remains, how do you get in and get that diffuser collected with Nello standing guard over it with the clash? Eminem just need to hold on here. Burn time and don't lose any more gunfights, because G2 right now don't have an answer to this problem. 50 seconds left to go. They're continuing to try and work the verticals. They're continuing to try and find those gunfights with Tyrant, but Eminem are holding on pretty well.
Benja goes to the long walk in towards the bar. Tyrant has since then moved deeper into the site, but he gets found out. He rotates to the wrong position. Doki's waiting for him. They know where Nello is in the 1v2 with a clash, and Benja cleans it up. A 7-1 for G2. Annihilation of Eminem. My word, G2 comes into the day as hot as anything. We talk about the marshmallows and Molotovs. They're on fire. Not today, it's G2's on fire.
No, G2 looking absolutely electric there on Kafe, closing things down in kitchen in style. Just even with the problem that faced them, it was Doki on the Bakery door, didn't on his low health, couldn't get that diffuser back. But as soon as the man inside a site dies and they know that it's a 3-on-1 with the clash, then you can start pushing your luck a little bit. And G2 get the job done in grand fashion. 7-1. They are going to take the opener in this last chance qualifier semi-final. They take a big step towards that grand final. They're going to need to find themselves another map yet demo, but I would not put it past them when they're playing like this.
It's shaping up to be maybe a quick day, Tim, which we didn't think would be the case. I'm sure the desk will love to get their teeth into that one. We're going to go to a break and we'll be back with those beautiful boys on that desk.
Eliminate all of the terrorists. Three hostiles remaining.
Nice.
4 neutralized. Mission successful.
G2.
Éliminez les terroristes. Trois ennemis. Homme fort éliminé. Eliminate the terrorists. The enemies remaining. Eliminate all of the terrorists. Three hostiles remaining.
Okay.
Op 4 eliminated.
G2 take their map pick, Kafe, absolutely destroying Eminem, who need to light a fire if they want to stay in this series. To pick apart what just went down, I'm joined by Fresh and Alfama on the desk. Fresh, why the hell did Eminem start on attack?
Who knows? Who knows? I think, you know, we even referenced it in the pre-match as well, where we said when you've picked Kafe, you're more often than not going to be starting attack. Because to be honest, we'd all just assumed that Eminem would pick the defense start on Kafe because attacking that map is so goddamn hard. And then we see it. 5 rounds in a row lost. 1-5 attack half. You're never recovering from that, especially with how competent G2 are at attacking that map.
Yeah, brutal scoreline for a semi-final first map, and Eminem have got a lot of deep digging to do, but we saw some of their big players step up. Of course, Veto, Una, and Benja all can take a bow.
Yeah, Benja especially, I think, played super well around the utility. I think the way that Thatcher ban was played was super well rounded. All over the gadgets were about peeling off the strat one by one, and Benja was working around the site, pressuring the attackers. Whistle, they were trying to get rid of all the gadgets and utility, especially the wall denial. Kaid was played at every single defense round. It was super hard for Eminem to try to overcome that obstacle, and Benja was abusing it every single time, picking off players early, middle, and late round.
I was just chuckling because we've shouted out Benja, we shouted out Uno. We didn't shout out Doki, who managed to get a C4 kill outside onto a rappel. Just great instinct play from him. Just wanted to shout that a little bit out.
I mean, it's always vital for your big players to step up, but to see them doing it against Eminem must fill them with so much confidence going into the second map.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll have a lot of confidence. I think, you know, both of these teams clearly will have had a lot of nerves because it's very hard for them to avoid the talk around what happens if they lose this game in terms of not going to the major and SI. They will know it. Both teams will have known it. They will have been very nervous. So I think for G2 to come in, put in a dominant performance on map 1 on their map pick, it'll give them a lot of confidence going into map 2, which they don't really like, but it's a very expressive map. They can get on it and trust their gun skill and just play the gunfights, and hopefully that might get them over the line if you're a G2 fan.
I mean, speaking of confidence, just look at the difference in pacing in attack between both teams. Eminem lost so much time, stalled so hard on the obstacles put by G2 when they were attacking, and then you look at G2, the pacing of their 2 attacks were amazing. I mean, the first one they dropped on Skylight and had a cocktail rappel, I think at 145.
Yeah.
So really early in the round. Very different from Eminem. And then you look at the basement, they had room cleared the first 2 first floors. And then they were also attacking Bakery at the same time. And it was, I think 113 around again. So way more effective, quick pacing, way more confidence coming from G2.
Fresh, it felt a little bit like the Eminem of old, didn't it?
I think so. I think the first 2 or 3 rounds we saw Eminem really try and play into the kind of Eminem with the team play, with the executes. They got shredded. There's just no words for it. They got shredded. G2 were ready. They took the timeout, and then I actually wonder what was said in the timeout, because it looked like after the timeout, they went back to being that Eminem team that just likes to lurk up a staircase or walk in the building, do this, do that, all solo. And G2 just punished that even more.
Can G2 secure their spot in the grand final in 2 maps? And of course, that means SI2. And Eminem Gaming have got to give absolutely everything to keep their dream alive. I'm going to get the caster names right here as we go to border. It's Demo, and the only man in Siege older than me, Ace.
I think I preferred the original introduction, to be honest, Ian. Just making me feel my age this morning, but I tell you what, Demo, I'm a lot older than this game's going to be if this carries on. 7-1 on the first map. We come into border with G2 absolutely bouncing along. The question is, can this Eminem side stop the tide?
It's a big ask. After being kind of demolished on Kafe, which I would say was a pretty neutral ground for both teams. Both teams have shown that they can play it well, but to see it be so one-sided was a big, big shock. And a lot of that just comes down to G2 we're not shooting back. You know, kills always play a big, big part if you win or lose games. And really the only person I think held his own was Solotov. No one else, I think, from Eminem you can say did that job and actually got the kills. So I think certainly everyone else from Eminem need to step up to the mark. They need to get in there, get some kills. And, you know, you pointed a couple of times, G2 were playing pretty loose a lot of the times where there was these kind of individual men scattered around the map, but Eminem never really looked as if they were going to go for him. They never took that opportunity just to see one guy and just pinch him, clear him out, do what good teams do, and that is hunt those roamers.
We're going to have our operator bans raining in for border then. We're going to have Twitch and Orsa taken off the board, joined by Mirror. And then a final defensive ban, which will come in from G2, is going to be Valkyrie. Not too much of a surprise there. The Twitch one from G2, I guess a little bit interesting. I don't know if maybe there was a plan to potentially play something like the Mirror. And then we see Eminem lean into that and say, right, we're going to take that operator away if we're not going to have the Twitch to potentially deal with it. So that's going to be the bans rounded up, heading into border. Eminem, for me, Demo, need a strong start here. They desperately need. They've got the attack on border. They've got everything they need. You know, we know that once attackers get inside this map, generally, they win more rounds than they lose. So G2 have got to fight them at the boundaries, try and prevent them getting inside and getting established, but Eminem really should be coming away with a 4-2 half minimum.
It's a map that both teams, it's one that doesn't really strike me as, oh, Eminem and G2, they love playing border. It's not really in the pool, I would say, that they're known for. Interesting facts. Last time each of the sides played border were both at Copenhagen. And the last time G2 played it, they beat Team Liquid 7-3 on border. And the last time Eminem played it, they beat W7M 7-3 on border. So Brazil, you need to work on the borders if you've got Eminem and G2 beating you on that with quite a comfortable result. So it's just an interesting thing that both teams having, you know, success against big sides the last time they played it. So there could be, you know, the last time they played it, they could be good memories. It's just always something to look into, but I don't know if it's going to play that big a part. Eminem, straight away, you can see the idea if they're going to try and slow the game down. You bring in the Monty, that's going to help you with figuring out where these defenders are, getting some information, and that's where you can try and get some, you know, easier kills for yourself. However, I look at the setup as well and where they're stationed. This does smell like the old Archives plant. You can see the Ying and the Monty with Diffuser heading out there.
Smokes as well on both operators, so plenty of cover available. Yeah, I agree with you. I think, you know, I like it from Eminem. Looking at what I said about them in the first one was they weren't disrupting G2 enough. That's an unfortunate bounce back on the Candela, but 2 kills come in. Meanwhile, Solotov manages to get one, and it's Tyrant with the other who did pick up the opener. So Alamai manages to pick up Solotov, but is there an opportunity for Eminem to get that diffuser down here? As you say, Benja, for the time being, has maybe just been able to hold them off from that Archives door push.
Nades below aren't really working right now for Nate. He needs to try and clear away that half wall, and never mind, you don't need the nade. Tyrant, a belter of a shot. In comes Alamau with a refrag, just pre-fires, hits the head, but they've lost the Warden. That means they can maybe plant under the guys of the Candelas and the smoke alike. Nella will move into, looks to be Concrete he's going to try and plant in towards. Use this on the window, trying to help his team, and he will do so. Alamau goes down on the vault. Up goes Virtue, eliminates Use this. Nath needs to try and get to his teammate right now. There's a bulletproof that could see him walk in towards Metal. Virtue knows that. He's worried that there could be the rotate in through Fountain, but instead Nath does decide to jump in towards the small office. Has a Gumai, can maybe try and stop the plant with that. Has to swing on towards that sledge. Oh, looks the wrong way. Pre-fired back and forth. Nath hits one. Out goes the Monty. Now this is tricky. A 1 versus 1. Virtue drops the hatch. He gives Nello now a chance to get the plant down. He's got 2 goo mines, so that should be enough to see him over the line. Nello successfully will get that planted. He will go for the full extend. All Virtue needs to do is find that goo mine, slot it in behind him. He's going to be moving back and forth. As soon as this goo mine goes in the foot of Monty, it's going to be all over. And there we go. Finally has to go for the on-shield. Virtue, all you need to do is stay alive. Oh, the stab didn't work. Virtue, what a clutch.
Such smart play from Virtue there, just dropping down the hatch. I thought at the time he might well just take that option and just look to try and change up the landscape a little bit that he was fighting. And as you say, just heads up play, knowing that he's got those goo mines in pocket and can force a situation where Nello has to take the challenge. And just unfortunate for Eminem there. If they win that gunfight onto Virtue, the round is theirs. But G2 just not looking like giving them an inch today. Really well played defense against an Eminem side that, as I said during the round, were doing something I wanted to see from them. Try and disrupt G2's defense, right? You want to hold on to this part of the map, that part of that map's fine. We're going to bring Smokes, Monty and Ying. Let's see what you can hold on to now. And I like it from Eminem, but it just wasn't enough.
All chat's always fun. Doki calling Alamau a full blatant troller. I mean, to be fair, he just full sprinted in for a smoke grenade and then used gunned him down as he tried to stop the Monty planting. You can kind of see the setup there from Eminem wasn't too bad. I like the way that they almost baited out the first initial amount of utility, where they were able to use the Candelas and the smokes to make it was the Warden Benja look towards the Monty. They knew they had the Warden, so it was just a case of waiting. Don't go for the plant straight away. That's almost a bit of a bait to give your other teammates a bit of room to try and take control of the map. But then, yeah, just Virtue. Brilliant clutch. You have to give all credit to him in that scenario, the 1v3. If you have to look at Eminem and say what went wrong, I think it was Nath. Nath was just out of the action. Nath never really had an impact. Aspie said he was downstairs for pretty much the majority. And it's always a tricky one, because yes, you can try and just hold and let the Monty plant, or it could just be a case of Monty walks in and Nath comes behind him, just plays off information and gets the kill. That would be the other option. It's always difficult, you know, should you went for that? In hindsight, it is what it is. You just have to play of it. You lose the round, you go 1-0 down, but it's not over yet for Eminem. It's only the first round.
Going to be attacking this time onto Customs. If you've not seen that one before, you can place your thermite charge on the barricade. It will open up the reinforced wall to the side of it. So that's given the line of sight through into Customs at least. They're going to need to deal with this detention wall though. They've also got Alamai with impact nades in hand. Now that could be interesting because obviously that is the last remaining exothermic charge. There's no other realistic card breach option for that detention wall. I was just waiting for the book to get off its drone, but no, there's none whatsoever. So they either get that right or they won't be opening detention up. They have got it done. Benja is going to manage to find the kill onto Nath though, so that leaves us in a 5 versus 4. Once again, advantage G2, but they're trying to hold on to a site that resembles a piece of Swiss cheese at the minute. There's a lot of holes very early leading into this site that's going to make it difficult for those defenders to play in there.
Oh, that's a great pick from Solitol. That could have ended up a miserable day for him inside a bathroom. But I don't think G2 will be too worried. As long as they still have Benji with the Solus, they can see if the plant's going to go down, and it's very easy just to get the floor banks. However, Benji's come off the gadget. That is a good push from users, making sure that Benji cannot do his job. He will impact above, but diffuser's been planted. I love that from users. Sure, he's died, but he's died for the cause of getting that diffuser down. And Uno and Benji have to go for the retake.
Yeah, great play there from Eminem. Just coordinated teamwork to ensure that that diffuser could go down. Benja looks for a fight, and does he find it? Boy, oh boy, absolutely rips the head off Nello. He's going to tickle that diffuser now, and with Uno on the cover, I bet he can stick this. Tyrant, he's looking, he comes through. He's taking a fight against 2, though, and now Uno's in position. He can surely just hold him off while Benja goes for this. He picks him up on the trade. Heads up play from Benja, well aware of the situation, and the time remaining, gets the job done, and that is another counter diffuse for G2.
It's twice now. You can give Eminem the benefit of the doubt for the first round because it was really well played by Virtue, but I wouldn't say that was the strongest of plays from G2. It was individual gunfights. Nobody refragged at all It was, you know, one guy outside a breach. I don't know why Nello's wide swinging like that. For what purpose? He knows that he's going to have the information on the diffuser. He doesn't need to hold that aggressively. Where that diffuser's planted, you have to kind of tuck yourself into a corner. So you're going to get pre-fired nonetheless. You know exactly where he's going to be crouched whenever he goes for the diffuse. It just means miscommunication all across the board. Even, you know, Buck dropping behind on customs for what purpose? Why? You know, what's that really going to achieve? You know you don't have stable control of upstairs. There are still Udo above for the castle. Why not just rotate round to blue? Hold the holes that have been opened up in towards supply. Just, yeah, all over the place for Eminem. Just very individual, no real teamwork there, and it cost them.
Yep, certainly looking like the wheels have come off a little bit at this point. The question being, how quickly can Eminem get them put back on G2, not giving them any breathing space to make any sort of adjustments or repairs here, to be fair, like you say, really on top of them. And I was going to pick up on the same thing, really, Demo. It's those individual gunfights for me that Eminem are losing. They're creating situations, yes, where they can put the diffuser down, but you know, every time it comes down to it, you've had Virtue with a clutch in the first. You've had Benja be able to win that situation. They can't keep giving rounds away like this, and it does come down to just winning those crucial gunfights. Alamo looking to take a challenge. You can see the confidence of G2 just going up and up here as those gunfights get won each round, as those clutches come in. They're just willing to push further and further on the defense.
Eminem just need to stabilize and holding that diffuser. They're doing a great job at getting it down. It comes into, you know, one player left for G2 every time. They still lose it. Still the same result. I think Eminem, I will say, I think they've been a little bit more on top of G2 just in terms of the entry game. I think they've controlled a lot more of the map. It's just been Eminem tossing away those post plants, which really cost them. I like this from Solotov, looking just to move in aggressively. In goes the call. I wonder if he's going to try and follow up with it. He'll move in towards office. He will spot somebody inside a fountain. Oh, that's an easy one. Fenrir caught lacking. Down onto Uno. Solotov looking for his second as well. Nello finds Doki, but there's a good trade from Virtue. Uses just struts in, finds Benja lacking, and another one for Use before the C4 from below. But you're left right now, Alamano 1 versus 3, and that was a quick one. Eminem tearing them limb from limb. Just trade after trade. Nobody from G2 had any information of where Eminem were coming from.
Eminem desperately needed that one. Going into border after losing Kafe 7-1 and facing a full defensive sweep for the, you know, a 3-round rotation would have been, you know, borderline catastrophic for them in reality. So Eminem definitely needing to get that one, get a split half. But let's not forget, Eminem's strength on border is generally the attack. They are really, really good on the attack here. We expect them to come away with at least a 4-2 half, which is meaning that they can't take another loss here to this G2 defense, who are now able to go back to Armory. I think we're going to see a different approach here from Eminem. We can see already in the operator lineup, they went for the Archives plant last time around with the Ying, with the Monte. They're not going to try that again. They know that G2 have seen it. They expect it. You know, it's not going to be the case. So I'm interested now to see what do Eminem do differently. It's going to be, you know, almost watching a new team here on this Armory push. We've not seen this from them. Whatever it is that they're going to do here against G2 today. So we will, you know, we'll have to see how that goes, but they managed to bring some speed and aggression in that last round. Can they carry that forward to this one? And again, get themselves established inside of the map nice and quickly.
They went for a very different lineup compared to what they went for previously for their Armory attack. See, Monty and the Ying have been sacked off, and Favorite looks like for bringing in a bit more control into the game. You have the Zero, which is kind of obviously held with a bit more flank protection. But even the Flores, which can be a good option for pure utility, but I think right now for G2, they're not really worried about Eminem clearing out the utility. G2 are going to feel pretty confident with their swings. You look at Alamo, I think whenever he was playing in towards CCTV room in the last round, he was just swinging everything. He didn't care. If those Kiba barriers do get taken out by the Flores drones, I don't really think he's going to mind too much about that, as long as he can still play those long angles with that 1.5x. A great position for Doc to be in. He can stim himself back up if he takes a bit of damage, even help his teammates if they could get naded from below. And speaking of nades from below, Solotov almost claims Alamau's life, but look at the power of the Doc, Tim, right back up to full.
That's it. You know, we don't often, maybe as often as you might think, see the Doc on that sort of role. Either be it out on the roam or trying to hold positions away from sight. And a lot of the time, Doc is absolutely perfect for that. Like you say, think of Doc as a roamer. He can take 3 fights for free, essentially, as long as he doesn't die. And he can still come away with full health. That's crazy. So just utilising that G2. But I tell you what, Eminem are doing a really good job from below here, Demo. They've got the opening kill onto Doki. They've now got Alamau through all of his stims and down to low health as well. But that doesn't account for Virtue, who's able to pick one up from underneath.
Tyrant trying to hunt for Benja right now. Benja, there's a player outside a main door, and Nafe claims that. That's a good rotate. Nafe in the right place at the right time. Alamau, we've seen his HP. He wasn't long for this world. Virtue was the big man in the last time they defend this, and he gets annihilated by Solotov, who again has been the real benefit right now for Eminem. Solotov, who's really the only one who held his head up high on Kafe, and he is leading the charge on border.
Yeah, Eminem waking up now. Let's not forget the stakes of this matchup. This is, of course, the last chance qualifiers for the Atlanta Major, the semi-finals. So the winner will go through to the grand final to play for a place later on today at the Atlanta Major. Not that the Major's later today. They play later today for a place at the Major. Eminem, OG2, the losers will be out, essentially. That is it. That's, their stage 2 done. So everything to play for here, as well as potential SI qualification, or at least very close to. I think G2 with a win here in the semi-final get themselves onto about 99%, so they've pretty much got the job done. Eminem, if they can get through to the grand final, at least give themselves, I think it's a 50% shot. They need to win that grand final, essentially, to guarantee their position at SI. So, absolutely tons to play for here. And what a time for Eminem to wake up. G2 with a big couple of opening rounds, a couple of clutch situations they're able to close out, but then Eminem have just looked like a different beast in round 3 and 4, Demo.
Completely different change of pace from Eminem. Straight to the point. Sack off going for the plant. Let's just kill them. That's probably what Eminem have discovered. Post plants were not great from them, but just the general clear out of the roamers and the utility from Eminem has been second to none, even on the rounds that they lost. I think it's been very impressive. G2, sure they've got 2 rounds, but it is down to some clutches in the mix of that. So they probably look at this and think, we need to be doing better. We're not really shooting back the way we need to. Looking at Doki over here. It's always a good point about Doki. It's always someone who always ends up having a good conversation about. Sometimes the inconsistency costs this guy. It does. I think
it does. Absolutely, 100%. It's,
some
it's
days he
all or
comes
nothing.
in, and he's unbelievable. We've seen him, he drop, 23 kills, 24 kills, whatever it was, against Heroic, won them the game. And then there's moments where he turns up today, and he's just been very quiet. Very, very quiet. Not a lot to say about him. 0-4 for his standards, it's not going to be... I know the mentality of that guy, and he always wants to be the best. And if he's not doing that, there's an issue for him, and I think he's going to realize that, so he really needs to get on the board quick.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think, like you say, can't let it snowball. And I think Doki is one of those players, like you say, in either direction. Either he goes a few rounds without a kill and it gets, it becomes an issue for him, and then that snowballs into a worse situation where it continues, or he'll come out and get 3 or 4 kills in a round and that snowballs and it's 20 plus. Yeah. It's one way or the other for him. Like you say, very rarely will he have a sort of a fair to middling game where he maybe gets 8 kills. It tends to be sort of one extreme or the other, so we'll see how Doki goes over the next couple of rounds. But 2-2 at the minute. G2 won't hit this, I don't think. If they can get a 3-3 half on the defensive border against an Eminem that are good attackers here, I don't think they'll be too unhappy with that. Doki, he's going to be unhappy to lose so much life there, but he does manage to take some damage from Solotov at the same time, at least, so not the end of the world for G2. And again, it's like I said at the beginning of the game, it's about making it difficult for these attackers to get into the map, and Doki makes it a lot more difficult as he finds Tyrant.
It's a great adaptation from G2, realizing that Eminem's strengths on their last attack came from nading below. So they've put the players in place to stop that from happening. They've sent players downstairs. They've eliminated all of the nades now. Tyrant was the only ones who had nades remaining. Solotov used him trying to clear in towards CC. Uses has just walked into sight now, and now looks as if he's backing him up, and Uses with that DMR gets shut down by Alamau. Nello, who was trying to assist, also gets eliminated, and look where Diffuser is, right in the heart of the Lion's Den. Eminem are going to need to scramble to get this back in their favor, but I don't see it happening just based off where the Diffuser's been left.
Well, this is it. 50 seconds left to go. G2 can play this smart now. They can sit back. They don't need to take the challenges. I was going to say Eminem, you know, they need to kick things off by finding some kills, and that's exactly what Nerf is going to do. If they want any hope of getting that Diffuser back, they need at least one more kill here. They need it to be a 2v2, you know, or even better than that, a 2v1. So they're going to be sending the Gemini clone in. Time is going to start working against them pretty soon. Only 30 seconds left to go. G2 know the presence, you know, of that Diffuser is a game changer, and they've dropped down below. This is not going to be easy now for Eminem.
Oh, Nafe looking to take a gunfight against a player. You don't really want to be doing that against Benja, but Nafe shuts him down. Benja, aggro with the swing doesn't work out, but what a rotate from G2, going below, knowing that they have Alamau, can call out the information. Nobody even picking up the Diffuser. They will scramble now to try and get it, but out of time. Nobody from Eminem was looking to go for the plant there. They tried to get the kills, but like I said, the rotations from G2 was extremely smart. Played it very, very safe, and it gets them that round win.
Yeah, they knew that they were in a lose-lose situation there, I think, Eminem. Sometimes you've just got to make that decision and say, right, we're going for kills or we're going for a plan. And you've just got to stick to it, you know, one way, you know, for good or bad. There's always the line of thought that, you know, ultimately, you know, if you don't put the Diffuser down, the round's going to end and it's over. So, you know, you might as well give it a shot. But honestly, I don't really see where they'd have been able to do that successfully. The one place that you can maybe get away from that Solis is up on the desk in archives, but the hole was opened in a position where you've got a clear line of sight up onto it anyway, to be honest. It just was, you know, it just wasn't going to happen, I don't think, at that point. So Eminem, unfortunately, they lose round 5, and that is going to leave them now 3-2 down. G2, I'm sure, will be very happy with that. It secures them the 3-3 half minimum, which surely will have been a target for them. If they can take another round here and go 4-2, then they are a big step towards taking this whole matchup in 2 maps and getting themselves into the grand final.
5 seconds to insertion.
Just G2 looking a little bit better now. I think it was much better from them. The adaptation going below, making sure Eminem cannot abuse those nades, and really for Eminem, once they didn't have, you know, the nades from below and getting that early pick, they just kind of stalled out, and the time really came in to bite them from behind. So timing may be an issue for Eminem that they need to look at. They have left it late for all of the rounds that they lost. It wasn't as quick as the rounds that they won. So proof's in the pudding. Whenever they move quick, results follow. Whenever they just stall out a little bit, it goes the other way, and G2 take the lead. Right now for Eminem, they're going to be attacking this customs, and I just want to see them hold the post plant. If that's what they're going to go for, just hold the post plant. I'm really shocked that they didn't attack them upstairs. They didn't want to really throw all the eggs into the basket. Sure, CCTV room is... oh, sorry, we're in towards ventilation and workshop. Again, same point still stands. I want to see them attack these roamers. With so much vertical gameplay, I think it's ideal to move in towards the top floor, open up the angles, especially if you look towards the ventilation and workshop site. That entire B-bomb site can be shut down with just holding one rotate and holding onto main door, and you get an easy plant down. So there is certainly options for the vertical game if you want to go for that, albeit they don't really have too much soft destruction. Only really the DMR or breaching charges would be enough. So it could be an issue for them.
Could be. Doka is going to be keeping them out of armory for the time being as well. Just using those keeper barricades make it difficult for them to be able to just come cleanly on. Benja is going to continue taking out those Selmas as well. That is going to mean that there's no option to get through this wall. You know, they can take away the keeper barricades, but they're going to have to come through the doorway, and that is a big advantage for G2. But Solotov manages to get a kill onto Doki. Do they know that Benja's looking to get aggressive on this doorway, though? Yes, they do. Nafe manages to find the angle. That's a big double from Eminem.
Benja, what are you doing, son? Just stood on the wall as the keeper barrier opened up behind you. Virtue trying to hold a long angle, and this is more like Eminem, straight to the point. Deadly as ever. I'm happy to see them clear out these roamers above. G2 have been very heavy and stretching their legs throughout the course of this game. Now Alamau Nuno have to do a bit of work now. Have to get a clutch, you know, looking for a cheap kill on this angle. But the patience from Eminem is clear. They just want to get that plant down. They want to try and hold that. Users on the flank. Alamau has found Tyrant. Users looking away at the wrong time and gets punished. However, Nafe has eliminated Uno's teammate. Alamau gone. Look where the fuser's planted. Just on top of the server, Solotov lies and waits for him. Eminem, an even half.
Not bad. I think it's honestly not a bad result for G2 there on the defense. Taking 3 rounds off an Eminem that are good at attacking there is going to make things tough. It puts Eminem up against it now. G2 come in on the attack. Again, we saw them, you know, do that very well on Kafe in the limited opportunity that they had. They only had 2 attacking rounds on there. Were able to get it done at the second bite of the cherry. So we move on. It's going to be round 7. These next 2 rounds for me are going to be particularly important. Eminem need to win at least one of them. If G2 come in with 2 successful attacks and go 5-3, then I think it may be, you know, the signal really that the end is near for Eminem in these last chance qualifiers. But that is 6 minutes of siege that they've got plenty of time to do something about it. And Eminem, they just need to stand tall now. They've been winning a lot more of those gunfights. If we look down their side, Solotov on 9 kills, Tyrant on 6, Nafe getting involved as well. Nafe has been a pivotal part of this team through stage 2. He's played very, very well from what I've you know, covered of him particularly. He's been impressive on this Eminem side, so getting him in the mix as well is going to be a great thing for this side.
And the sad thing as well about Nafe is that people won't see how good of a shot caller he is in game. He was brought in to give that team a new voice, and I can only, you know, talk about from just knowing the guy and knowing what the guy's all about, playing with the guy. He's very smart, you know, very good at judging a situation, and not afraid to be, you know, a little bit ballsy here and there, Tim, which I think is something you need to have in the current meta. You need to take risks. So he's been a great addition to them. You look at the impact that he's had in the side. I think he gets brought on for invite, and just the upheaval of that side. You look at them getting in towards the top 8 of the major. He really has helped this team out quite a lot.
Uno's going to be pushing in on the Monty. Doki is supporting as well. Not sure if they know that the challenge is coming from above there. Users does manage to pick up one. Doki gets one before being downed and traded. Oh, Alamai might just have saved him as Nafe manages to get that, but no. The impact nade comes over from Tyrant to finish it off. This is an absolute brawl demo. It's 3 versus 3. Solotov's taken a lot of damage there on the Oryx. He's going to have to get himself out of danger for the time being, and G2 are a step towards getting that top floor secured. But they've lost 2 players along the way, and that could make life tough for them when trying to push onto site.
The Battle of East Stairs 2023 AD. It was a fight over trying to kill. Doki was down on the stairs for such a long time. Tyrant! How have you got away with that? Virtue, is anyone home? Alamau has to clean up another kill on East Stairs. It's a Glaz and Monty combination to see if they can push G2 over the line. They've got control of what they wanted, but at what cost? A lot of bloodshed. Solotov is still lurking above upstairs. Doesn't have the greatest of HP. One stray bullet and he'll be gone. Uno actually turns away from Solotov. Oh, this is tense, Tim. I really don't know where this is going to be going.
It is. I mean, you've got to say G2 have got what they need to potentially plant here inside of that vending machine window. They've got smokes, they've got the glass, they've got a Monty who can turn his back and try and get that diffuser down. They know one of the they've kind of got everything they need if they want to take the risk here. That's exactly what they're going to do. They drop in. Alamau using the bait of the Monty fantastically to pick up Nello, and that leaves a low health Solotov above with it all to do. They don't know his location exactly, I don't think, and Uno is not wanting to commit to put in this diffuser down just yet. As he does, he goes. Will Alamau find him? No, it's the spray down from Solotov. He's up against Nello, but he steps out of the stall and finds his man G2 getting it done in the nick of time.
Uno was just trying to wash his hair, and he's got a shock. Both sides not having a clue where one another was. They had no idea about the Oryx above. I love the plant position from Uno. Extremely strong position to plant in because you cannot be shot from the hatch. So I think they've took the gamble thinking, surely if he was in towards blue or in towards waiting, we'd know about it. We'd know about it. You would expect, especially whenever they're taking E stairs, there would be some form of information for waiting. So just from that logic of eliminating, the best plant is in the cubicle. And because it's such a weird plant position, it's caught Solotov completely by surprise. Solotov's obviously got the first kill, but would never have expected Uno to plant in there. Because if you're from Solotov's perspective, you're thinking, if I had just went to waiting, I would have killed you if you planted there.
Exactly that, I think. Alamo with a little bit of chat in the old chat there, just pointing out to Nello that he was the glass. I think Nello just wanting to try and move around in a smoke was probably not the best solution for him. Alamo able, of course, to use that heat-seeking scope to be able to pick him up and shut him down. So G2 take one of 2 rounds that I said, you know, Eminem need to win at least one of the first 2 rounds of this half. Round 7 or round 8, I feel like they need to be getting that on the board. 5-3 down is going to be very difficult for them to come back from. G2 get the first, so for me it makes this a must-win round for Eminem on the defense. They've gone to Armory, what we would generally say is the primary site here. It wasn't their first choice, but we would expect them to be able to find some defensive strength in there. Uno has brought the Monty again, so G2 looking at that and saying, you know what, they didn't really have too much of a solution. We were able to bully them with it a bit, so let's double down and go for that again.
G2 playing it slow, clearing away bits of utility where they can. Getting rid of that barbed wire will give, I suppose, Doki the go-ahead to maybe look for a crouch walk. Misses a nade though, ricochets off the top of the door frame there. Solotov similar to what Alamo was doing inside of Brazil, and a nade will down, and Benji, you seen a hand there. Gets himself back up though, like the power of the dock, and that's a great retake from Tyrant, doing exactly what G2 done to them, and Tyrant gets himself into a bit of bother. Impact to try and scare it away, but no, goes to the re-swing, get punished for it, but Solotov is there before he gets taken out by Doki. Wow, what a strange circumstances, and then Nath gets picked off. I thought that was looking good for Eminem, being able to waste a lot of utility, get a couple of kills there, but then for Nath to give himself up so easily, that doesn't sit well for Eminem.
Oh, I actually missed the re-pick there from the Monty onto the Dorkaby, so no shield to play behind for G2, but still putting the DMR to good work there and just making it more and more difficult for these defenders to stay in position. It's down to Nello and users 2 versus 3, but an age of time to try and survive here. Uno out on the archives window with diffuser in hand. He's just waiting here for the push to come across. It's going to be Doki going in and challenging, checks the complete wrong side of the lockers. Users, can he find himself another? He might just win a round there for Eminem as he picks up Alamo. It is all up to the last man. Nello shuts down Uno, and Eminem win one of what I said was 2 essential rounds. They level things up 4-4, and this is game on.
G2 have completely tossed that round away. Minute to go, 2 versus 3, and he's just blindly sprinted in. He had no idea that player was behind just a pretty default position in Sandwich. Very puzzling there from G2. Very poorly played. You have a minute. Take the time. You have Iana. That's a drone. That is a drone. That's a whole gadget. Is she can simply have infinite drones. Oh, well, not infinite, because obviously the timer runs out at some point, but I suppose in a secure area, it would be pretty infinite. But yeah. We don't dabble with that here, Tim. So yeah, I don't get it from G2. I don't get why they're not taking the time. They were in such a good position, being able to eliminate Nath as well, and then having that advantage with a minute to go, you need to be closing them out. Both sides really struggling, I think, with playing with a man advantage.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. Not always making the most of it, not always able to get it done when they have that sort of that extra firepower. But Eminem, they played well, stood up tall. Nello just able to find that final kill to level things up at 4-4, bringing us into round 9. G2 will be on the attack. It's back into bathroom again. Last time, this one was an absolute bloodbath on East Stairs. I think there was at least 4 deaths on and around that area, if not more. By the time that it actually closed out. It ended up in a 2v2 that G2 ultimately were able to come away with. Solotov, unfortunately, just didn't know the position of Monty. Uno that was trying to plant, and he was able to just step out and find his final kill. So Uno watching the shadows there knows that there's somebody inside of Workshop. Doki looking for those vertical nades to kick things off. Gonna pop it back in pocket. No information to support him for the time being. I think probably just a drone being watched above, but they're not going to see that Solotov's moved away. No, still, Doki's kept hold of the nade, so I assume they did have a drone that was watching specifically.
Yeah, Eminem have been pretty loose on the roam game. Obviously, we've seen that in the last time they defended here. I think G2 will read into that, and they know that there will be these kind of individual picks where they can get their kills on the board without losing any of their own men. G2 maybe going direct. They've smoked off the big double door and into the tellers. We've seen the jump in come in from the Lion. Nello is the lone player in sight as he usually is, and he's going to try and hold on as the rest of his team are trying to scramble to his support, and it will go all up for Eminem as G2 have been faltered. They didn't have the commitment there, Tim, to really push in and clear out the players in sight.
Yeah, I think Nello did a good job. His movement was excellent and well timed just to keep himself. He knew that the fight wasn't the one to take and that he just needed to keep himself out of danger to prevent anybody else following it in from that teller's window. So did a great job of holding on to things. Eminem then backed him up, found kill after kill here. Virtue with a beautiful long range shot onto Tyrant, but it's unlikely to be enough. He's on the Dokkaebi. He's 1 versus 3. Doesn't have diffuser in hand. Eminem have everything they need here to close this out.
Virtue, see what you can do. No diffuser. Has to go upstairs to get it. There's a goo mine. Plenty of traps in the side of Eminem. Virtue up he goes. Gets that goo mine. Does he know about that player? Tucked in towards half wall. Nafe will be there. I'd be surprised if he did. Then again, looking at the outlines, maybe he does. Never mind. Nafe's quicker on the trigger than what Virtue is. And Eminem take a very easy round. Yeah, you have to highlight Nello. Just stayed alive. That's all he needed to do. You will see with a lot of defenses from Eminem, it's always Nello in sight, and then the other 4 are just gone with the wind. They'll be anywhere and everywhere. And I think for Nello, in this current meta, where we do see a lot of rushes, very direct into sight, it's an awful job to have. An awful job. Because sometimes it does feel as though that round lives and dies on your shoulders. If you just get shot straight away, the site's completely open. And whenever teams on the attack have options like Offset and Monty, which make even the planting a lot easier from those players trying to scramble back to site and stop the plant going down, it can be tricky. So realistically for Nello, the main thing for him to do is just stay alive. As long as he's in the site and G2 know he's in the site, he's a threat, and they cannot go for a plant as quickly as what they would do if they kill him.
I think as you say, you know, Eminem has in Nello have had one of the most consistent site players that we've often seen, you know, in the game. There are, of course, others that would join Nello up there, but like you say, his persistence and commitment to that role over the years has been fantastic, really. And there's not many players that know each individual site and its angles and its pressure points probably better than Nello does from a defensive perspective. So once again, proving great understanding of that position. Solotov, he's just going to be opening up some verticals down on towards the storage window, and we're going to have Tyrant with a little bit of drone hunting, just looking to take down that utility. 3 found so far, still 7 drones for G2, so not the end of the world, but just need to be cautious that they're not throwing too many of those away, because again, playing in with that lack of information is not going to make life easy for them.
It was a big old bloodshed for East. Last time G2 are looking to gain control of that, and Eminem are setting up pretty much the same way. Tyrant, that should be a freebie for you. Hello? I'm pretty sure he could have seen the back there of the ace, but instead drops down. Solotov again. I don't know what it is about Solotov. He seems to get himself in a bit of bother in the early game, takes a lot of HP, and then somehow ends up staying alive for like another 2 minutes.
Yeah, being a 1v1 at the end of this. Like you say, it's always Solotov at the end, and he always seems to be surviving on 10 HP through the entire thing. Usus is almost going to get a freebie onto Alamau, just a little bit unusual there. Takes out the Kiba barricade only to turn his back on it and run away. You know, you've got to assume that there could be a threat, there could be a player lurking in behind there, but Alamau going to take some damage for his negligence there. That's going to put him down to about 40-45 HP, and needs to be careful now going into any further fights.
So weird setup from G2. They don't have a whole lot of map control. They have customs. They don't look as if they want to aggress. It looks as if Tyrant was trying to retake customs from Banjo, but he's having none of that today, and Nafe is there. Oh, it could be an easy swing here for Nafe, because Banjo's looking the wrong way, and it will be. Looks to the wrong side of the door frame. There's Solotov still on that low HP. Is able to pick up a kill. Virtue gone. And it hasn't worked out for G2. I don't really know what the thought process was. It was almost like, wait for Eminem to push us and then we'll clear up the kills. And yes, that did happen to an extent, but somehow you still ended up in the deficit.
Doki just lurking through into ventilation. Does get hit by that fear gadget to begin with. Is he going to be able to get this down? He's got Alamo on the cover. Nafe is moving through, but not urgently enough. Alamo manages to find one. What a shot from Doki. Does get taken down in the trade from above, but Usus, you can't sit on the vertical anymore. You're going to have to come down and get this job done. Alamo moves himself into storage. I think he knows that the player has dropped underneath, and he's now just got to play the waiting game.
Looking for the jump in. There's a knee there, or some sort of use as the flash goes in, and Alamo
Smart play.
with the cleanup. Just waits for the right moment. Flashbangs in the pocket. He knows he'll win that, as long as users can't see. I have to question how he's got the plant down. I have to question it massively on Eminem's side. You had upstairs, you had the vertical control. Why is users not stopping that?
There was just no push towards it, was there? It was almost like they didn't hear it, or they weren't aware it was going down.
Did a Fenrir gadget. Did a Fenrir gadget on the double door.
You know that they've come inside. You know that there's somewhere inside of there. So yeah, definitely a bit of a slip from Eminem there.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I mean, it's opened the door for G2. It should be 6-4 to Eminem right now. It should be. I mean, G2 really in that attack, there wasn't really much to say. They didn't take a whole lot of the map. They didn't have the man advantage going into the halfway point, but yet they still somehow win the round. That's not how that should be working, Tim.
And let's not forget, coming into Armory, this is a site that realistically G2 probably should have won last time around. I think it was either Usus or Tyrant and Nello that were left inside of Armory. Yeah. And like you say, it was only really through G2's lack of diligence that Eminem won that round. You know, they picked up a couple of good kills, absolutely. But Doki and I think it was Alamo just went walking in to Armory without proper information, didn't really challenge a common default spot for the players to be in, and lost the round. So you look at this now and think, like you say, should probably be 6-4 Eminem. And if the round goes the same way as it did last time, I've got to say G2 probably don't throw it away this time, and they might well be facing 6-5 down. But Nafe goes away towards stopping that happening and picks up an early entry onto Uno.
This diffuser cold also. Both teams just back and forth. Maybe they are waiting for you to say overtime, Tim. That's why they're here. That's why they're maybe losing these rounds. Maybe
they want the line, Demo. They want the line.
They want to get all the way. That diffuser needs to get picked up ASAP, or else that will cause them big issues. Again for G2, it's pretty run-of-the-mill stuff, looking to get the nades from below, and oh, he misses that. Wasn't held. It was almost held too long, and it didn't actually reach the ceiling in time.
Yeah, I think that's what happened there. Benja maybe just getting a bit too scared of it, but Doki, he's going to give him something to be scared about as he walks on inside, but Nafe stands tall, finds the kill, uses onto Benja in a trade as well. 4 versus 2. Eminem look like they could be heading for that match point opportunity. Alamo holding the long angle. Virtue does find an important kill onto Usus though.
Do they know? Do they know? Nobody from Eminem is making a move. G2 are going to have to play on kills. I'd be surprised if Alamo or Virtue will go for the rotate, trying to get that diffuser. Oh, what a creep in from the Warden. That's stuck in for that rotate into small now, and Alamo, yeah, you're stuck, mate. You're done out here. Nowhere to go. Trapped in there with Eminem, and Virtue has to clean up 3 kills. We see him in the clutch a couple of times today, Tim, and one of them has worked. Don't know about this one. Has to face check all his angles. Tapping away. But does he know about the player in sandwich? I don't think so. And that's an easy cleanup for Nafe. Eminem, as easy as you like, G2 have again tried to be a little bit too bold in their attacking prowess, and they've been punished.
I love those moments where you can hear what a player is thinking from what we see on screen. And Alamo turning towards that archives door was one of those moments where he sees the barricade and he thinks, yep, this is over for me. And he was summarily cut down only seconds later, and that was really the beginning of the end of that opportunity for G2. So Eminem, they are going to get a match point opportunity, and honestly I think they just need to get it locked down now. They need to get this done on border and get themselves onto that 3rd map of Oregon, because G2, you know, they have been scrappy so far today. They've had periods of very, very good play, and I think giving them a second sniff of this by letting them into overtime could be a big mistake for Eminem.
G2, do you still have enough in the tank to get us to that beloved overtime, or will Eminem push us to Oregon. It's been a much better showing. This is the Eminem that we want to see every time, where they're all showing up with the kills. I mean, look at the spread across the board of Eminem. You know, just based off kills alone, you'd be surprised that G2 have been able to even get 5 rounds. You've got 3 players from Eminem all dropping double digits. I mean, Tyrant's on the cusp of that as well. Nell's not too far behind. And just the one player, 10 kills for Alamau, is the highest kill leader for G2. Like, something doesn't add up here. The math's all wrong. Shouldn't be this close.
No, it really shouldn't. The scoreline, certainly, it's one of those games where the scoreline does not tell the whole story here on Border. Solotov once again on the Oryx. We've seen it countless times. Will he take his customary 90 damage at the beginning of the round, or will he be able to keep his hit points a little higher further into the round this time? Benja just going to be heading in underneath on the sledge. Once again, looking for those vertical nades. We haven't really seen all that much success with them so far. Benja was a little bit unfortunate last time. Did manage to hit the dock, downed him, wasn't able to find the kill, and then they started losing men underneath. Does do some damage to Solotov. Once again, takes his customary damage at the B. He will likes to take his lumps. He's going to take that one at the beginning of the round and move on.
Uh-oh. Observer, fix it. Get it fixed. Come on, easy. Get it going. I think it's easy. It was yesterday. Hey! He's done it. We can see again. Just a minor issue there. Just mute being a bit of an issue. Just for us and observers. Haven't missed the kills though. Virtue has been able to pick up Tyrant and Doki on the Solotov, and this is looking good for G2 to push us into that overtime. And
I mean, that's not ideal.
¿Cómo estás? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué?
Doki is going to take down Benja in an unfortunate team kill, but Alamau's there to give them the man advantage back, picking up the kill onto users. 4 versus 2 now. Nif and Nello have got an absolute ton of work to do. Nello is actually playing underneath with Nif up above. Zoki manages to just drop straight into sight and find that kill. It's all up to Nerf to try and hold on. He's above. He can use a little bit of verticality if he chooses. Manages to find Doki down in workshop. Let's just have a look. He does have 1 impact nade left as well, so could be used to just prevent any diffuser going down. I tell you what, Nerf, he's moving around like he's invisible here. They're just unable to see him coming. That's 2 that he's been able to pick up, and a 1v4 becomes a 1v2 and very doable.
Oh, I don't know what's happening here to G2. I really don't. They don't have any drones in the pockets of Virtue or Uno, so Nafe again will still be this ghost moving around the bomb site. Uno just waiting for Virtue to get in position, but it's very difficult to see really where Nafe is. And oh, there we go with the position given away. They just spot him there inside a workshop, and they will try and flood in towards waiting and try and get their way in towards the window. But Uno, what are you doing? Nafe! Surely not. It can't be. It can't be for the clutch. Virtue will try and get the plant down, and Impact goes out, and Nafe looks the wrong way, and Virtue saves his team and almost choked from G2. Oh, Nafe, heart goes out to him. A great attempt. G2, it shouldn't be that close. It shouldn't be.
It really shouldn't, Demo. As you say, G2 had everything at their disposal there, 4 versus 1, and they took it down to the very wire, but ultimately are able to get the round 1. And Demo, that means we're going to overtime. G2 still an opportunity to close this out in 2 maps. It's 6-6 as we head into an Eminem timeout as well. The problem for Eminem is they go on to the defense, and as we say, generally we would expect attackers to have an advantage on Border. There hasn't been one so far. It's been 3-3 in both halves, but G2, they're going to be looking to lean into those stats in these final 2 or 3 rounds.
Do we need to bring up the team kill? Because that was, you know, doesn't help for G2. It really doesn't. Like, moments like that. They start off strong.
It absolutely doesn't. And those 1v4s are going to come back to eat at you. You know, it's you've got a 4v. For me, my problem there is it's 4v1. They've got to prioritise getting that diffuser down more. You know, think about that situation. You've got so much cover available, but it's a 2v1 before they get into a position to even think about playing that diffuser. And that's when Uno gets picked up trying to go through the window. Nafe had a beautiful angle through onto that, read the game well, knew exactly what they were going to try and do. So for me, yeah, I think G2, you've got to hit that break point and say, right, we're 4v1, take a second, how do we get this diffuser down? Rather than, you know, Doki's just stood in workshop doing nothing. He's just stood there and he gets picked up from the hatch, and Nif was just afforded too much space.
And they will continue with the attacks. Eminem opting for that workshop and vents, which is a little bit surprising because last time they were here it was lost to them. Alamau with that 1v1 clutch was able to see it out for them. So right now for Eminem, it is a risky one. I mean, the lineup is pretty heavy on the old denial with the drones, the Mozzie, and the Solus comes in. That's an operator that we haven't really mentioned, which is very strong on border, where plant sometimes can be a main focus for teams, and whenever the plant spots are pretty subjectable just to being wall bind through or shot through the floors. It's a good pickup to have, the old Solus.
Certainly is. Doki sends in those Roteros, just looking to clear out utility into sight. Exactly the spot that they were able to plant in last time, that Eminem gave them that freedom to get into. So that's a mistake that Eminem certainly cannot repeat this time around. Benja opening up that wall into customs. So again, just starting that process of clearing out that bottom floor. But there is top floor that needs to be dealt with as well. Attention needs to be paid. It's something G2 didn't really do last time. As we said, Useless was in a position to deny from above, but Benja is going to pick up Tyrant, and that's a good start for G2.
Calls come in. See if they can assist the players trying to get into the build a little bit more. But right now, again, for G2, it's not more the case of trying to clear out the roamers, it's probing the site to look for a plant. I think that's their choice. And whenever you've seen that you've picked off a Solus, it makes a lot of sense. You don't have to worry about being found out. What a nade there from Benja. Good read on the Solotov. He goes down, and G2 are controlling the tempo of this round. Let's just hope, Tim, that it doesn't end up the same way as it did last time, where it came right down to the wire.
This is it. G2 need to do a better job here now. Let's have that pause moment. Say, right, we're 5 versus 3. What have we got? What do we not have? You know, what control have we got? How can we get this diffuser down? It's 4 versus 2. We can start pressuring them now. Alamau manages to avoid a nitro from below as well. So G2 are sitting pretty. They've lost Doki along the way, but that's not the end of the world. They just need to use this control that they've gained.
Nath looking for the retake up to metal stairs, and will find Uno. You hope Benja's here for the refrag. He was in customs and he will be. Benja free in the round. Nello, the last player alive, and Nade, surely not a nade kill from below, misses the mark. Nello inside a small box will drop in straight to the clutches of Benja. A quad for him. G2 have regained control of this match. They lead now, Tim, 7 rounds to 6.
G2 were much better in that man advantage situation then. They just locked it down. They pressured them. They, you know, kept the foot on the gas. They knew where Nello was. That's what the vertical nade from below tells you. We've got a rough idea that he's here. Benja's ready for the drop. They just needed somebody, to be honest, like Benja, to step up and just have one of those rounds where it's like, right, I'm not losing this, and I'm going to get 4 kills and just win it. And so that's what they do there. Get the job done. G2 take themselves now into match and series point opportunity. This is the chance for G2, not only to get themselves into the grand final here of the last chance qualifiers, so that position in Atlanta, but also to all but qualify themselves for SI. This is a big moment for G2.
Massive moment, and we've seen from the stats as well, even if G2 lose tomorrow, which will not be in their sights, they're going to want to win it and get to that major. Still a 99%, so I think
this
the win...
afternoon demo, not tomorrow.
Oh,
this
sorry.
Afternoon.
Of course, we're doing the final later on. That's correct. So used to doing just the 2 games, because that's kind of been the rhythm that we've had. But yeah, just having, you know, that 99% chance, even if you don't make it, is still more than what Eminem would get. I think 50% if they go through and lose the final. So there's a big difference for G2 winning this to get the SI, more so for Eminem. Even if Eminem lose today, it's still a 25% chance. There's still a chance. Not a big one, albeit, but still something that I suppose Eminem could hope for, and then they can figure out who they want to root for during the major at that point.
Doki, once again, same position that we've seen from him so many times this game, on border, on the Azami, in CCTV, just using those Kiba barricades to try and prevent that pressure coming in from the opposite side of the map. Nif sends in the Samcam for the time being. I think they're aware that it's come in there, G2, but maybe not 100% sure exactly where it is.
Alamau can get aggro in towards main door, and as the Solus, he can pick off these drones as they just trickle into the map. Will revert back into a more defensive location beneath the safety of his teammates, who could have some vertical angles open to him, could have a hatch, could try and support him if he gets aggressed onto. And you can see the idea from G2 again is just keep them out of customs. Make sure the nades don't have an impact. Tyrant has been in customs pretty much the entire attack trans. He's always been down here religiously. He's just worried now because he sees that Fenrir gadgets up for a reason, so he should be aware that, hey, they might be after me here, but as we can see Tim through the walls, no one's near him, so he can freely get these nades off.
No, but it is burning time. That's the key. It's just preventing him from really committing underneath. And Alamo might actually be playing this smart, you know, give them that false sense of security. Look, you know, Uno's going to have reported back in. They've come in through that door. The gadget was activated. But Alamo's got an opportunity to say, well, actually, let's let them play in. Let's let them think that they've got that position where they can get the nades. And then he moves in and gets himself a freebie if they don't pick him up on the drones. Tyrant does start that work from below. Nello manages to pick up Uno. 5 versus 4 advantage Eminem, but there you go. That was the moment I was waiting for from Alamo.
Much better from G2.
Just a little bit late. A little bit late.
Great stuff though still, I think, even to get the trades off. You're still in an even advantage and on border where you need to be hitting multiple different avenues of approach. It's going to be difficult for Eminem to break this down with a minute to go. Solotov, he's going to try and take control of Armory. There is a player half wall, but we know that half wall player is as safe as anything with the nades gone. Benja can just sit behind, peek up when he needs to. Has that 1.5x, can even use the glasses so any flashes that come in can easily be negated. Out goes the C4, that will give his position away. Solotov will know that one player towards half wall, but Benja tries to fight through it, and Solotov will punish him. Diffuser in the hands of Nella, he will try and go for the plant. Alamo now, he needs to come alive, he needs to feed this information over the Virtue, who has a C4, that's going to be planted in concrete. No help to Alamo from below, he's trying to scramble to get back in, but look at the cover from Solotov, and once again Virtue now in the clutch. Diffuser planted at 1 versus 2. Oh my word, surely not. Gets the kill on the Solotov, maybe looking for the rotate and get the revive onto Alamo to try and assist him. That's what they're going to go for. Now it's an issue for Nello. 2 players to deal with. They didn't finish off Alamo, it was only the down. They couldn't get him through the window. Nello rotates deeper in the side, but what a shot from Alamo to keep them in it. Alamo gets the glory, but it was all Virtue. He's the man who made that happen.
What a finish we've just seen here on border from G2 as they progress into the last chance qualifier grand final. They will play the winner of Into the Breach versus Wild, and G2 have just sent a message ahead of themselves. They're winning in quick fashion 2-0 overall. It was a 7-1 on Kafe. Then they needed a bit of overtime on the Eminem map pick of border, but boy, did G2 look sharp at points today. They are a dangerous side.
It's difficult to not look at G2 now as big favourites. Obviously, I know we have Wild and ITB to come, but still G2, whenever push comes to shove, they come alive when it's do or die time, and this is a perfect example of it. Eminem, a lot better on map 2, albeit, but just map 1 really let them down today, Tim.
It did, yeah, I think it just gave them too much to do. They'd probably been a bit too battered by that point. You know, coming into an overtime game after everything else that's happened is never going to be an easy finish there for Eminem. You know, they played their part, but G2 were just, I think, unquestionably the better team today.
Well, it's a 2-0. We didn't want it to be a 2-0. We wanted to go all 3 maps, but this is how it is. It's not played on paper, it's played in the game, and G2 will take the victory. We're going to go to a break, and the desk will be back to set us up for, of course, our next big match. It's not over yet.
It should be easy. Have you put yourself in there?
No, of course, bloody not.
Oh, guys, you're actually on point.
Yeah, I think Dougie has most first engagements.
Yeah, might not win them all, but...
I just found pick on defense, so I was just rushing it with no chance of attack. Classic Savage.
Yeah, of course he goes himself.
That's right.
In defense, I think 80% of the round done making an open frag.
That's a good one.
I think we can all be unanimous.
Yeah, that's a unanimous one. It's his birthday, don't bully him.
He just has a broken sleeping shadow.
Kind of surprising because me and Mirko are Brazilian. Like Brazilian is used to get late for stuff. So
I was tired. Okay.
I've got the answer for this one.
This is a hard one, I think.
I think they will be the same player.
I have a good one here. I've lost the Discord.
There you go. That's your answer.
So, Noah has like just his phone falls out of his pocket in viewer. You know, we try and call his phone and the guy's not answering, and then this Uber driver like picks up, but he doesn't really speak English.
And I didn't understand like if he wanted to even give me the phone back or if he was just gonna keep it like the entire day. Yeah, different answers. Yeah, it's probably me actually. Should have voted myself.
Why?
He lost his headphones on LAN as well.
And I think Carl is probably the most likely to lose something.
Yeah, lose his mental. Oh wow.
I think we can do this in a few seconds, guys.
I think they're right. I can't argue with that. So he's just very eager to not learn the calls or just like change to what he knows.
No, why me, guys?
Yeah.
Why me? I mean, I think he's trying his best. I don't know. I know my answer.
That has to be me.
It's a hard question.
Yeah.
Oh, these guys don't like to keep me alive, so they let me die in.
No, that's true. Whoever I choose to bait, that's who the bait is.
Oh, what the?
Because I feel like when we rush, you go full ham.
I think it's Noah. He's like, yeah, double up with me, but you go first.
That's so true. No, that's actually so true.
G2 are in our grand finals, taking border from Eminem, thus completing the series 2-0 and booking their spot and a chance to defend their hammer in Brazil. We've got an interview right now with Una from G2. Una, you must be feeling absolutely incredible right now.
Yes.
It looks it as well. Did you expect that to be a 2-map series? You know, I think a lot of us expected more from Eminem and they'd put up a little bit more of a fight. Did it feel almost too easy?
Kafe was easy, but border wasn't. We expected it to be a 2-0, yeah, when we saw the map bans. We knew we were going to win Kafe. We had a really great game plan for it. But on border, obviously, we didn't know how they're going to play, so we didn't have like any counters or anything like that. So we just played our game and trusted our own strats and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, on border, Eminem just kept making, I guess, silly mistakes, and you guys just took advantage. I think the clutch ability that you've shown as a roster has been super impressive here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have probably the best clutch players in the world.
Una, how's the stage been for you? I mean, it's been a tough one, but now you're starting to find your feet a little bit in this roster. Are you feeling good about how you're performing here in LCQ?
Overall, in the LCQ Open qualifiers, I have been happy how I performed. This last map was a bit of a difficult one, but the overall EOL stage, the first stage with the guys, I was still trying to get used to the playstyle because it's so much different that I have in another team and kind of find my foot in how I fit in the role. But I think it's slowly getting better and better. I'm feeling more comfortable and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that's good to hear. And, you know, you've got that spot now, 99% sure that you're going to be at SI now and a chance to defend the hammer, and you'll be there as part of that roster. How's that feel?
Feels amazing. That's basically the one big thing everybody's trying to win, and you know the rest of the guys already won it. I haven't. I have attended 5 times on SI, so maybe next year. Maybe this is the time.
This could be the one, Una. I know you know Leo, right? You know Alfhammer.
Oh, just a little bit. Yeah.
Of course.
There's something that he said that when you guys were playing, he used to say quite a lot. What was it?
Yeah, veto perkele. That's what he used to say a lot. I can remember this a lot, actually, from Uno just messing around.
I don't think we're allowed to translate.
Hello, Alpha Man.
Uno,
You've
congratulations.
been incredible on the desk.
He has, hasn't
thank
he?
you,
Job,
man.
Alpha Man.
I'm trying to live up to you, you know? You've always been the handsome guy.
Uno, thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations on making it into the grand final, and best of luck later on.
Thank you.
Cheers, thanks. Tough nut to crack. I need to work a bit harder with him, I think. I need that sort of relationship that you guys have got. But let's just reflect a little bit, because that was a vital series for both teams. Unfortunately for Eminem, they didn't get the job done. And a lot of that was down to just silly mistakes, and G2's just clutch, left, right, and centre.
Remember we were saying that they would need to be slow and methodical, also have adaptation to win. They weren't slow and methodical, at least maybe in the early round, but all the late round, the amount of mistakes that they did, like, it's crazy to throw that many rounds in a row.
That many.
That many.
How many?
G2 won 8, and I have 7. I won't necessarily say clutches, but absolute tilter rounds. Do you want to hear them?
Go on.
I've had to make a list. We did ask production.
How long
if
have
we
you
could have
got?
clips of every single one. They said we don't have time for that. Virtue gets a 1v3, very first round. The second round that G2 won was Uno and Benja customs post plant on a 2v3. G2's third round won was because Eminem forgot the diffuser and walked into site without it. Fourth round that they won was Uno 1v1 on the Monty, where they had no idea that he was planting. Fifth round was Alamo and Doki getting the 2v3 with the plant into ventilation. The sixth round that G2 won was Virtue 1v1 after, actually, to be fair to Nave, had a cracking 1v4 attempt, but Virtue won the 1v1. Seventh round that G2 won was the only one that they really controlled in the whole game, in all honesty, and it was a very clinical round. And then the very eighth and final round was a 2v3 from Virtue and Alamo that ended up being a 1v2 at a point in time, and you can't be letting that much go, because realistically, we could have been sat here talking about Eminem having won 7-1, 7-2.
Yeah.
That's how good their performance was, apart from those mistakes at the end.
And I think that's what's frustrating, isn't it? I think for Eminem, they can still exit this knowing that they did show some dramatic improvement as they've gone along. They've got some bits and pieces, you know, in the server and out of it that they need to sort out. But Eminem's future is not all dismal, is it?
No, I mean, it's not. Look, they're,
Okay.
they're a top team in the world. They went to the last however many lands in a row. They will be missing Atlanta. They possibly, potentially, probably miss SI as well.
Yep.
But they are still a very top team. So hopefully they stay together, they work through whatever issues they've got, and we see them again this time next year. Well, not this time next year.
Again, throughout the years, you know, they've progressed, stably. I think Copenhagen was really good, and we were hoping to see them in semi-final. Then they won 2 titles. It's already great, you know.
Yeah.
Even though it's Central Combined, even though it's Japan Invitational, it's still great to win titles. And I think they will be, you know, harsh on themselves not qualifying for this major, because you were expecting that to be the next step, to break that ceiling and to finally be that team, at least in the top 4 contenders in terms of international ranking. It's tough, but at the same time, yeah, like you said, they should have won this map. You know, they were going to teeth with G2. They should expect to be as good as the world champions, and this is a good sign for 2024. I just hope that, you know, they found whatever wasn't working in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as a neutral, you know, any Siege fan watching this, in theory, right, you want to see the world champions defend their title in Brazil. And I think that it's across the board, isn't it? Any competitive play, sport, esports.
Yeah, no, you
want
want
to see it defended, don't you?
It's been one of them things. The one thing that's been sat bugging me this whole LCQ weekend is not who goes to the major. It's not who wins this bracket. It's the fact that we could have got to Sao Paulo and G2 not be there to defend their title. So the fact of the matter is, it's 99% chance, because they're playing the final, 100% if they win it, they're there. You know, it will take an absolute miracle for them not to be. So I think that's, you know, the best outcome, is that you will have the world champions defending that world championship.
Absolutely. Well, who will the world champions be facing off against in our grand final here in LCQ to book that spot in the major for sure? Is it going to be ITB or Wild? That series is next.
Beats it up, a 7-1 for G2. Annihilation. minute. Alamo gets the glory, but it was...
I would say my favorite competitive moments in R6 have all been related to or around LAN events. The first LAN that I went to as a player is probably my favorite. I think it was the 2019 Winter UK Prime LAN. For me, I was brand new to competitive, and being able to make a LAN in our first season was a great experience for me. Whether it's been me going to LAN events as a spectator or as a player, they've definitely always been the highlight of the season or year for me.
Well, it would have to be winning the Berlin Major a year ago, because that was after like a long period of not winning like tournament and stuff. So I was kind of teetering on it, thinking like, oh, am I still good enough and all that kind of stuff. And then we won that match against FaZe also, because it was just such a nail biter, I guess. Then obviously the fans, it was just crazy. Like I think we all said after that it felt like the crowd was like a sixth player to us. That's definitely my favorite moment.
My favorite memory is definitely the last invitational we played. I think the turning point was the match against FaZe. We were losing pretty hard, and if we lost that, we'll basically be out of the tournament. But we had a good timeout from our coach, Fabian, telling us we're playing like really bad, and it not only made me mad at myself, but it made me mad at him, because like how like he's saying this stuff, like everything just fired me up, and I just wanted to go out there and destroy the enemy team after that.
My best memory in Siege has to be the victory we got in the Young Coping Major. The feeling to finally win something, like something big, right, was amazing. Especially like doing it with the teammate I was playing with for 3 years. Like it means a lot for us and for me, obviously. And I'm really happy to have done something that not a lot of people did in this game.
For me, my favorite moment is qualifying for Copenhagen Major when we was playing Wild at the UL playoffs, and it was game for a slot on Copenhagen. But I remember that we were getting on the Chalet, and basically Chalet is not our greatest map, but we tried so hard, and the game was absolutely emotional. Everybody was so emotional, everybody was so screaming. That should be my favorite moment from the recent ones.
So I think one of my favorite moments in Siege actually was when I was still in tier 3, basically an on, and I randomly got a message one day from Fabian, one of the greatest players of all time, a legend, and he asked me if I would be interested in a project that he would make, and I ended up joining that project. I mean, I own him a lot. He basically taught me how to play Siege correctly, so that's the reason I'm here. So just thank you for giving me a chance.
A spot in an LCQ Grand Final against G2 awaits, and we've got one more semi-final ahead of us to find out who's taking it. And don't forget, after that, as part of this extended broadcast, we will be bringing you the Grand Final as well. Whoever's booking in that spot at the Atlanta Major, we will know for sure before the end of the day. ITB versus Wild is up next, and to talk you through it all, I'm joined on the desk once again. My name's Ian. Thanks for having me. I'm loving my time here on the desk. Got Fresh and Alfame here. Guys, you having a good time so far? I am.
Yeah, definitely. Great semi-final. Yeah. Great clutches, especially.
It's been entertaining, that's for sure. I wouldn't say it's been the clinical of Siege.
Yeah.
Don't think it's been the top quality, but it has been entertaining.
Let's see what our next semi brings us. Let's start off with ITB, team Into the Breach. They've been the underdogs for a lot of the time here in Stage 2, have impressed many Siege heads around the world. And Fresh, they've definitely got an identity. They play a brand of Siege, don't they?
Yeah, they do, and it's been great to see, because we saw them in Stage 1, we saw them in Phase 1, sorry, where they really didn't look good. Their players didn't make sense in terms of the team. They made the roster changes. They've now got what I would call a complete package, a complete team with an identity that's united under Kendrew's vision. That man in the middle might not have the best stats if you look at those EPS numbers there, but he's united this team in a vision and he's getting them, this far.
His experience as well. He's been around a long time.
Exactly. In stage 1, ITB, then known as TT9, had no sniff of LCQ.
Yeah.
Now they're competing, for a grand final to go to the major. That's significant improvement for this team.
Yeah, they're in sniffing distance of that major.
Sniffing.
And Leo, energy. It's a word that comes to mind, isn't it? When you think of this team, energy is what propels them forward.
Yeah, just looking at the player games, I think when you look at the roster itself and you look at the individuals, it might not be the shiniest players you have in Europe, right? But still, I think they play so well together, and it's a team-based game. Just playing well together might be enough.
Yeah.
And I think the energy was that extra layer that pushed them to play so good yesterday. It was impressive to see, Kangaroo Kenny on the cams. He was always behind the players.
Let's
being
do an
like,
impression.
Okay. Calm down, guys. Calm down.
Hey, you're missing the knees. He was
with a bit of squatting, you know what I mean? But I understand what he meant. Like, everybody was getting hyped up. They were all playing together. You could feel like it was a real team with real strong bonds, both in-game and out of game.
Yeah.
They've actually renamed themselves. They're not ITB anymore. They're ITBB.
Okay.
Into the bootcamp buff.
That's it. The bootcamp buff. You said it yesterday, and they're feeling it, right?
Yeah, they're feeling it. That's what we're saying. Kenny's literally stood behind them, bringing them that energy in the room, and it's clearly getting them up and getting them excited and getting them going.
Looking to stomp out that energy, we of course have Wild. Let's take a look at this roster. Inconsistency is their brand on the flip side, Fresh. Ted said in our winners interview yesterday that they're working on it.
Yeah, he did. He absolutely did. I think, I've labelled them consistently inconsistent. This team is either going to decimate you, or you're going to be in for the closest game ever, or you're going to decimate them. There's no just as expected games with Wild.
Yeah.
They're looking to work on it, clearly. I think when you've got such an exotic brand of Siege, you're always going to find these inconsistencies where you try something and you think, this really shouldn't work, and then it does. And then half the time you get shut down. I think that's why we see them involved in so many 7-0s or 0-7s. They should have even had a 7-0 yesterday against Koi. Unfortunately, they lost one round.
And yet, you look at their synergies from yesterday, it seemed on point. The early round was really well played. I think that's one thing I was trying to show in the pre-show is how well they frame their entries to perform well, and they make sure to mitigate the risk by always having a trade potential or a drone in front of the entry. They're always consistently doing that, and it's good. You need to keep that from happening. The only problem is every single time they were getting man advantage, at some point they would leave a hole somewhere, or they would be missing a flank drone. This is the extra layer of discipline I need from them to win the semi-final.
All right, we can now look at the maps for our second semi here and figure out where we are going here when we look at the maps at picks and bans, and we love to start at bank, don't we?
Yeah, we absolutely love it. I think the map picks here are really interesting to me for two reasons. Is one, ITB have picked bank. Now, it's a map that ITB can played well. We've seen them play it. However, it's a map that ITB played against Wild in the stage. Now, that had a little bit of controversy because the map actually ended up having to be replayed after a protest, so there's a little bit of extra spice in that one. ITB winning it out after the replay as well. So ITB clearly happy to go to bank. It is Wild's very low preference map, but they've clearly seen that ITB play Consulate and Nighthaven and go, do you know what, we don't want them, so we're going to play the bank. We're going to leave it open. Wild are ready for that. Conversely, ITB have also left border open, which I was not expecting.
Yeah, me neither.
Wild have picked straight into it, but I'm going to guess that ITB saw something yesterday.
Yeah, it's based on the vote from yesterday. It has to be, right? Yeah. I'm not surprised about the ITB picking bank. I'm feeling like they're really confident, though, because it's very tough. I've been in these shows before. You beat a team on a certain map, and then you pick that map again against them. It's very tricky, because that team that you beat on that map before, you know for sure they will have watched the VOD and would have fixed up the mistakes. In fact, many professional teams, when they lose the map itself, straight after the usual regular season play day, they rewatch that VOD and make sure that these mistakes never happen again. Now they have a concrete opportunity to rematch that. And then obviously Border, Wild feels at home. It's literally like their home. Border is their home.
Yeah.
And yesterday was a good showing of what they did great and what they did wrong in the flank watch. They probably fixed those mistakes for today. So I feel like Wild will be even stronger. And then Sky as decider is a bit surprising to me. I feel like it's an advantage to Wild.
Yeah, I think it is. I think the reality of Skyscraper is ITB played it in group stage. Didn't look good. They've clearly gone away and worked on that. I think Skyscraper for both of these teams is one that you were trying to goad your opponent into banning, and in the end, nobody's banned it, and they've ended up there as a decider map, which I think on paper it's probably Wild's advantage. But like I say, ITB will have gone away and reworked that after they lost it in group stage.
Predictions. I want them.
No.
You know I love a prediction. Who's booking that spot in the grand final? Come on, Freshie boy.
ITB. Look, we
Again?
No. Do you know what? Because we did the predictions right at the start of LCQ.
There's no rationale. It has to go with Sheffield.
The boot camp Sheffield. We love it.
Sheffield. No, but when we did the predictions right at the start of the LCQ, you had Wild going all the way.
Yeah.
I had ITB going all the way. It would be very rude for me to swap now.
Yeah. Okay, I understand why. I think, rationally speaking, I think Wild still is the better team here.
Agreed.
They've been together for longer. I think.
Belief.
Yeah, and they played better also yesterday, right? I think they played overall more consistent than what ITB showed versus Secret.
Yeah.
I think that they have all the aggression that Secret was pulling against ITB, and that worked. But they also have the great players and the great longevity of a team that stayed together for a full season to overcome ITB.
I think it'd be huge for ITB in particular. I mean, for both teams to make it into that grand final. But there is that deadly dragon waiting for you in there, in G2, and that's got to be playing on your mind a little bit fresh.
Hot take.
Yeah.
Whoever wins this game is going to the major.
Come on.
Really?
No, I'm not buying that.
No, I genuinely think it. And this is no diss on G2. Now, G2 should beat whoever they face in the final.
But now they've made SI, you think they're going to
But now I think they put so much focus into the semi-final. That was their final.
Yeah.
That they might just play fast and loose and allow an opportunity.
These semis are exhausting, but
Honestly.
for everybody.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I didn't think of it.
Hot take has now become a little bit colder.
No, okay, I can understand now. I mean, you could think, they have the main achievement. Okay, maybe, there is 1%, but they're almost qualified to SI now. Job is done. One could think they could, not care anymore that much, or at least be a little bit out of the competition. I think if I'm in ITB or Wild Shoes, though, I'm not focusing on G2 at all right now. There is one game to win right now, and it's this one.
What do you love the most about Wild in particular? I know that, because you're obviously a big fan, and I know that you like the fact that they're aggressive and fast-paced, but they're also so smart with it, aren't they?
Yeah, there is one thing I love. One player, actually, Packbull.
Yeah.
I really like the way he plays hard bridge and the way he plays that support role. I think it's exactly the kind of... I think it's a similar playstyle as the way I love to play. Finding these exotic ways of winning rounds by having, thinking out of the box, abusing the right operators at the right time. Maybe something that could be off meta, but still works. I love that from Packbull. And then he does something that I didn't do. He puts up numbers at the same time.
Yeah, I think... Sorry, I was just laughing. I was maybe even going to make that joke now. I think when, as an analyst, especially from my point of view, as an analyst, when you're watching Wild, and you're thinking of all the conventional ways that teams play Siege, and you think about like a very conventional take, or you think about like something like Split Theory, or something direct, something rushy, and then Wild just kind of break all of that apart, and they just find a weird snaky route into sight with some weird operators that you don't think of. And you're like, hey, they're planting, and I have no idea how. And that's why they're so fun to watch.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen every single round, because it can't happen every single round. But when it does happen, it's just a joy to watch their games.
Actually, I have a question for you. Do you think that's a ceiling for them? Because I was thinking the same thing, is at some point, you love to play in a certain way the game, but you have to fit in the meta to win titles.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's kind of, this is the conversation that goes back to, like, say, APAC teams, right? Where APAC teams do a lot of crazy stuff, but then when they go internationally, it hits the ceiling. The answer is probably we need to see Wild at an international event to judge that. Yeah. However, what I will say is, you did the Telestrate, and we saw that they've got the fundamentals that kind of underpin that. And I think as long as you're doing a bad plan together, it's always got a chance of working out, right? And Wild seem to do that. So I think maybe, but until we see them at an international event, I don't know.
All right, it's time to find out who's going to take the first step forward in our second semi-final here on Grand Final Sunday. UK Siege fans, stand up. You are going to love this. This is a throwback to the good old days. You know who's taking this one? Ace and XR Troika, legends. Let's have it.
Kind words from an even kinder man. Thank you very much, Ian. We have got a big game ahead of us. We go to Bank, a map that you've often said, X, is a big game map, and that's where things are going to kick off between ITB and Wild. I'm excited for this one.
A big game map for a big game, Tim. I do love a little bit of Bank. We've been pretty blessed over the course of the weekend. We've seen Bank a couple of times already. It just has all of those characteristics, in my opinion, of a very classic Siege map that, regardless of what operators are in the meta, there are always really good ways for both attackers and defenders to take advantage here, and it's just so fitting to be throwing it down when it matters the most here. These two teams fighting for a spot to go up against G2, who have already proved themselves this morning against Eminem. Now, we saw these two teams playing yesterday, and I'm not sure how much of it you got to watch, Tim, but both of these series were exciting in their own individual ways.
100%, and we're hoping for some more excitement today. There's lots of interesting parallels to be drawn here. Of course, ITB winning the best of 1, Wild winning the best of 3. We sit in a best of 3 again. We've got ITB together in person, as you can see on their player cams. You've got Wild online and at home. You've just got all these little factors that are playing in together that are always fascinating to see just exactly how they work out. We're going to have Monte and Ying taken out in our bans as the 2 attackers to go by the wayside. Azami will join as the first defender, and I like the spot that we've got into with bans at the minute. There's plenty of choice now. Is it going to be Mirror? Is it going to be Kaid? Is it going to be Valkyrie? You don't necessarily know where it's going. Solace.
Oh,
there we go.
There you go.
I got in there in the nick of time.
All you've got to do, Tim, if you say them all, then you're going to be right.
Got to be right, Anna.
You know what I mean? You just got to keep listing them off. Fortunately,
I'll go through all 60 if I need to.
Just go for it. Me and Dem were having a good chat the other day, talking about when is the next ban slot coming? When are we getting 3 bans each or 4 bans each? Because the amount of operators that have come out since the bans was introduced is starting to get up there.
You get. I mean, I think I don't think it's always healthy to have a situation whereby it's just 2 guaranteed. You've just got guaranteed bans on each side because you can ban everybody who's a problem. I think it's good to have that choice for teams of do we want to deal with a Mirror? Do we want to deal with a Valkyrie? What do we want to deal with? What are we going to get rid of here? I think that's an important part of the banning process. You don't want it to just become automatic. But as you say, I think we certainly, the more operators that come in that get useful, the closer we edge towards being able to say, well, actually, we're leaving 3 or 4 on the board that are problems here. So like you say, whether that'll be a thing one day or not, we don't know, but I'm sure we will see as time goes on. So we're going to kick things off. It's round 1. It's down in the basement. ITB will start us off on the defense. To begin with, we've got a presence up on top floor. We've got the Mozzie up there, so that's just going to be trying to deny some of that opportunity to get drones in, make that be more of a face check clearance, make players get in there and actually be sure of what's going on, check those corners, and have to make those challengers blind potentially.
Wild going to be starting off on this roam clear. We've got Teb out on the rappel currently. Now Wild have played in a number of different ways over the course of not only the qualifiers but the regular stage as well. It seems as though they're going to be taking their time with this one, which is always a good way of going about it. Into the breach have set up a couple of mini games and a few problems that need to be solved here. And it's going to be down to Wild to flush those out. Ace is going to hit them with the Dokkaebi call and just jump on the camera, see if he can get any of those audio cues. And of course, Valkyrie cameras to be dealing with here as well. Azza can drop himself off that top floor. It's not a bad time to be dropping off. You've wasted around a minute, but there hasn't been too much utility that has gone out from these attackers. Speaking of, Kanto, he's going to spend a C4 quite early on there, just on a bit of a whim and a prayer on some vert, but it isn't successful.
Kendra just waiting for his moment. He decides that it is now and takes out the mirror window before moving round to square, potentially to complete his rotation back to site. I don't know exactly how far he's going to go. Needs to be careful, of course, with Wild above. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome below. Kanto is in tellers as well. Knows that it's been opened up above him. Just trying to use those vertical angles in reverse to see if he can find Teb. But no, it's going to be the man with the sledgehammer that gets the job done. And so often in Siege, it is the man with the man at the height advantage that will come out on top. Teb shutting down Kanto for the opener.
Big opening pick there. Kanto has spent his C4 already though, so maybe not going to be too worried about losing that. But Kendrew, you could see he was sort of debating whether he should be dropping the hatch, but just tried to hold on for a little bit too long there. Now that starts to become a little bit more of a problem, especially when you look at Az's position. He's going to be hiding out inside of elevator, therefore leaving things pretty light on the site. There's no smoke in play here. There are 2 C4s, however. So you better be hoping that Noah and Azza can get into position to use those, but as we've already commented, Azza is going to be stuck upstairs. Noah got a pretty important task here as Azza has managed to make his drop. Jonker keeping an eye on that garage. With only 3 defenders and 5 attackers, it starts to become very difficult here. C4 is going to get sent out, but it misses. Pipeball, he's still allowed to get that plant under the cover of Teb, and Teb is looking to further secure that with picking up a kill onto Jonker. Aces finds one onto Azza. Fantastic execute there from Wild.
There was some serious play in there from Wild. You called the Nitro go out, X, and if you notice, there was an EMP detonated at the same time, and I don't know how purposeful. I can only assume that is the reason that it was detonated, because the wall was gone. There was no utility to really clear. I don't know whether there's you know, an expectation of maybe other utility in there that could have been a problem, but you know, by accident or otherwise, that EMP was perfectly timed because it disabled that nitro cell coming across. It is, you know, an electrical device at the end of the day. It is impacted by those EMPs, and it just stopped it detonating. And that could have been, you know, I'm not saying it would have necessarily been difference making in terms of the round outcome. ITB were, you know, on the serious back foot at that point, but you pick 2 kills up with the nitro and put the diffuser on the ground, and all of a sudden you don't know what's going to happen. So that was a big moment there in round 1.
I think you've got to give credit to Wild, haven't you? It's got to be purposeful at that point. We have seen EMPs used to stop C4s from going off, and especially if there's a smoke in play as well, it will stop the Toxic Babe canister from going off. So you've got to give it to them at that point.
Oh, it's brilliant. Absolutely. I think that, you know, whether it was specifically nitro, like you say, whether it was thinking nitro, smoke, you know, there's a bunch of stuff they could throw
just
as
whatever
it.
They've got.
It was done for that reason, and it was absolutely perfectly timed and spot on, just like that opener from Noah manages to pick up Pack Bull, and that's the thermite gone. Hungry does get the trade. It's always a big risk to go out of those windows at the beginning of the round. You're likely going to lose your life, but Azza, he goes into double down and manages to find Hungry in a trade, and I think he's even going to make it back into the map.
Well, he certainly made his way into Dirt Tunnel, and if he gets into servers like he has, he's home and dry. No one is going to touch him here, and he can just sit, and with Kendrew flicking the cameras, it can give him a little bit of peace of mind here. Into the breach. More like out of the breach. They were flying themselves out of those windows there, really taking the fight to Wild.
Into the fire, it certainly is, as they, like you say, just really put a spark in the powder keg of this matchup. Teb is going to drop over the balcony onto Marble Stairs, just going to be looking to apply some pressure from there up in towards side. Gets himself an absolute freebie there onto Jonker.
Wow.
Look at that, taking shots underneath that mirror window through the soft wall, picks up Aces as well. Sorry, no, it's Aces that picks up Kanto, Kendrew, and Azza though fighting back once again. ITB doing a great job of just keeping that toehold once they get it.
This is fierce. Both teams really throwing everything they can.
Tooth the nail already. This is round 2.
It's mental, isn't it? There was a point there where it wasn't looking too bad for Wild. They got a couple of quick kills, but the pace just knocked out of them again. No C4s left for Into the Breach here. A lot of time to play with. We can see that there are a couple of players for Wild on drones, so they may have a little bit of information. The diffuser isn't going to be a factor here. Teb, he's going to have to try and find these kills. Fortunately for him, he's got a pretty good gun to be going at this with, the AK-12. It's a very powerful weapon, especially in the right hands. Just seeing if he can make his approach a little bit easier here. There are a couple of Razor Blooms to worry about. He's already taken out one of those. Great patience from Wild. And great patience from Into the Breach. They are not looking to aggress onto this at all. Kendrew, he's going to hit the swing. Both players for Into the Breach there, picking that moment. Kenny's just hopping up behind the other side of the Chesterfield.
Spot on from RTB, I think, there. Just absolutely perfectly played. No rush whatsoever from their part. They know the clock's working in their favour. They're just going to wait for Teb to put himself in a position, as he has to, you know, that puts him at a disadvantage, and then pounce. And they got it absolutely perfectly right, did ITB there. They lock it out and go 1-1. And honestly, those first 2 rounds sum up probably exactly what I expected out of this game. You know, 2 teams that have got a little bit of a history through stage 2. they've had victories going both directions. You just sort of know that coming together, they're going to absolutely throw everything at this. You know, they're both teams that have got a point to prove. They've got, you know, a real reason to try and get themselves to that major, to say, you know, we've arrived. You know, both fairly new teams overall in the Siege landscape. And so getting there is just that big statement of, you know, that's our first foundational block securely locked in, and it gives us a point to really build from. And you can see both of them know exactly what's on the line here and how important it is. And oh, exciting stuff. 1-1, and I think we've got a real epic potentially on here.
There's that little bit of it's not quite a drama, but there's just that little bit of storyline between these two teams as well, right? You know, you've got that back and forth. You've obviously got what happened inside of the stage. It feels like there's a bit more at stake here than already something massive, which is a spot in the finals today. So you really know that both teams are going to be throwing everything at it. And I mean, Bank's a map that you can play aggressive on. You can throw yourself out of windows, and sometimes you've got to really commit to it to make it work. And I think that's one of the things that Into the Breach did fantastically there. They didn't just send one player out, they sent two. And that was, you know, it gave them that real nice edge, especially when you've got those players that are remaining on site that can be just so relied upon to pull it off when they get left in that late round situation. Wild definitely got a little bit of thinking to do here ahead of round number 3. They are going to be faced with this roam game once again.
Kanto looks like he's going to drop away at that point. That should be top floor control largely in the hands of Wild then. It's just going to take them a little bit of time to be comfortable with that. Know that that's the case. The drones are still going around. Once they are confident that they can go in, I'm sure they will take that ground. They need to just be cautious of Nitros below as well. They need to be cautious of Jonka moving up square stairs. Manages to find a kill onto Jegs, and that is a big one to kick things off for ITB, where they've dropped away from that top floor and given up that map presence. They've still been able to find that opener and that entry, and now Teb's trying to work from above on the sledge. Nitro goes off. I think the ping just a little bit out of position there, not allowing it to come in quite exactly where it needed to. So Teb's destruction from above will continue. A minute 10 though, and Wild have got a lot of work to do yet.
They do have sledge. Teb can start to rip open some of that floor. There are a couple of breaching charges knocking around as well. But it's all well and good getting the floor open. You need to be flushing those defenders out of their positions where they're feeling safe and comfortable. When you've got the threat of at least one C4 below, it does give you something to think about. This stall out from Wild could prove deadly. They are likely going to set themselves up pretty soon, but you can make all the vert you want, but no one's really going to be able to sit there and use it because you've lost that man early on. You can't commit somebody to just sitting on that vert upstairs. And I mean, Tim, look at the information available here for Into the Breach.
Packball's going to drop down, try to get those Selma charges going, but Kendrew able to deny not one, but both. The bottom one and the third will detonate. That's just going to limit Kendrew's movement a little bit, but not too much. Aces manages to find him, and a double. How many times have we seen this from Aces when Wild have really needed it, but 7 seconds left to go. Packball needs to think about how that diffuser's going to go down. They need to extend the clock here. They can't. The play keeps going as 3 kills come in for ITB, and they close out round 3. There was just nothing Packball could do. We see the kill there at the end. They had to dash in and try to get that diffuser on the ground to keep the sand running through the hourglass on that round, but it just wasn't going to happen for them. ITB 2-1 up, and we'll head back down to the basement.
It all comes down to Azza there for me inside of that round. He played it beautifully. Played inside of Copy. Not an easy position to play. But when you have a man advantage and when you know that you've got that early edge over your opponent, Wild are struggling for covering every single angle there. It depends on what kind of take you want to do, but Copy is usually somewhere that you'd like to get somebody. You'd usually like an attacker on Copy window, even if they're going to rotate there at a later point in the round. There's a big vulnerability there, looking in across toward that cafeteria double door, and that's exactly where Azza picked up the all-important kill from. Packball was trying to get the plant down behind the bomb, and it just wasn't happening. Azza allowed that space, and again, it all comes back to that opening pick because you've only got so many bodies and so many guns to point in so many directions. So Wild there maybe missing out, maybe should have chosen to rotate somebody in through to that Copy window. But alas, Into the Breach, again doing a really good job of holding on. Kendry, 2-2. Azza, 4-1 so far. starting to heat up here.
We're going to have a Lockers defense again from ITB. This time it looks like they're going to try to hold on to blue stairs. We've just seen Noah placing those ADSs at the top of the stairs there just to try and support whoever's going to play in there. It's almost a bit of a throwback, really. It's not quite. It's still, you know, a very valid technique, but it's something that we used to see almost the standard on this sort of defense would be a presence on blue stairs. But it's, you know, over time become a little bit fewer and far between. But I don't know who's going to play there, Kanto or Jonka. Would usually be the options on the Warden or the Smoke. Usually, given that the Smoke has the shotgun, I'd expect that to be the case for those tight angles when you're looking to the top of square. But I'm just not sure they've actually committed to it that much, and that's a little bit of a concern, really, because ITB have put a lot of utility there with those ADSs. Now, there is the man just on there. I think it might be the Jaeger of Noah, which would be unusual as an operator to try and hold that position.
So Noah played this yesterday, and we criticised it. We sort of said, look, you'd like a shotgun there, but there was a combination of things that went on. Now, Wild should have read into this quite well. They have the EMP grenades, so the ADSs aren't going to do anything. Noah pushes up aggressively. He does pick one, but he's immediately traded. Not a bad play in reality from Wild. They knew what they were going into there. Those impact grenades, those EMPs are devastating. They can destroy all of those ADSs, and you just throw one stun in if you're going to miss one. Easily enough done.
Yeah, and they've still got the thermite on side. They can still get that wall opened up. They've got diffuser in hand. They've got time with 1 minute 10 left on the side, on the clock. So pretty good passage of play, as you say, for Wild there. They needed to clear those blue steps out because we know that the player on there is going to play their life. You can open the hatch. You can do whatever else you want. They're not going to run away. But as I would join your question from yesterday, really, as to is the Jaeger really the operator to do that with? Look at the situation he faced. He come around that corner, there was two of them there. That could have been one blast from the SAS shotgun and you might have had both of them. It's just a very different situation, and we've seen it work so many times before that you've got to ask that question. But the push here continues from Wild then, as we've got the IQ just working up above. Seems very concerned, along with Aces, that there's potentially someone up there with them, but at this point in time there is not. I don't believe ITB seem to all be back on site.
There's a bit of information available here. It seems as though Aces has hacked one of the bulletproofs, and I'm not sure if the defenders are aware, because we do have players on those bulletproofs. But Kendrick, he's on the flank. The plant's going down, but it's falling around his ears. Teb, you might get the plant down, but you got to feel like you were allowed to at that point. Fantastic retake there from Into the Breach. Kendrick moving his way up those main stairs, winning an all-important engagement, and then couple of kills coming in on the side. Still tons of info available there for Into the Breach.
Yeah, unfortunate for Wild to lose that fight on the flank, really, because, as I said, they had two players who kept looking across the map and they seemed very sort of cautious and concerned that there was somebody up there with them. And they was sort of specifically going looking for that, and Kendrew's still able to win that fight. So, well played by Kendrew to get that job done. But a good round again from Into the Breach. 3-1 they go now. Solid defence of Bank so far. So much so that we draw the tactical timeout from Wild.
Probably not a bad time, really, is it? Round number 5. You've got a round or two left of your attack, and then you're going to be moving things onto your own defence. You still want to come away with a couple of rounds here. You can't be looking at this thinking, what are we going to be doing? There's obviously a bit of a desync, bit of a lack of communication, or something that's been seen or flagged in some of the previous round that's just caused, right, okay, we just need to take a little bit of a step back here. We're maybe not playing our own siege as much as we're playing into what Into the Breach are setting up for us here. They are going to be attacking upstairs. Previously, we saw this round play out not necessarily unusually for a Bank upstairs, but we did see two defenders flying out of the windows, which we maybe don't see every single time, Tim. So Wild should be aware that they're coming up against something a bit different, because I don't think that's going to happen again.
No, Wild cannot, I'll put it in simple terms, Wild cannot lose a single person to somebody going out of the windows unless it's in like the last 10 seconds of the round or something. It's at this point unacceptable to be losing anybody to that again. You've got to either bring your claymores along, or if you're not going to do that, you've got to be staying away from those windows or, you know, watching them for the jump out. You've got to be at least prepared for it one way or another. So I'm sure that'll be the case for Wild. I'm sure the diligence will be paid. As you said, CEO will be the floor, so we'll see mostly ITB up above. They've got 2 nitros in hand, one of Kendrew. I wouldn't expect to see the mirror underneath. Not going to be the case playing inside of stock at the minute. Azza is the one likely to find himself downstairs. I think that is the case at the minute, just around tellers. Going to try to play in and around and underneath those windows with those nitros. Just make it difficult for them to push in through that side.
Severe lack of nades for Wild. Where are the grenades, fellas? They are so good in Siege in general. Very good when attacking this site. You think you've got plenty of breaching charges, but really for what? You're not going to be looking at too much vert. You're going to be attacking that top floor. Obviously, operators are chosen more for their primary utility, but you've got to think about that secondary utility as well. And with the lack of nades, it's, you know,
you've just got to squeeze every drop. You've got to squeeze every drop. You really do. Stockwall going to be opened up. Teb's going to have that long angle to be able to hold. They're doing good work here so far, are Wild. Opening up, they managed to open up Canto Wall as well, which gives the long angle. You just, you know, any of the defenders need to be careful now moving around Vending Machine or into that corridor at all, to be honest, especially with the stock wall open as well. So reaching the halfway mark, I think it's so far so good for Wild. They've dealt with a lot of issues. Packball, you see, this is what I said, and I like to see that. They could not be losing players on those windows, and the alternative to jumping out of them is to try and get them from ATM. Azza has got himself stuck. He can't get away from this. Aces is going to close him down. Great play from Wild.
Quite rightly so. Wild doing a good job at punishing that roam there. Azza sent onto the cameras, should have a couple of his own to at least watch and call out for. Job isn't done though. Wild are still very timid in this approach. Kanto is lining up the impact trick there. He's got that ready and raring to go if it is going to be required. Teb is going to send out the Selma. Kanto doesn't have the time or space to get that impact out there. Instead, he's just going to lose his life core. Looking, Teb caught in a goo mine for the time being, but everything's coming up Wild here. Kendrew, he moves into Janitor, trying to keep control of that space. Does get caught looking the wrong way, but picks up one, immediately traded by Packbull Noah. You got a long way to go here, especially with the Logic Bomb phone call coming in. The smoke now goes out. That's going to cover the plants. You better believe there's players on that window ready to hold it in a post. He might stop. Oh no, not even going to stop the plant. Just gets caught running around inside of the smoke. Packbull, he gets the plant down and picks up the final kill.
I think Noah was just kind of hoping to run into the planter inside of the smoke there and maybe take a quick melee kill. But I like that from Wild. Good attack. A lot of the work was done by their hard breachers. You know, we saw there at the end of the round, every time we flicked onto another point of view, there was a hole in a reinforced wall. And that just made it so difficult for ITB. Everywhere they moved, every rotation was cut off. There was no space for them to breathe whatsoever. So great round from Wild. Really well done. And that seems to be the pattern for this game so far is, you know, one team has a great round, the other one comes back with one of their own. They always seem to find an answer one way or another, and that's a tantalising prospect for us. So we head into our final defensive round now. It's going to be Cafeteria and Open Area. ITB bringing along the mirror this time and using it on that wall rather than reinforcing the whole thing out of Cafeteria towards Square. They've actually played the mirror quite aggressively. That's going to allow them to challenge around that soft wall, so that's going to be an area to watch out for.
Got to keep a keen eye on the opening pick here as well. Wild did lose it out last time they attacked this site, and it did come to cost them at the end. They're playing a little bit more of a plant-focused game of Siege here, and that's often what we find on Bank. There are so many options to get that plant down and hold it in a post that attackers will use that as a bit of a win condition. Good to see that Jegs is transitioned onto the IQ. There's been a lot of Echo play. There's been a heck of a lot of Valkyrie play from Into the Breach, namely Kanto or Azza. This time it's going to be Kanto. So good to see Jegs bringing that IQ out just to try and deny a little bit of that info.
As you say, just still locked into that gadget, pinging him out for his teammates to let them know you're not going to get it from there, Jags. If you want that cam, you're going to have to go in and get it. And for the time being, they're not too keen on that. Of course, the nitro underneath could signal the entrance, and it could be all over before you get anywhere near a camera. So they just need to be cautious of that. Teb joining Hungry up on the roof. Wild, I think, just need to take stock here and think, and I don't mean the room, I mean in general, of how the round is progressing. You know, just think about exactly how they're going to get into this top floor, because right now Noah is holding position inside of Janitor, and ITB sort of look and feel reasonably comfortable.
Into the Breach have really set themselves up. They're very much like, look, if you want this top floor, you're going to have to take it. And Wild, whilst they don't look confused, they are very spread out at the moment. Azza has got a great chance of a C4 from below as well, through the hatch. Packbull, he's going to be playing on side of blue. This is usually an area occupied by a defender at a later point in the round, but he's getting ready now to open up that main quad wall. We can see the impact going in from above, but there's a chance that Kendrew gets away with it here. Beautiful play there from Kendrew, just keeping it in the pocket, and Teb's been downed. This isn't going too well, Tim.
No, smart play there from Kendrew, really showing his experience and his speed of thought there to get that done. They know that Teb's down, they're sending nitros out to try and get him, but they can't, so there might be an opportunity for Wild to get him, but time is going to be the bigger factor. 50 seconds left to go, and most players over the other side of the map is going to prevent them from doing so. But I picked up on this mirror at the beginning of the round. Let's see how important it can be now. Kendrew, full white flash as Jonker manages to pick up aces. We're leaving as no Teb has been collected, so that is a big play for Wild. 30 seconds left to go, and it's 5 versus 4.
Jonker's just caught out there looking inside of Archives and Tellers, seeing if he can get anyone on the flank. Jegs making that rotation upstairs, trying to use a bit of that vert, but look at the time, there's nothing left. There's only 20 seconds and the hatch is closed. Packbull, he was looking for a drop, but he can't make that happen. He has the diffuser. He is the only player right now that can try and extend this clock for Wild. A desperate drop here into Desk is going to be met by Noah. Packbull will find one first, but a shotgun at close range is a devastating prospect. It all comes down to Packbull now with only 2 seconds left to go, and players from Into the Breach dug in, not giving themselves away. Another successful defense downstairs in open area.
No choice for Packbull there. Sorry, at the end, just to be going in and trying to find those final kills. There was no real option to do anything else. As you say, Into the Breach, fantastic defense there. I like that it was, you know, it was plan B. It was the second option. They'd already shown us one defense on that site. They came out and did something significantly different, really, with the mirror and everything else in place, and just some great plays throughout the round to get it locked down. So 4-2 and a great start for ITB. We would expect it on their map pick, of course. They did get the first choice and took Bank, so the second map will be Wild's pick of Border. We'll see you know, how that progresses as we go, but for the time being, ITB with a good advantage here. But that said, I do like Wild on the attack. Throughout the stage, they've shown a good ability to get the diffuser down and, you know, to really make it difficult for the defenders. But I think we're going to see a couple of solid rounds from on defense now. So ITB, they're going to have to be switched on if they want to be taking more.
I think you look at what's available today, and yes, we have an Azami ban, and yes, we have a Solace ban, but you've got a Mirror available, and you've got a Valkyrie available. You've got so much option for information here. Mirror's almost going to be a perma pick, because you can use that absolutely everywhere. You can use it to assist a roam, you can use it to assist the site. There are so many different options, I think, that are available here for the defenders, that it is going to be quite difficult for attackers to be picking up rounds here today. But we'll see if that rings true with Into the Breach's attempt here. They're going to be attacking onto that open area. It's a site they defended very successfully. Let's see if Wild are able to do the same. I was getting a little bit concerned there because there was a bit of a stack up. It wasn't quite everybody inside of Electrical waiting to burst through the castle barricade, but there was a little bit of potential for that. But you've got to try and clear this top floor. There are going to be roamers up there, there's going to be utility up there, and you need to get that vertical action working.
Noah just going to be opening those windows in towards CEO. All going to be about map control. Try and get, as you say, those verticals going. And we're going to have Azza moving in as well. So good quick progress from RTB, really. That's, you know, window control and Azza moving up to the top floor all within the first minute. I don't know if he knows that there's somebody off to his left here. I don't know. I think he does. As it's about to go in through that window. It could be good night for Aces. It is indeed cooked to perfection.
Great open there from Azza, who's been so good on this entry, but Teb with the bounce back. He takes Kendrew out there. A little bit of a chance, but the trade comes in. Kanto, he's going to be there ready and waiting. These trades are fierce from Into the Breach right now. Packbull, he's going to rotate his yokai drone back inside of sight. See if he can gain a little bit of information there briefly. He doesn't want to leave it up there for too long. It would be vulnerable, but he can at least just call out for the rest of his team. Wild, they are at a man disadvantage right now, and there's still a little bit of time for Into the Breach to squeeze here.
Yeah, I think Packbull and Jegs just becoming the anchor in this situation there for a wild ship that is sort of swaying in the breeze at the minute. And that breeze is picking up as ITB look to turn things into a storm as the verticals get going. Jegs has been forced all the way back down to the basement as well. So Packbull is in sight with Hungry at the minute, and how this flank is potentially dealt with in the late round, how Jegs is dealt with, could be an important factor, but it looks to me like the attack is mounting much more towards that open side than it is the triple wall.
Wild have still got some really good tools to try and deny this. They don't have a C4, but they do have the yokai drones. And if there's a little bit of information still available, I'm sure that we'll see the teammates jumping on it. At the moment, we do have Teb on one of those yokais. There is a nade going to get sent out there, and Yonka just going to have to wait before he pushes through, but he's got a horrible angle to challenge onto. Hungry, look at him go! Picks up 2 before being traded. That could be huge. Kanto, he's downed as well. Jegs is going to collect the final kill. Welcome to the scoreboard, Jegs. You've had a quiet game so far, but he's going to pick one up when it matters the most. Wild picking up their first round on defense.
And what a round it was. Absolutely no panic to be found for Wild. 3 versus 4 for a lot of that round. Jegs moving around in the basement, left only 2 on site, but what a 2 it was. Hungry absolutely decimating them as they tried to come in through double door. ITB, I think, knew that there was likely somebody in or around that position, and they just didn't really have an answer. They sort of dropped in from the hatch, tried to find something from underneath the partition, but just couldn't get it done. And Hungry was absolutely phenomenal, rock solid for Wild there, so they get themselves their first defensive round. That leaves us 3-4 on the scoreboard, and that starts to answer those questions that I had about, you know, exactly how are ITB going to look on the attack. It's been a good first half from them, but it looks like it could be a difficulty for them if they come up against those positions whereby we don't have an answer to this. We can't move these players. You know, they had Packbull playing inside of the quad wall. We can't really get to him from this position. We can't really get the breach off onto the castle barricade because we've got Jegs underneath. Like, you know, how do we go about that?
Yeah, I think that was the difficulty there from Into the Breach. They just didn't have an answer. And they had some tools left at their disposal, but they did spend a long time on that roam clear. And Wild did the right thing in just sitting tight. We'll see how it develops. They're going to be going downstairs now. Now, it was Jegs' birthday yesterday. So I don't know if the quiet start today is maybe a sign of something that potentially happened last night.
Surely not.
I'm not too sure what the celebrations look like, but he's having a slightly slower start of things today. Might be finding the game a little bit loud, maybe a little bit overstimulating with all of the fast-moving action. But hopefully he gets his act together, because you can't afford to have anybody slacking on a day like this, and we just know what Jegs is capable of.
No, we know what's at stake as well. Of course, this being the semi-final of our last chance qualifiers for the Atlanta Major here in EU. So, you know, the winner of this goes on to play G2 in the grand final. A very good G2 at that, from what we saw earlier against Eminem. So yeah, definitely need to be on your game today. There's a lot at stake, and as I say, for 2 new teams here, or relatively new teams, you know, having that opportunity to get through to that major, to that big stage, it's what it's all about. It's why you put these teams together. So yeah, it's definitely a big proving ground for both of them. Jonker then going to be established inside of Tellers. This is attack down onto basement, so they're going to be looking to get hatches to begin with, and then the next question will likely be, how do we deal with servers? How do we get control down there?
No real presence on blue. That's going to be given up pretty much for free. Instead, it was a hold of open area. The couple of hatches open, ready to drop off, and it's done a job at wasting a decent amount of time. There is a limited hard breach available here, and that isn't necessarily going to become a problem, but we will be able to open hatches, and Jonker's going to start to tick those jobs off his to-do list. Aces, though, finds one onto Kendrew. got to ask a question of why is Kendrew pushing down those main stairs at that point? His team is still very much just setting up and preparing. If you're watching the flank, yeah, sure, fair enough, but maybe overcommitted a little bit.
Possibly just a little bit looking at a potential vault drop here as it is waiting. I think smoke canister is likely to go out. He's going to drop inside of that, but the toxic babe is enough of a distraction for Noah to be taken down. Asa does manage to find one onto Hungry though, but the kills are coming in for Wild. Teb and Ace has managed to take down 2 and continue fighting. That's going to be the round. And once again, as I said, you know, in the previous round, Ollie there, ITB coming up against problems, and I think just struggling to think on their feet and get those answers. It's like you come in with a plan, but everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face. The question is, what do you do then? And ITB, just for me, not really adapting quickly enough in those 2. Wild managing to level things up 4-4.
Well, it's that time in the game where we watch Kangaroo Kenny bend his knees and wave his hands. He's now going to have a chat with the team and just see if they can stabilize somewhat. We could sit here and talk about that previous attack and the attack before that and point out, you know, all of the holes and all of the flaws in it. I think that Into the Breach, they do just need to do a little bit more on these attacks. It looks like they're going for such minimalist takes, and that isn't going to work, especially when you're going up against a Wild that is so well informed. They're bringing the Yokai, they're bringing that Echo drone that they're going to be able to use, and you could see just how quickly that Yokai drone was moved over into Vault. Those weren't kills coming off the back of a call out or anything. They were coming off the back of a red ping. We knew that there was a player inside of that gold vault. And Wild knew exactly just how to deal with it. Information has been key and it will always be key inside a Siege and Into the Breach. Not only are they lacking that information, but it also looks like they're trying to get away with doing the bare minimum on these attacks. I want to see them do a little bit more. We need some dynamic pushes. Where was the push through Garage last time? Where was the presence inside a server? It just wasn't existing.
Let's head into round 9 then as Wild have leveled things up, and it's a dangerous prospect for ITB. I've already spoken about the map choices here. This is their map choice, and they're going to be heading next time into Border, which is Wild's pick. And if Wild can be going into that confident, having taken map 1, you could be staring down the barrel of another short day. The last time these 2 teams played in a best of 3, it was, of course, in the seeding match, and Wild won 2-0. So, you know, ITB certainly don't want to be getting into that position. I'm sure that history will ring loudly in their minds should they lose this first map before they go into Border. And Wild at the minute are just looking like a little bit of a cut above on defence. So ITB, as I say, for me, it's that mid-round adaptation. It's those later round calls of, you know, this isn't working. We haven't cleared this area. This player is a problem. And what do we do about it? That just doesn't seem to be sort of hitting the sweet spot for ITB at the minute.
Couple rounds lost in a row. Time for them to reply. Jegs is going to open up his account this round with a kill onto Kanto. With it, 2 of the 4 grenades that were brought inside of the round. Azza does have some decent drone information. Could maybe get himself a nade kill here into front desk. He's certainly going to be going for it, but look at all the utility. A heavy stack up here. We've got ADSs, we've got YMI magnets. Jegs should be fairly safe. Maybe that's being fed back to Azza because he does seem a little bit hesitant at the moment, but instead he's just going to call out for Kendrew. If a nade isn't going to work, then a headshot certainly will. Good bit of info exchange there.
Yep, great view that we got of that, as well as Kendrew manages to level things up 4-4. I've absolutely no idea how this match is going to go from here. It is so level in all terms, realistically. Azza squeaks RTB ahead by 1 kill, essentially, at this point. Everything else is level. And they can start working up from the gold spiral staircase. Yonka just looking to pressure Marble at the same time, potentially, as well, with the Hibana. Azza sending the nade up towards that hole on Kanto that has been made. Knows that there's a player in and around there. The hole not big enough, really, to dissuade Packbull from trying to hold on to it. But the bullets, they'll dissuade him pretty well. Teb picks Noah up along the way. And it's 3 versus 2, 3 versus 1 for ITB as Kendrew continues to march on. It's all up to Teb. 1 versus 3 becomes 1 versus 2. Can he find the kill that will level things up and bring it to 1 versus 1? That is the question. 40 seconds to make this clutch happen.
He's got a bit of information here. He knows exactly where Azza is. Azza does have the diffuser, and look at Teb's positioning. He's being forced out of any sort of challenge here. Not sure if he knows he's being held from main stairs. I would argue he does, given his crosshair placement right now. He's going to put some good shots in. Both players missing. Jonker taken to 1 HP, but the plant going down and being confirmed. Jonker can now look to try and work this around and maybe get himself into a slightly better position. But Azza says enough is enough. Closes out the round. Big old round from Azza as well.
Yeah, ITP, you know, delivering more of what I've asked for, really. Get yourself into that end round, get yourself the opportunity to execute, solve those problems as you go. Much better from them. They get themselves 5-4 now, and that might just give them the little bit of confidence that they need. You've got 2 rounds to go. You sort of start feeling like that end is in sight, and maybe they can get this one locked down to keep a hold of their map. Choice here on Bank, but a good round, as you say. Noah, I think a little bit, sorry, Teb, a little bit unfortunate at the end there. Just had that opportunity, got shots onto Jonker, who was down to 1 health, and I think if he dies on the Hibana at the top of Marble Stairs, maybe you've got a slightly different prospect on your hand in the 1v1. But Teb, just unfortunate not to connect any shots closer to the head, essentially. The last couple sort of going into the legs and not really doing the business.
One more bullet.
One more
That's all it would have needed. You know, he's got a little bit of a dumpy fire rate on the weapon he's using on the Thorn. It's not exactly the fastest fire rate, but it is a hard hitting weapon. It hits like a truck. But you've got to give the benefit of the doubt to Azza. 12-4 right now. He's really popping off. If there's any game that you want him to really stand up, it's going to be here and now. We know him to be an extremely capable player. It's good to see him really standing up and being counted right now on Bank. Again, not a lot separating these two. We're going into open area again. This was where Into the Breach came up against quite a few problems. In the previous round, when there's nothing to breach and they're just going to go for a main lobby execute, everything works quite well because they don't need to breach. They don't need to worry about a big utility exchange. But here and now, there's quite an important job to be done. Now, they haven't really got anything to breach with. So that shows an intent of, well, we'll maybe use a can opener, but we're more likely going to try and get something working off the back of this Ossa shield.
Once again then, Noah up on the book. Such a common position for the book in general to get up on these windows before trying to push in. It's the shortest distance to trying to start work those verticals. It is going to be open area that they're attacking onto. Aces is taking a ton of damage there, and this could just signal ITB really starting to get themselves rolling with some momentum. If they're a rock that's hit the downhill, then Wild could be in trouble here because they roll in towards them at speed. As we say, IS is taking a lot of damage. They're having to drop away, yield that top floor control over to ITB. Halfway through the round, they are moving pretty well here for a push onto open area.
Kanto just jumping into the scanner, seeing if there's anything that he can glean here, any information that can be gathered. There is, of course, the small matter of the Black Eye cameras and the Yokai drones for him to find, so should be seeing a good bit of value out of that IQ scanner inside of this round. Nobody has accounted for the player hiding out behind a teller's desk. We got Teb. He's tucked in here, and he might be about to see some success. Oblivious is the word, Azza, that you are looking for. He had no idea that Teb was hiding out there, and it's going to force a knee-jerk reaction here. The dope could be called from Jonker, and he's going to try and clean up this kill.
Yeah, I think that's the case for ITB at the minute. Every time they get a foothold, every time they start pushing forward, you think, right, you know, they've hit the slope now, they're on the downhill. Somehow Wild just seem to, you know, find a position where they're able to make life difficult for them. Hungry once again coming in and picking up an importantly timed kill, managing to take down Kanto. 3 versus 2 though, as ITB dig deep and manage to find a way, and that is it. Noah comes in with a big double, mops it up, and that is going to put them on match point. It's 6-4 now to Into the Breach.
That was beautiful from Into the Breach. Kendry with the drop. We spoke about it at the start of the round. We said, you got to watch the Ossa. The Ossa is the thing to watch here. That's the ball underneath the cup. You need to keep a close eye on that because wherever that goes is where the plant's going down. Kendrew was able to get himself in, deploy the Ossa Shield, start to bait that plant out, removed a little bit of utility. I think he got one of the yokai drones as well. And the all-important point there, copy window. You've got to have control of that copy window when you're attacking into open area. Such a crucial zone, and especially if you allow somebody like a Book to play there and the wall's left soft, you can open up as many lines of sight as you like. Into the breach, doing a cracking job there. That timeout, it's worked wonders for him, Tim.
Yeah, it really has. Kangaroo Kenny working his magic, no doubt. Just sort of steadying the ship and pointing out some of those fundamentals that need to improve, and that's exactly what we've seen. They've certainly had more of the answers on the attack here, not getting to that mid-round point and just sort of stalling out. So, well played from them. They've got one more round to get this first map locked up, done and dusted. And against this wild side, from what we've seen so far, I would suggest Into the Breach that you get that done now, because you know, I don't think Wild are going to give them much breathing space. They've been quiet for the last couple of rounds. Take advantage while it lasts.
We've seen some really good active attacking rounds in the last couple for Into the Breach. I'd like to see the same here again. I want that full execute. If you're going to try and drop the back hatch, great. You need to add on to that a little bit of pressure from elevators. You need to add on to that a bit of pressure from main and or a bit of pressure from garage. It can't be as simple as just sending two people down that back hatch. Now, I'm saying that that's the plan. I'm imagining it's going to be something along those lines, given the lineup that they've brought. Hatches are already going to be open, so that isn't too much of a concern hard breach-wise. They've got can openers, they've got the Hibana, so they're going to be able to get anything they want open hatch-wise. It all just now depends on where they want to try and make that execute happen. Is it going to be a case of dropping the back hatch, or are they going to turn their attention to servers? They haven't done that yet, but maybe now is the time.
Azza just keeping a focus on the bottom of blue stairs. I don't think they're confident as to the positions of Wild at the minute and whether there's anybody there that will be challenging them. Azza sends a drone down, so we'll find that out. Jex has been able to keep himself out of danger at the minute, out in garage, just watching for that rear-sided push to come through, but it's not looking like a play that ITB are going to be utilising for the time being. It's all stacking up towards the server's push.
You can see the Vulcan canister just starting to dissipate now, as it is going to be the servers this time. Azza is going to be working that vert above on the hatch. You start to look at what we've got in terms of denial, and it's no C4s. There are a couple of smoke grenades, but there is the Echo. Packbull holding that yokai drone upstairs. He does have another one switched over, but neither are in a good position to start to deny this plant. He's going to have to transition at least one of them over here as the plant does start to go down. Jonker, he's going to be pushed off that by the Toxic Babe canister. Now is the time for Packbull to rotate that utility across. Jonker going to go for a reattempt here, but they're struggling a little bit from the hatch. Can get the read, but can't really get the angle. Does manage to deny. All important denial there. Toxic Babe canisters have now been spent, and Packbull can continue to harass Jonker as he tries to get it down, but that is only going to work for so long. They're going to need to commit to this, and commit they do. Packbull, he takes it to him, bold and brave, picks up one through the hatch as well. The diffuser in the hands of Kendrew now, as Noah's going to be the next player to fall. Kendrew trying to push on him. Packbull eventually will fall, but it's all down to Kendrew. He recovered the diffuser, but that's all about he did. Aces, he's going to collect that final kill along with the one previous. Wow, they're going to hold on here.
If you recall, at the beginning of that round, I said, you know, now is the time for Into the Breach. Wild have had a slow couple of rounds, and you've got to take advantage of that whilst it lasts. And guess what? Your time ran out. Wild just woke up after those two quiet rounds. They came in and dominated that really. Nice play from Packbull, just denying that plant twice. But then the way that he moved in aggressively with that shotgun and a brilliant kill onto the hatch, that for me probably wins the round at that point. You know, because that is sort of feeling like RTB's sort of ace in the hole. That's their card that they think, right, yeah, that's going to win us the round. We get on the hatch, we shut down, and we get that, you know, diffuser picked up and planted, but completely closed out by Packbull. Really well played from Wild. You know, what a prospect we've got if this goes to overtime.
You do have a habit of attracting them.
I really do, don't I?
I remember when we started casting.
Oh,
it was a problem back then.
And continues to be. I mean, I've had an overtime with Demo today. That second map went to overtime, and I honestly think there's a real possibility of one here as well.
It is. It's like a dark shadow that follows you around, but it makes for good siege.
It makes plenty of excitement.
Look at what we're playing for. You know, we're playing for a spot against G2 in the grand finals. I want to see every available round all the time, because that's what you really need to show. You need to show that you deserve it. We don't want to come in here and see 7-1s and 7-0s, as exciting as they can be to watch and to see a team doing well. It's much better to watch a nice scrappy game of Siege where you've got, you know, players at every level of the scoreboard right now, all just fighting tooth and nail to get the job done.
So it just shows what it means. You know, it just shows how important it is to these players. Noah's going to work underneath, make sure that they don't have the Roma down there that we quite often see from the defenders. So he will make his way back up blue steps now. How about that from Azza? Manages to pick up Hungry, who's caught sleeping, to be honest, just not aware of the angle that was coming through to him. How about that for quick progress as well? The ace is opening up that quad wall. I tell you what, if Wild woke up last round into the breach, they've certainly retaliated. They've responded. They've said, right, that's enough now. We need to get this locked out. As I said, you can't allow Wild that wiggle room. You can't allow them that space to get back into things. And I think they've recognised that here at ITB, and they're starting to close things down.
Jonker going to go for a rappel down the main skylight. Ace is in a cracking position, but he gets naded out. He is known up here. And Azza isn't done just yet. Still has one nade left. If you look at the players from Wild and how spread out they are, it's not looking too good at all. We've got both Aces and Teb on this top floor. Aces trying to make a miracle happen here. Jegs, he's going to get tagged up as well. Not a lot of hit points to speak of for the remaining defenders on the side of Wild. And there's a lot of pain yet to come in their direction. No nades left on Azza, but Jegs is going to be fighting inside of the heart of the site. Teb's trying to hold on to that vertical angle that looks onto the copy window. And with Aces still above, Into the Breach are stalling out a little bit here.
Certainly are, and that's the problem that I've identified a couple of times. But then Azza, he kick-starts the attack with a kill onto Jegs. Teb's managed to find one inside a sight. He's absolutely back to the wall fighting here. He's got one on the window pressuring him. He can move absolutely nowhere. Diffuser goes down. ITB with the hold that they needed. Quad kill comes in for Aces. Sorry, for Azza, as he manages to find his fourth in the round. Teb, it's all up to you. You got to move. You got to do something. Beautiful shot, headshot onto Kanto right through there. But damage is taken, and that's all ITB need to do here to lock out Bank. The diffuser's down. They can just keep chipping away at Teb here. He's going to have to create some sort of rotate. Out goes the Nitro. Doesn't get the arm on it that he needs. Doesn't find the man behind the counter. It's Kendrew to close it out, and that is going to be map 1. Bank locked down by Into the Breach.
Aces not managing to pull it off there, and Azza almost coming away with his second ace of the weekend. Kenny's going to be pleased with that one.
I think so.
I was going to say, it's a very underrated impact, the impact a coach can have in a good timeout. We saw it a lot when we got the listenings at the live events. And I would have loved to hear that listening that Kenny gave, because it really seemed to just flick a switch there for Into the Breach.
Yeah, as you say, I think, you know, they recognise where the issues were. We stopped seeing that stalling out. You know, they took the opportunities when they were presented to them. And really well played from Into the Breach. Wild deserved their shout as well. Of course, not their map pick, but they've put up a solid performance there. They've not given anything easily. And I get the feeling that there is plenty more twists in this tale before we are done.
I don't think it's going to be a clear-cut series at all. We're going to throw this one back to the desk, see what they've got to say about it, and they're going to set us up for map number 2. Don't go anywhere.
ITB take their map pick bank here on LCQ Sunday. Wild have got some work to do in this semi-final. My name's Ian Chambers on the desk here with Fresh and Alfama. And I don't know where to start. I mean, Leo bans were interesting, to say the least, particularly attacker bans.
Yeah, particularly attacker bans. I think when you look at the Monty ban, it makes sense. You're playing against Hungary, right? Why not ban that Monty? And on wild side, they ban Ying, which is interesting as well because Ying is one of the crutch. But at the same time, looking at the executes from yesterday from ITB, they were using Ying a lot. Yeah. So I understand why they banned it. But then that forces you to play into traditional siege, right? Because Ying, Monty are up, so you have to play step by step and methodical. And the game plan here from ITB was really good, actually. How do you play against traditional siege? You try to be disruptive in two different ways, with a fragging from Azar, a really, really good fragging both in defense and in attack, and with the utility usage, and there it's Kendrew, really good utility usage with impact trick in defense, and with the Oza shield execute on attack.
Azar, he was the main reason they took so many defensive and attacker rounds.
Yeah, he's a really, really smart player. I think, we talk a lot about this roster and how they brought, some of the 10-star players and the 10-star core. We talk about it a lot in reference to Kangaroo Kenny when he came to this roster. However, they picked up a very, very, very smart player in Azar who has been in that team, that X10-star with Kangaroo Kenny for a long time. And he's taken a while to adjust. In stage 1, he took a while to adjust into the level of competition he was at. But now he's proven just how much quality he's got, and I hope it continues because he's had a very, very smart and a very high kill game there. Even in that very last round, where he's on for an ace, but it's a 3v1, showing incredible discipline, not to peek, not to, there's plenty of players, and, plenty of players in Tier 1 that would have gone and chased that kill. I can think of 5 of them on G2 that would have done that and ran in to try and get that ace. What did Azar do? Played it disciplined. We need the round win and the victory first, side before self.
Impressive stuff, Leo.
Yeah, and it shows how much he's progressed, right? Like you said, when you come up from T2, especially in a role where you're supposed to be frag heavy, you're going to be doing some limit testing all the time. You're going to be wanting, where can I pick? What's the timing of this? How fast-paced is the team in front of me? Well, how much freedom do I have to pick this kind of stuff? Is it a favorable gunfight? This kind of stuff you learn by playing against T1 teams. I think that's what Azar has been doing this whole year, and the progress has showed a lot. He was laser-focused this game, and absolutely the main guy that justify ITB's win today.
I mean, on the flip side, on the wild side, didn't mean that, but Pac Bull, there's quality on that side as well. Some phenomenal plays from him.
Man, that basement play on Echo, man, I wish I would have had a play like this on Echo before. At first I was like, why is the UK drone so far away? Both UK drones. Usually I like to keep one far away and then one close to side, but then both were far away. Yet the movement and the drone path was perfect. He managed to deny the plant twice, goes close to the bomb without getting killed from the hatch, brings out the bearing to kill the planter, then the shotgun to kill the hatch guy. I mean, it was amazing to watch.
It was like that meme, fine, I'll do it myself. He literally one-man army won them that round. Didn't mean much because they lost the game overall, but it was a nice little play from Pac.
How close are we going to expect this border map to go?
So, looking at ITB's momentum, I would say it's going to get close. Before that, I would have said it wouldn't even be close because I think it's really home for Wild. Again, I think it's their best map, clearly. I think yesterday they showed super great team play on it, super great ways to get into the building early, and they should fix the mistake that Koi highlighted yesterday.
It's kind of a nice barometer, is border, because both of the teams have played Koi on it, both beat Koi on it. So I think even though it's not a favourite map for ITB in terms of border, they will have seen that, and they will have seen Wild somewhat struggle and be exposed in a few areas against Koi yesterday, particularly, those late rounds. And ITB will have looked at that and thought, hey, well, we punished Koi where, we beat them, we can beat Wild on it, we'll allow it through. So on paper, yeah, sure, it should absolutely be a Wild map, but there's something just there that makes me think ITB prepped it.
Oh, you don't think 3-mapper? You don't think it?
I'm going to back my boys.
Yeah?
ITBB, let's go.
Honestly, I can understand why. You know why? Border is so small as a map, and Kendra has been clearly super good at finding these ways to execute properly using utility usage on border, on bank. I think border gives you that ability to work on the site almost directly from outside, right? And there's plenty of opportunities to hit the site directly. I think if he can find some tricky ways to exploit gaps in the defense, then we might see a 2-0 here.
Ollie said it well, I think, in the cast, right? This ITB roster continues to impress in different scenarios, right? But you've got to give credit to the coach. Not all the credit. I just mean sometimes coaches in esports just don't get enough credit, Fresh.
Are we talking about Kangaroo Kenny here?
Yes.
Yeah, he gets too much credit. Let's not do that. I actually said this to him because when he was in tier 3, when he was in tier 2, and he was like, he was the next up coach, right? Every single one of his sides, they spoke about him more than they did the teams. And it's continued into tier 1, but you've got to say why. It's because every team that he has and has under him seems to significantly improve, objectively improve as well. You look at stage 1 for this roster, and then you flick it over to stage 2, what's changed? Well, 2 players and a coaching change and an ideology change, and now they're suddenly competing for the potential to go to a major. You've got to credit that with him, and that's why he's been sat there. And honestly, he's been waiting in the wings. I don't know how a bigger team hasn't taken Kangaroo Kenny before this stage, but you've got to put a lot of that credit onto him.
Yeah, and I think this is an obvious thing to say, but as a former player yourself, Leo, right, when you've got a long play day such as this, you could potentially play 2 best-of-3s. So if you've got a G2 waiting for you in the wings in the grand final, ideally for momentum and for stamina, you want to get it done in 2.
Yeah, I think so. And I also think you want to be super confident going into that game. You want to also limit the amount of VODs that G2 is watching right now, because they will be watching everything right now. Also, I mean, it reminds me of when I was playing the minor in Vegas, where we had to play the semi-final and then go straight into the grand finals on stage. The exact same scenario. And actually love the fact that we went from semi-final into grand final straight, because the other team was already called and we were super into the momentum and the energy of the semi-final already. So I think that's kind of playing into ITB's hands.
Yeah.
Especially thriving on energy as well.
I think the good thing, the one thing you said about G2 watching the VODs is big there, because if we do go to a map 3, that map 3 is going to be Skyscraper. Now, what's one of G2's favourite maps? Skyscraper, where we, theorising a final ban veto, would we end up on Skyscraper? It's pretty feasible no matter who G2 play. So it would be good, especially for ITB's sake, if they were to go through, not to have to show that Skyscraper that they've gone away and worked on.
We've touched on it already, but, on the ITB side of things, put into perspective here how much you think that bootcamp is having a positive impact, because I know that you said at the start of the day yesterday that it can have the opposite.
Honestly, looking back on it multiple times, like energy coming off from the player camps, also from the coach, it seems that it's also enabling them to mesh even better than they were already. They look more and more as a team. Here, obviously, Azur was doing a lot, but I think he was also enabled by his teammates. I think the chemistry has never been better for them right now.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's time to get into our second map. Will Wild take it to 3, or will ITB cross the border into our grand final? Ollie, X, take it away.
Thank you, Ian. And we head into map 2 then. It's going to be border. And we saw a close affair, X, on that first map. 7-5 ITB able to take it, and we have a fairly close affair in the social vote, although there is an edge for Wild here on border. I think the first few rounds are going to be more important than ever on this matchup. If ITB can start to build a bit of momentum here, I think the pressure then becomes a very real factor for Wild when they know that they're facing, that situation of potentially going out.
Into the Breach did such a good job on Bank of really switching up mid-game, midway through their attacks to come away with a win, that you've got to give them the credit for that mental fortitude. And I agree. I think the first couple of rounds here on Border are going to be crucial. Border can be a map that attackers can run away with. And if Wild let that happen, it could be a pretty short day at the office for them. But very early days, and a lot comes down to this banning phase. We're going to see Monty removed, Ying removed as well. So far, a carbon copy
Rinse
of
and
what we
repeat.
got over on Bank. Now, what's it going to be, Tim? Quickly, you got to try and say them all.
Valkyrie, Solis, Azami, Mirror, Kaid.
You were good. You got Valkyrie first, and it was the first ban there removed. What are we going to be looking at?
What?
A Warden. Oh,
Got
got it wrong. I mean,
not gonna
Warden's
happen
an
next
interesting one. With, to be fair, with Yin going off the board, Warden's importance is obviously slightly reduced. Warden's super powerful at the minute, so it's not a huge surprise. But you've got Monty, so you've got some smokes gone. You've got Yin gone, so you've got the Candelas gone. So you're pretty much being brought down then to operators like maybe Glaz that might bring along smokes and that sort of stuff. So the Warden pick, I'm fine with. Like I say, he's powerful. He's got the nitro. He's got the scope. He's got, you know, teams are favouring him. In terms of what they are likely to directly see on site, given the attacking bans, I don't know how much relevance the Warden will have as a ban.
Is that just a ban that Wild have thrown out there to give themselves a good chance here on this first half?
Possibly.
They're starting off on defence. Maybe they're recognising, look, we don't want to hamstring ourselves too hard. We want to have things like an Azami available. We want to have things like a Mirror available. Potentially could be something along those lines, because an Azami on border, you start thinking about things that you would ban if you were playing a game of border. I don't care who you're going up against. Azami's on my list. I want that removed.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, absolutely right. Like you say, maybe looking to keep the power in there, as it were. But we will see as we go. We're going to have Teb putting out the same barbed wire that we saw from Doke a few times as well. Obviously, a little bit of a dangerous one. If you've got that bottom punch out there, you can be out of that door very quickly to challenge. As soon as you hear that barbed wire getting removed, you know somebody's got to be stood somewhere near it, so you can literally just pre-fire around the corner. So a difficult one for them to deal with.
Into the breach going to be starting off here then, as most borders do start in and around this security or monitors room. You've got to clear that area out, and we spoke already about the Azami and how powerful it can be, and this is really the best possible use case for those Kiba barriers. You're going to try and keep yourself alive for as long as possible, create as many nasty angles as you can, soak up as many grenades as you can, and really just waste a lot of time and be a big old pain. And that's what Teb's doing at the minute. Looks like he's tempted for a bit of a run out there. He's actually going to get both of the Selmas. So much value. You can't just keep throwing him. There's no one in to deal with him. Finally, Azza gets in, but it's almost a little bit too late.
As you say, just, you know, almost throwing those gadgets away, knowing that he's still stood on that door. The nade from below has failed. You've not got anybody in there to deal with him. You've just got to hold your breath for 5 seconds. Just, you know, take a little pause. They know that the Legion is looking to challenge. I think he sees the drone, so that's going to tell Aces everything he needs to know. He comes back to try and find that utility, but they got a little bit unlucky there, ITB. I think Aces would have continued pushing that door, you know, with their full knowledge potentially. Maybe just a little misdrawn there as well. They've got to be aware of Ace's position, and they're not at the top of these stairs, but Aces just maybe needed a little bit more trigger discipline there to, you know, wait until he had that absolute crystal clear shot onto Noah, gives his position away, gets taken down, and in a blink of an eye, it's 5 versus 2 in favour of Into the Breach.
Jegs and Hungry now tasked with holding on. Jegs has got a good line of sight here, and he's going to be good for one, but immediately traded. Azra hasn't slowed down at all. He's just rolling it over from Bank at this point. 3 kills on round number 1 here. Hungry, he's been droned, his location known. Hagumine is going to get detonated there. Noah's going to soak that up, but Kendry's got the kit. And ITB are going to play to the win condition. They might have a man advantage here, but they're not going to squander it. They're going to try and get the plan down. Fortunately for Noah, Azza is there for the trade. Just a quick 4 kills, Tim. Not a big deal.
Not a big thing. Doesn't like to talk about it. ITB managing to pick up the opener then. They do go into the breach and they get the job done in round 1 of attack. As I said, the first few rounds here could be crucial in terms of deciding who is going to come away with this matchup. Wild, they need to make sure they get running here. They cannot let ITB... I mean, it works perfectly for ITB. They're starting the attack on border. They've got a real opportunity to, you know, run Wild into the ground, essentially, at this point and, you know, really put them in a position whereby they've got to, you know, do the business in the second half of this, otherwise they end up on their way, because ITB could use this opportunity to build up a decent little lead. Wild are going to switch their site. They're going to move on to bathroom and cellars. We see Packbull placing those cap cans. Cap can, I think, is a really valuable operator on border, and the reason that I say that is there's so many of those sort of quote-unquote doorways that you can put these gadgets on, almost like this one, that you don't... It doesn't really feel like a doorway. It feels like an arch. There's the couple of them in the main corridor. There's one that we saw him use down at the bottom of East Stairs. Thank you very much. I believe it's Red Like who's observing for us. Oh, Easy's moved on to the keys. It was Red Light last time around, so we're joined by Easy himself. A pleasure, as always. But yeah, it's one of those that Capcan, I think, can be pretty brutal because you're just moving around the map and you're getting slammed by his traps and you're just forgetting that they're doorways, effectively.
Are you speaking from experience here, Tim?
Was the frustration coming through?
It all sounded a little bit too real. Just that you're getting slammed by the traps.
It might have happened
really,
once
really
or
quite
twice.
Emotive. There are a couple of capcans on this map that are almost guarantees, and I use the word almost quite lightly there because they are very much guaranteed in certain elos. Obviously, this is a little bit different here. As speaking of the Capcan, they're going to be taken out first. Azza is just continuing from where he left off. Going to go for a little bit of a nade below as the focus once again is to deal with this army.
Yeah, I mean, for Capcan, even if it doesn't come down to the damage as well, it's like Pikeball's dead now, but can still have an impact on this round. Not just in terms of kills, but in terms of time as well, because you've got to do that extra bit of droning. You've got to check every single door, every single archway, make sure it's clear. Azza's going to get himself one here, surely. No, Teb somehow manages to survive. He does not know how lucky he has been. Azza manages to chase him out of his position behind the Kiba barricades, at least. But again, Teb did a great job of this last time around and is continuing to do so this time, just really holding on to this position.
Teb is going to come under a bit of a world of hurt in a moment, though, and a good swing from Kanto sits him down there. Kanto getting almost a little bit lucky there. The team wasn't really ready to back him up if things had gone south. Ace is going to find some success here for Wild as Noah will be taken down. With it goes the Lion and that utility. Azza, he's getting himself into an engagement with Hungry here as well. Still a minute left on the clock here, and Azza going to start to transition up these metal stairs. I thought that was Azza that got the kill there. It came up at a perfect time as soon as he started shooting, but it's going to be Kanto. Picks up his second on the round.
45 seconds left for Wild to hold on here, and at 4 versus 2, it's certainly not going to be easy. They've got aces above, which is a real point to the plus side. The site is bathroom and cellars, so he's got the direct verticals down into there, but he's going to have to make a move now. As has managed to take out Hungry, there's nobody on site. There's an opportunity. Did you hear that Capcan trap go off? That's onto Kendra, and I'll almost put money on it that it's at the bottom of East Stairs on that archway that I spoke about. Going to have the... Ooh, I was going to say final kill comes in, but Ace has managed to down one inside a workshop. It was exactly that point. I knew it'd get one. Final kill comes into Showers, and that is going to be the round. RTB with 2.
I told you, it's guaranteed.
Honestly, that one is just
absolutely guaranteed.
It just doesn't look like a doorway.
You're only wishing, Packball, that you'd put more Capcan traps on it. That's all you're going to be. That's all you're wishing. You're just wishing you'd committed to that one instead of one of the others. It wouldn't have mattered too much anyway. Azza, I think he's 5-0 right now. We're going to hit a short rehost, so we've got to keep a track of that because it is important to give credit to the people that are getting a lot of the kills, and especially when they're having a pop-off performance like that. But 2 blinding rounds to kick things off here. Kenny, feeling the heat, just going to try and cool himself off a little bit of deodorant. It's obviously getting hot and heavy in there.
Certainly is. There's the pressure's mounting. They know what's on the line. Of course they do. This is for that spot against G2 in the grand finals later on today. They will have, a short break after this, and then we'll be right back into the action. And as Alfama said on the desk before we came in here, that can be a real positive for the team that's doing that because they've got that momentum. They're hot. They're coming in on the back of just having played, whereas G2 are now sort of sat, waiting to see what happens. As he said, probably reviewing some VOD footage, talking strategy, preparing for the game, but not in the game, shooting, taking gunfights and staying sort of warmed up. So, it could be a real benefit for RTB.
I can imagine the hardest thing for G2 right now is keeping themselves together and all at home. They just strike me as the kind of bunch that would just go out for dinner at this point and just totally forget that they've got a grand final to be playing in, in the next couple of hours. So there is going to be a little bit of work to do there to keep their heads in the game. because obviously whichever team comes out of this series is going to be warmed up. They are going to be more than ready. They'll have had a warm-up scrim this morning as the first games have been going on, maybe had that on a second monitor or something as they're getting, prepped and going through the warm-up process. But now it's go time. And especially with the momentum that Into the Breach have got right now, obviously this technical pause isn't going to do much for that. It could cool them off a little bit. But with the way that they've been attacking so far on board, they've looked fantastic.
Certainly have. We had all the players sitting up to attention there, getting ready to load back in, and that is exactly where we will find ourselves. Round 3, if you're just joining us, then we had the first map, top right of your screen, our wonderful production team keep it updated. 7-5 on Bank. ITB won that one. There was a real ebb and flow to that game if you missed it. It was sort of went, back and forth. ITB looked good to start with and then sort of slowed off in the middle of the game. Wild had a real good passage of play for a few rounds, and then RTB managed to get it over the line. So Into the Breach now 2-0 up here on Wild's map choice. And as I said, the first few rounds here would prove to be potentially very important. They've both gone Into the Breach. If they can continue on this trend, get themselves a 3-0, a 4-0 Wild, they are going to start feeling the pressure. There's no two ways about it.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
It's kind of weird as well, because I would have thought the Azami would have caused a lot more trouble for Into the Breach. It's not that they showed a lack of coordination earlier on Bank, but there were a couple of times where, when forced to get into that big utility exchange, it wasn't working as you would expect. But the Azami isn't causing them too many problems at the moment. At least it hasn't in the first couple of rounds. Might be about to see a little bit of aggression here. Packball is going to come under some early pain and punishment. He's going to find one as a 1-for-1 trade, though, somehow manages to take Yonka with him.
Yeah, I think, if anything, you've got to give credit to Packball there for making the best of a bad situation, essentially. I think he was in a bad spot, really, given where they've pushed. I don't think he expected that sort of pressure to be coming onto the archive side so soon in the round, and just found himself having to try and react to it. And, he did what he could. He got himself the opener, took down the gridlock. Could be an important operator to lose. It's a big part of this plant, essentially. You've got some smoke grenades on there. They've got, plenty of alternatives for that, but you can also put those track stingers in, prevent anybody pushing that wall, swinging around the corner, so it really works out well. But they are going to go for it anyway. Kanto is planting, and it looks like it's going to stick. Beautifully timed nade from Azza there. Diffuser goes down, and honestly, Wild had no chance to stop that.
What a great play there from Into the Breach. The Kiba barricade going to try and do something, and a great swing. Teb, he's already halfway diffused here. Hungry's trying to keep him alive. Oh my goodness, Teb, what a job you've done there. Immediately jumping onto the counter diffuse. It was a fantastic plant from Into the Breach. The utility was timed to perfection, but the retake equally as good.
Fantastic Siege to watch there. Sometimes you've just got to have that heads-up moment of a player who says, I've got an opportunity here and I'm going to take it. And that's exactly what Wild did, and it was brilliant. Fantastic cover from Hungry as well. Let's not forget the man who was left on the trigger and trying to prevent any challenge coming in towards that disable attempt. It was absolutely brilliant from Hungry. Wild needed that round. It had been good from ITB up to that point, and you just sort of thought if they stuck that plant and won the round, Wild would feel like they, start feeling like they were being beaten up at that point. 3-0 down and a round in under a minute, won by ITB with a rush plant on archives. You start thinking, how do you come back from that? But no, great play from Wild there. They needed that. 2-1. That gives them an opportunity to get into this game.
It comes back to Packball for me.
Yeah.
He took out the gridlock. If the gridlock's there, Teb isn't going to be able to get to that diffuser as quickly or as easily to immediately start counter diffusing in and amongst the chaos. So it all comes back, as it so often does in this game, it all comes back to that opening pick and what you've lost in your utility exchange. So it just puts even more importance on that 1-for-1 that Packball was able to get. He was in a nightmare spot. He was always going to go, but the fact that he took one with him, it really attested there to the round going in Wild's favor. And they desperately needed that. They needed to get onto the scoreboard here on Border, because Into the Breach, you do just get the feeling that once this team gets a little bit of momentum, they really do work well off the back of it.
Yeah, you don't get to pick, you know, who you get in those early kills. It's luck of the draw usually, and I think Packbull deserved that bit of luck that he had. Sometimes you find yourself in those positions through no fault of your own, really. It was just unexpected, and he took the challenge and got the job done. Teb is going to be in his favoured position once again. CCTV on the Asami behind the Kiba barricades, looking to hold them out of the map for as long as possible. It's something I've discussed a number of times. The attackers do so well on border, and again, Leo picked up on it beforehand. You know, you can do so much of your work from outside of the map, from the edges of the boundaries. Once you get those attackers inside the map, it becomes an absolute nightmare at that point, because they're usually in a pretty advanced state. So holding them out for as long as possible can be really important for the defenders. Gonna see Azza lose his life to begin with, so a good start to the round from Wild.
Ace is getting that opening pick. It removes a couple of nades as well. Although I think they might have all been spent by that point. Regardless, Azza at 7-1 is definitely someone you want to be dealing with. Kanto is going to get one back as a late trade onto Teb, star of the show from the previous round. But look at Noah's positioning here, just on the other side of the soft wall to Packbull downstairs. Still into the breach, looking to try and clear. That dread mine is going to give the game away here, but Packbull can't do too much about it at the moment due to the Lion Scan and Kendrew. He's going to find that information out and be able to use it almost instantly. Aces, there it is. We get the Capcan kill that we were looking for here on border. We've seen some damage up until this point, but that's the first confirm.
You just know that they're going to come when those traps are out on this map. So powerful. You know, maybe underrated or underlooked a little bit, or overlooked, sorry, sometimes for a choice here on border. But Ace is doing a great job with that. Brings it back to 3 versus 3. ITB have, I think, done well so far. They've put Wild in a couple of unwinnable situations. They made it very difficult for them, but Wild have stood tall and are able to get themselves back into the game, close it out nicely with Jegs and Hungry. As soon as they were in the 3v3, you always felt that Wild were going to win that round. They had the angles that they needed, and from that point into the breach, just had to play into their lines of sight, really. So well played from Wild. They didn't get rattled by the early aggression that came out of ITB once again in that round, and they managed to level things up 2-2.
It is now back to being an equal race, and a very tense one at that. 2 rounds apiece in a row for either of these two teams, while drawing themselves level with a very good defense downstairs in Workshop. That round for me, Tim, it was very reminiscent of some of the struggle rounds that we saw on Bank from Into the Breach on the attack, where it is just very one-dimensional, and there's a single point of focus, and everyone else that's off doing something doesn't really achieve their role, and it forces them into this tunneled approach into the site, moving through tellers, moving through that bathroom area, trying to get the breach open. If you haven't got top floor control, you're just going to die to the hatch. The long angles were still there to be abused. There was no one on that main entrance. A lot of different things really just stacking up against Into the Breach there with that attack, and I understand they lost the opening pick, but they've got to have a further plan than just that plan A. You know, they need that plan B for when things don't go too well.
Yeah, and this is, you know, what we picked up on Bank at times, you know, was get into that position of just not really not really knowing what was next after something hadn't worked out. Packbolt has been roaming around, putting the cap cans out once again. We've got a few in different positions, I think, but he has tried that one down the bottom of East Stairs again, so him lurking around that archway. I'm not too sure about that. I don't think you get him with it twice. I think you've always got to be switching it up as the cap can, but sometimes it can be more about just trying to take their eye off the ball when moving through that area as well. I've said it about Malusi's Banshees as well before now. Something, you know, I'll always place them on the ground, because to shoot them out, you've then got to look down to the ground. So if nothing else, it's taking somebody's aim away from the fight. You know, so there is that element as well to consider.
Just a little freebie there. Just a little tip for free.
Ah, you take that away with you. You take that away with you. I tell you what, I'm going to be going round rank. There's going to be Banshees on the floor all over the place.
Just everywhere. You're going to be dying to Banshees on the floor because you're looking down.
I will, because I'm looking down. Exactly.
Azza going to be on the Ash this time. Shouldn't have too much of a problem taking in security. We can see that it all looks fairly clear. Kanto going to be looking at making a bit of an attempt into the top of these east stairs as well. They're attacking into bathroom tellers, so control of office is required here. Aces going for a little bit of an exotic pick. It's one we don't see all the time. He's going to be on the alibi this time.
Alibi is just one of those operators that can be very slippery, very quick to move around the map. Gun not always fantastic. I mean, I like the Storm, but not always the best in terms of damage output. But we're going to have a couple of battles inside of Armory there. Ace has managed to pick up Yonka, but Noah is there for the trade. Kendrew downed along the way, though. So that leaves us effectively in a 4 versus 3 at the minute. I'm not sure if there's going to be the opportunity to pick the Ace up or not. I think that's actually happening at the minute. Yes, it is. So Kendrew will be back up onto 20 health. Just slows ITB down by a little bit for 10 seconds or so. Whilst that happens, though, long range nade thrown from downtown by Kanto, but will not find its target. Tev somehow manages to keep himself locked away. I think he's maybe the floor below. We'll see as they start to push into there. Azza manages to get one though. Jegs, he pops up. Can he find himself a second? Absolutely not. It's going to be Noah who moves in through that window. That answers our question. The Oryx must have been downstairs. 2 versus 3 it's going to be now for Wild as they try to hold on.
Hungry just giving himself a couple of options there and making use of that shotgun as the final 15 seconds approaches. Azza caught up in a goo mine upstairs. Going to be a big old hatch drop here. Juggling the diffuser as Kanto now trying to make sure he's got a little bit of vert cover here, and the plant is going to start to go down. Just trying to get a line through the drone hole, but it isn't going to work. Hungry, he gets full white flashed at the wrong time. He's the only survivor here, and with the plant going down, he's now in a retake. Going to be a very difficult one, especially given Azza's position. The presence of mind to stay upstairs there, to not commit to the hatch drop, to trust his teammates. He's almost surely guaranteed the round here, regardless of what Hungry is able to pull off. Going to hit the swing, just missing a narrow couple of shots there onto Azza. Excuse me, it's going to be Kanto that is going to be above Noah. Going to have a head-to-head gunfight here and will fall, but as mentioned, it doesn't matter what goes on the site. It doesn't matter how good Hungry can be, because this vert should be covered here. Kanto, he can play this to perfection. All he's got to do is wait. He's still going to pick up the kill through the floor. Nice little floor bang there. Fantastically played by Kanto and into the breach.
Yeah, well played. I think they needed that round. They were just starting to lose a little bit of momentum to Wild. So I think coming out and getting that one was just about at the right time. It was well worked as well, creating an opportunity for that execution to get the diffuser down. Like you say, presence of mind to keep somebody above. Ultimately won them the round. You know, Hungry's in a position there where if there's another fight to take on the ground floor, maybe he's already taken it and won it, or you know, he had about 8 seconds or so, and we know in Siege it doesn't sound like a lot of time, but it can be all the time in the world if all you've got to find is one headshot. So yeah, well played there by Into the Breach. Just a good post plant from them, getting it done. 3-2 now as we move on to the final defensive round for Wild. It's going to be back to Armory for them. They've got Packbull on the mirror, going to leave half of the wall soft, allows them to be a little bit aggressive onto that balcony.
Final round as the sides currently sit. Going to see a hefty amount of 6 picks coming in here. We've got the Thatch coming in, the Switch and the Ace.
10 seconds remaining.
Now we've seen all sorts of different rounds from Into the Breach so far. One that isn't going to go into the highlight reel is the last time they attacked downstairs to Workshop. It's a pretty one-dimensional approach through tellers. They didn't have that sufficient vertical clear, so I'd like to see that be a little bit more of a focus here and now. But with the lineup that they're bringing, it does look like they're going to go for something quite similar. They've got the hard breach, they've got the Thatcher, so they're looking to try and guarantee breaches be opened. They do have a little bit of nades to work with as well. They've got that option to do some vert with the sledge. So I'll have to see where they start to try and stack up here. There's a typical approach that's going to be trying to clear out that top floor. Twitch maybe trying to search out for some of those mirror windows, but Teb, he's going to see to that shock drone.
Again, just able to lock himself in that position. I think it's somewhere that he's played well so far. Just going to be up on the boost spot, using all the different angles that he can and trying to hold on for as long as possible. ITB just, again, exploring options, opening up that passport door. You know, sometimes you drop the barricade just in the thought process of maybe I'll need to go in there later in the round, maybe somebody else will. If it's not a danger to you, it gives you that opportunity to do so silently without having to knock that out. So Teb, he's still in position. This is looking good for Wild so far. They've got Packbull in behind the mirror. Sorry, it's Hungry that's moved in there behind the mirror, so he can bandit trick away as well. He's got the information he needs to do that. Teb's there. This is the position that we've seen ITB in a few times. Halfway through the round, they're not really getting anywhere. They're not, undoing these problems, and it's something that they're going to have to try and deal with. They've tried to smoke off that window to prevent it being dealt with by Hungry. He manages to shoot off one Selma. They've gone in and smashed the mirror window. Azza gets the kill, but then look at that. Teb and Packbull just dealing with the problem. 4 versus 1 for Wild.
It's a huge response, isn't it, from Wild? Shaping up nicely for an even half here, unless Noah has something to say. But realistically, it's going to be a tough old ask. He doesn't even get through Teb. Only fitting that Teb finishes things out. The Azami here inside of securities. It feels like he spent almost half of the defender phase in that room, in that exact spot, Tim. But that's exactly where you expect the Azami to be, and Teb's done such a fantastic job on it.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? That's exactly what I'm saying there. Really, ITB, you were in a position at 1 minute 30. Teb's still in there in that location, and they sort of didn't know how to deal with him. They must have known they needed to deal with him. You can't think you don't need to deal with it, because they then just start trying to push the mirror window. And look what happens. Teb gets a double. Of course he's going to get a double. Packbull gets one as well. You've got to deal with CCTV before you start pushing onto the breach. You can't just say, we're at 1 minute 10, we have to push the breach no matter what else, because you're just going to lose the round. So, yeah, for me, again, into the breach there, just, not dealing with the adaptation that was required when they didn't have the immediate answer to the problems that Wild were posing. Wild took full advantage of that. Good round from them. Again, I love Teb playing in that position. He's been doing very well with it so far. Got his just rewards there as well. So 3-3, we go on. It's an even split, and this game continues to be as tight as ever.
I think this now, for me, really comes down to how well do Into the Breach use the bans that are available. Obviously, we've had the Warden ban. It's a really important pick, but it isn't necessarily a make or break operator when you combine it with the Ying ban. So you start to think to yourself, okay, how are Into the Breach going to take advantage of the fact that they've got a Solace, Ephemeria, a Mirror, and an Azami all open and available? Well, they haven't chosen the Azami initially, which I would say is a little bit of a surprise, given how well we saw Teb be able to do with it and how good it is just inside of security alone. So we'll see how that develops. Obviously, they've gone for a slightly different approach, and it seems that Hungry's almost single-handedly just dismantling it. He's getting a lot of value out of those shock drones.
Just going to be sending in the regular drones now, try and locate a few of these players, understand exactly what the setup is, where everybody is located, how the castles are allowing them to move around. Noah is going to be doing exactly that, just bouncing backwards and forwards, challenging onto that break room door. He knows that there's somebody there. He's waiting for the push, but he overextends, and Jegs, who was just that little bit more patient, manages to find the kill, takes down Noah for the opener, and that could be a big advantage for Wild now. He can feed information back into his team, but that's going to be the limit of Noah's contribution for the rest of this round, and Wild can start progressing into the map.
Another kill going to come in there for Teb. Deadly on the defense, deadly on the attack here. Getting those nades in from below. Into the breach. Need to respond fairly soon, and they're going to do just exactly that. Kendrew, he takes Jegs down. There's an intricate castle barricade set up here. Castle was banned yesterday in Border for this exact reason. You can create an absolute labyrinth to deal with. It can slow down the attacking push. Into the breach now, setting themselves up for the final minute. They've reinforced that wall into Fountain, so gives Kanto just a little bit more security in his position on that Fountain mirror window. Wild now starting to spread themselves out and figure out just exactly where this push is going to be going. Kanto, he can call out that info, can attempt the impact trick over the top, but it's not going to work out for him.
It's not. That fountain wall is still going to get opened up. Ace has managed to find one with a nade as well. Kanto's on the run at this point, trying to keep himself alive on the Solace. There's always the possibility of denying from below. 4 versus 2 though in favour of Wild, but I need to see them now get in and start getting that diffuser down. Think about the clock, don't leave it too late. Teb, Hungry, they pick up the kills that mean they don't need to. Yeah, a good round for Wild, an attacking win that they needed, but Wild are a team that love to play the diffuser. Get in there, make sure you're playing it when the opportunity presents itself. I don't want to see rounds in future slip them by because they run out of time, for example, but not meaning to be critical. They were good in the round, they got the job done, they were confident they could get the kills. 4-3 Wild, they take the advantage on border, and I honestly think Into the Breach are probably up against it now on this map.
I think they are. A 3-3 split for Wild on the defense was huge, and probably a win condition of this map, because we know what this team's capable of when they get themselves onto the attack. They're a very explosive attacking side. Yesterday we spoke of the fantastic teamwork. I think it was Leo that did a piece on the desk even this morning, just about how good Wild can be in that teamwork push on border, led really by Aces, the drones working ahead of him. There's not very many occasions where you'll see Wild take a single 1 versus 1 on the roam clear when they're attacking. Very often it's going to be off the back of some drone information and a player that's entirely unaware, or at the very least there's going to be somebody ready to trade, or there's going to be a crossfire. You're going to be trying to push a defender from A to B and catch them on the cross. It is something that they do so well. So Into the Breach really got their work cut out here as we move on in. They are going to bring the Azami this time. It's going to be Noah to play that. We can see if that makes a little bit of a difference in maintaining that roam for a bit longer. We've also got Azza going to be rocking the pulse for a bit of information.
Look at this from Noah. What a little nest he's created himself here at the top of these stairs. It's going to make it so difficult for Wild to be able to push on in there. Need to be, you know, looking really towards some nades or something to clear that out. But guess what? They don't have any. So it could be an issue. The Selma charges, I guess, could be used to a degree in order to do that. But it just depends what are the value they want from that utility and whether it's available to be clearing out those keeper barricades, or whether we will see Noah be able to keep himself lodged in at the top of East Stairs. We've got the pulse of Azza just feeding that info in as well. Going to be reporting at least 2 at passport door, so that gives Into the Breach a good idea of where this push is going to mount from.
It's something that Wild often just totally exclude from their lineup is nades. And then you think about an Azami being available and you start thinking, well, you're going to have to bring him. You've got to find space for them in this lineup, because look at him go. Noah, he's still got 1 in pocket, and there's nothing that's touching him right now. He's safe as houses. He's even got a mirror window for a trade if anything really does come and put a lot of pressure onto him. Noah only loses this position if he really gives himself up and if he overexposes. And the Wild need to try and figure that out. It's going to be hungry to get their job done. I'm not sure where that headshot came from, but I spoke it'd only be given up if Noah overexposed himself. I can only think that's what he did, Tim.
You'd have to expect so, and that's going to be a big clearance for Wild. Like, that was looking like the big sticking point for the map. Kanto now having to battle towards the top of East Stairs, but it's going to be dangerous for him to do so. He might just get himself a freebie here. I don't think the drone's being watched. There's the air jab, and that is, again, good attention to detail from this attacking side. But, again, just dipping themselves away and not really ready for the fight there. Look how aggressive Kanto's getting, and how about that for reflexes? Did you all see that Claymore trip sign at home, or was it just Kanto? Kendrew, Azza get 1 apiece. 3 versus 3 with the diffuser down on the ground.
Great play to stop the plant from going down, Kanto. I've no idea how he's still alive, by the way.
I'd have gone straight into that Claymore.
He ignores the drone, which is fair enough because no one was on it, but he didn't hear the air jab. He gets sent out, then he almost gets taken out by the Claymore. He's now been softened up, and you just get the feeling he's going to pick up the final kill of the round here. He's still upstairs, which is a crucial point to hold. Teb is going to be able to recover the diffuser and try and get the plant down. He's even got an Ossa shield to contend with. Kanto, he's finally been downed here, but not before Azza takes down Jegs. Azza with a C4, it's just ripped and sent out too late. Kanto, he's scurried himself to the hatch. There's a big chance of a retake here. It all depends on if they know where Aces is. He's got a great line of sight onto the diffuser. I don't think the Ossa shield is going to help the defenders if they try and disable it from here, but unfortunately it looks as though they're going to be going at this 1 at a time. If they break this down and give Aces the chance, he may get it, but not today. Jonker there with the direct trade. Azza, he's going to be able to disable that active diffuser. Great clutch from Into the Breach.
Both of these teams just enjoying proving us wrong time and time again today. I think, just the last round, I'm saying, I think that Wild will have a big advantage now. They'll start to get moving on the attack, and then Into the Breach come back with a great defensive round. Despite losing that power position at the top of these stairs they were trying to hold on to, Kanto had a great round. His survival, his survivability was certainly fantastic, and he made it difficult for the attackers to, confidently push where they wanted to. Great play from Into the Breach. Get the job done, lock out tellers, and are able to move on to ventilation.
It's like trying to get out of a maze, isn't it? And every single way you turn, it's just another dead end, and you've got to double back on yourself. I guess that's how Kanto was feeling in that round. Everything he was trying just wasn't working. It was even risky stuff like taking a little bit of a run outside onto the balcony, but good on him for persevering there, and good on the rest of the team. I think Azza played a blinder there. We joke around, but we did get the revival onto Kanto as well, coming through as he screwed himself down the hatch. We've got a little bit of Eminem's SI chance up here on the screen. I assume these are stats from Sprabruni. So Wild win depends on map 3. Into the Breach win 7-1 or 7-0, 29%. Into the Breach win 7-2 or worse, 24%. So Eminem's SI chance is well and truly out of their hands right now.
It's been eaten away at, isn't it?
It's looking quite slim, I'm going to be honest with you.
It's just getting eaten away at the more rounds that are secured here. ITB getting this one done now would leave them at 24%. But as we see, if they go to a map 3, then it will all depend on that outcome as to how it is affected. Teb is going to be able to grab that first FNAT Dread Mine, I think. But then the Brava Clutch Drone will be taken out before it can grab any more electronics. Noah in another one of these positions that he's just going to try to hold on to for as long as he can. He really is the player that is going to be put under pressure consistently round to round. Packball picking up Kanto. Kendrew there for the trade though, leaving us 4 versus 4. Good progress though. Diffuser down, so that's something that Wild need to consider. That is going to need to be recovered, but with 2 minutes left on the board, they've got an age of time to get this done.
A lot of time available for Wild to figure this one out. We've got Aces upstairs. He is going to just dodge out from a C4 there, almost unbeknowing that he was doing so, just getting a little bit lucky on his movement and timing. Pops himself down east stairs. I'm going to be attacking into workshop, so again, as is the norm on border, you got to clear top floor regardless of what you're doing. You're going to have to clear some of it. Azza is going to be below inside a passport. Of course, does have the Solace, so if there's any information to gather, I think he just gets a glimpse there. It's at his max range. But Aces does need to be careful.
As you say, I think the range extended so far then that Ace's breathing would have taken him off the scanner each time he took a breath out. But Azza is able to pick him up. The location information did the job. And Jonka just moves into showers here. Now, I'm not sure if he knows there's somebody in there with him. I think he's got a good idea, but do they know he's in there with them? That's the question. Nope, they don't have a clue. Jonka misses his shots, though. Needs to be careful that he doesn't lose that fight. Noah picks up Jegs, traded out immediately. 3 versus 2. Still advanced into the breach.
Hungry does have the diffuser, and Teb's got a lot of space available to him inside. This is often the way that we go now. The defenders will kind of surrender that control inside a site and play for a retake, especially when they have an advantage. The plant now starting to go down. Teb just going to give the game away there as the Dreadnought activates. Azza trying to make something happen from the hatch. Hungry eventually downed and finished off. And Teb, he's got so many different angles to try and check onto. Does have the DMR, so only needs to land a couple of bullets onto each, but he will be taken down by Azza into the breach. Starting to take the lead once again, but it's only by 1 round.
That's it. It's been close all the way through, realistically, on border. And I think, as I said at the beginning of this map, I think there's more twists in the tail to come yet. We're not going to have anything as clear-cut as a 7-4 win from ITB. I don't think it would surprise me for Wild not to get another round or so here. We'll see whether we'll push the distance, but ITB now within touching distance of a match point at least. And what a what a position for them to be in, you know, coming into stage 2 as a new team and being now in a point where they can fight for a potential major spot in a grand final. They're 2 rounds away from it. That is absolutely huge. But at the same time, normally I'd be saying, you know, maybe the pressure will start to tell on these players. They'll start to feel it. They've got Kanto and Kendrew, 2 of the most experienced players in Pro Siege. In all honesty, Into the Breach, in terms of pressure and managing the situation, should really be fine. You know, it's just about whether they can get the job done on defense, but they're looking pretty good so far.
A little bit of a 6-pick coming out here for Packbull. He's going to be switching across from the Ace onto the Flores. With it goes the hard breach, though. So you are going to limit yourself a little bit. You've got to wonder just exactly what the plan is here. Good thing to see while bringing is the nades. We've commented a couple of times where there have been occasions where they kind of wish they would have had them, or at least it looks like they would have had an easier job if they'd have had the nades. So we'll see where Teb chooses to use those now. There isn't going to be the Azami necessarily to deal with, but there are going to be locations like mirror windows. There's going to be castle barricades. Maybe that's a little bit as to why the Flores has been chosen here as well, just to help to deal with that labyrinth. It's going to be Hungry kicking things off, getting a little bit of value out of the shock drone. We're seeing so much Twitch at the moment. And I'll be honest, I really enjoy it. I think that the Twitch coming back into the meta is fantastic.
This is going to take Noah down. I think, you know, yeah, anybody using the Twitch has obviously just got to be capable of consistently controlling that F2 recoil, which is pretty extreme now compared to certainly what it used to be. Aces is going to take the challenge onto the one inside of Office. Can't find the man with the spray through. Kendrew taking a little tickle of damage there, but not the end of the world. Wild have got themselves the advantage, of course, 4 versus 5 in their favour at the minute, but we're struggling to get themselves fully established in Office, in CCTV. They just keep backing in and out. The castle barricade just slowing things down a little bit. Great nade from Aces, though.
Aces going to be making that nade sing here. I commented at the time that Teb had him and forgot that Aces had him as well, and he certainly reminded me. 3 kills on the round for him. Teb joining the ranks too. Azza, he has a C4 and he's got a bit of vert, but he's up against all 5 attackers here. Plant going down, and Teb, you just get the feeling he was just waiting for the moment, wasn't he? He was waiting for Packbull to start getting that plant down just to guarantee it, and then bang, a little bit of vert action, a little bit of an attack there from Wild that really put the pace on. Again, leveled up.
That's going to be the timeout called by Into the Breach then. We saw how effective the timeout was last time around. Kangaroo Kenny having another opportunity now to try and steer them in the right direction. Into the Breach, of course, having a couple of opportunities to get themselves onto match point, but this will be the last of those 2. Now that we're at 5-5, we're going to see all 12 rounds here, no question again. Could be heading for a bit of overtime. We will see. Honestly, this is anybody's. It's toss of a coin stuff, is this? I really thought Wild would come in and run away with things on the attack. I thought that, you know, it may be another sort of 7-4, 7-5 to Wild, but no, absolutely not. Into the Breach, just digging their heels in and saying, we want this done in 2. We want not a break, but just having that sort of less play time if you can, rather than going into G2 after 3 exhausting maps.
Hopefully for Into the Breach, Kenny's fired up the team there. We got the trademark hand movements and knees dropping, so you can only assume it was an effective timeout. And teams are usually good for a round after a timeout anyway, regardless of who the coach is. That's, you know, it's no slight onto any coach out there, but usually teams are pretty good for a round after the timeout because it gives them a chance to really start to hone and focus in on something. They're going to know that they're going to be attacking, or they're going to be defending downstairs into bathroom and tellers. Been successful here previously. I think I'd like to see how Noah does this time, knowing that there are a lot more nades being brought from Wild, because the Wamai discs are only going to do so much there from Kanto if he chooses to place them at the top of East Stairs again. If Noah does choose to create that crystal maze of safety that he was providing himself with last time at the top of East Stairs, Because we did see him fall out of there from Hungary, and it was only from a headshot. Well, I say only from a headshot. It was from a headshot, but there were no nades from Wild. That was the really interesting point of it. Now they've got 4 of them, so I'm not expecting him to survive for as long here.
Certainly shouldn't. Like you say, just adapting to the problem. They got it dealt with last time, but it took time, and that's always the factor. How about that? Jonky, you've got to win those. Teb able to walk in on him and find the kill. Azza manages to pick one up onto Jegs to keep his level at 4 versus 4. He knows that there's one inside a workshop as well. Teb did take a lot of damage on that opening engagement, so he's not going to be too keen to get into a head-to-head battle here, and Azza just wants his opportunity to put that UMP to work.
Another way of dealing with it is just to entirely ignore it, and that seems to be what Wild have done. Noah is giving up that position at the top of East as Aces comes down here. He's going to find himself one onto Azza. Just gets caught looking the wrong direction. Advantage Wild now, but HP not looking great. Got both Aces and Teb sitting pretty low now. There are no C4s remaining on the side of Into the Breach, so no explosives to worry about, but there are still some lethal gunners. They're going to be ready to take these challenges.
Noah is going to pick up Hungary, levels things out at 3 versus 3. Halfway through the round, you could be forgiven for thinking that we were further into this one. There's been so much action so far. Noah manages to pick up another onto Aces. He's still in and around East Stairs, still hasn't been cleared out of that power position. Teb, he's going to have to try and get something going, but low health after that opening engagement with Jonker is going to make things difficult. They know his position from the cam. They've got Diffuser at their feet. This is all in the hands of Into the Breach at the minute. He's got the nade cooking. I don't think he's going to find anything that he wants. He's trying to support the push of Packbull, but again, the players are just dipping away. Noah's going to stick around for the fight for the time being, but everybody else has just retreated from Into the Breach. Kanto just supporting from that office wall.
Noah digging in on this East Stairs. He doesn't want to get too overzealous on this.
Beautiful.
Kanto is there for the trade. Teb eventually will root Noah out, but look at his HP. Doesn't have the diffuser. He's got 35 seconds, and he's got 2 players left to find. Kendrew, he's dug into the bathroom stall, and Kanto is going to be above. How is Kendrew alive there? That was blisteringly close there through the wall. Teb almost left wondering here. He's not got a lot of information to go off at all. He can recover the diffuser, but it seems though Into the Breach are just going to let him. It's probably the safest thing to do right now. They can try and get this plant down, and now Into the Breach have to react. Kanto can choose to hit the drop. Kendrew, he's going to hop himself over the top and try and catch Teb in the 1 versus 1, but it doesn't quite happen. Teb, he takes Kanto down. Fortunately, Kenny is there for the trade. A very important kill from Kendrew. That gets your heart beating.
It really did. I thought Into the Breach had maybe just made a little bit of an error there. I had no issue with them allowing the diffuser to be collected, play Kanto above, force him to plant. There's only 15 seconds left. You know, yeah, no problem with that. They won't necessarily know how low health Teb was at that point, but I just think they left it too late to be able to challenge him when the diffuser was going down, and I just looked at that and thought there's a world here where Teb wins this against Kendrew. Granted, with the low health, again, making it very difficult, but that's not something that ITB could necessarily have been aware of. They'll have no doubt had a call from Jonker that, you know, look, I lit him up at the beginning of the round, but still, a bit of a risk from them. A good win in tough circumstances. I like the challenge from Kanto up at the top where Noah was being pressured by Packbull on East Stairs, and they just had no idea that Kanto was on the office wall, essentially, and he stepped out and got himself a freebie. It was really well played. But yeah, ITB just flying a little bit close to the wind on that one, and they're going to try to lock it down here in round 12 again. They won 7-5 on Bank. Can they repeat the scoreline, or we'll be having 3 extra rounds?
Jonker sat there going, he's one shot, mate. He's one shot. Just breathe on him. That's all you got to do. Oh, I'll tell you what, very close indeed. I think Kenny played it really well. Yeah. If Kendrew would have overpeaked that or overswung, I didn't really get a good handle of where Kanto was coming from, but I imagine he dropped the hatch and then went round and through into the corridor. There's a world where they line up there, and how many times do we see someone come off a diffuser and just immediately dome somebody? So really well played there from Kendrew, and of course the rest of the team to get him into that position. But this is where things get a little bit serious. A match and a series point for Into the Breach, a chance at booking their spot against G2 later on today. And for Wild, This is everything. Win this to keep them in it and to potentially take themselves into an overtime.
Jags is just going to be heading up to the top floor before opening that detention wall. The soft breach charge is there and ready. Decides he's going to go up elsewhere and just move a little bit further along. We're going to have a little challenge from outside through to inside. Passport door into customs. Again, wow, just sort of feeling things out here, but the players must be feeling the pressure at this point. They are one round away from dropping out of the last chance qualifiers, you know, agonizingly again after coming so close to having that opportunity to get themselves through to the major. They are going to want to give this everything they've got. They've got 1 minute 50 to save themselves.
Patbull going to use Selma there to open up the mirror window. Removes a little bit of Kendrew's ability to play up there and actually forces him to drop on out. So a fair trade there, I would suggest. Noah going to look to be, again, making that labyrinth. He's got those Kiba barriers. Looks as though he's tempted to put 2 down, but instead he's just going to wait and further burn out this utility. The wall has been opened there as well, but he was more interested in taking the engagement. He should have been worried about the nade flying through to him.
This is, picking him up with an absolute beauty there, but how about that for a peek round the corner from Kendrew? 4 versus 4, and Wild cannot get themselves into a game of attrition here because they need this round. 1 for 1 for 1 might just leave them out of things. They haven't sorted out that top floor yet either. Cantor is going to be forced to drop away, so that's something at least. There is no vertical presence left for Into the Breach anymore. Asa, what are you having a look for? What does he think he's found? There's nobody out there. He doesn't necessarily know that, but he's going to use the Solis scanner just to see if anybody was on a drone actively at that point, but he's not going to find anybody. 30 seconds left to go. Wild need to make sure they don't leave this too close to the wire.
Jax is going to transition down these east stairs now. He does have a player inside of Tellers to contend with and some good information by the looks of it. Jonker, he gets taken to 1 HP and eventually finished off. Again, a brilliant crossfire from Wild. This is what they are so good at on these attacks, is pinpointing roamers and putting the pain to them. Pikebull, he's going to make his way on into sight. He's going to try and get the plant down here. Kenny, he's heard that go and he's got the heads up, takes him down. Diffuser cold on the ground, and look at the time. There's none of it left. There's 1 defender left alive. It's all down to Azza. All he's got to do is pick up the kill onto Hungry, and that's it. Into the breach. They have booked their spot against G2 later on today.
Look at the scenes of celebration there on the player cams. You can see exactly what it means to this team. They've got the job done, and they've got it done in quick fashion. 2 maps is all it took for Into the Breach to secure themselves that grand final position. Wild, they certainly played their part. They really did deliver in a lot of those rounds. They just could not get themselves over the line on either of those maps. They went to 12 each time. 24 agonizing rounds for Wild there that sees them drop out of the last chance qualifiers, but props and celebrations go to Into the Breach. What a fantastic performance.
A full team performance as well. I think you could really feel the energy in the room. The boot camp buff is real. I think that can be confirmed now. And a standout performance from multiple different players. Azza, he was electric on Bank, and in the first couple of rounds of border and toward the end there, he picked up the final kill and won the game for him. But he was performing all the way throughout. Not easy to have that level of consistency, and up and down across the board. You could talk about every single one of those players, and I'm sure our desk will. Tim, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thanks for having me. What a wonderful opportunity to cover some high-stakes games, and I'm just looking forward to sitting back and enjoying the last one with you and Demo covering it. As you say, we're going to take a short break. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we'll be back with the desk, so don't go anywhere.
There it is. ITB are into our grand finals. The underdogs make it to take a shot at Atlanta, the big one, the major, and they will be facing off against G2 in the grand final later on today. My name's Ian. This is Fresh. Alfama here on the desk. Commiserations to Wild, whose journey ends here. But ITB have just been stunningly impressive to watch. Fresh. They forced Wild to play slow and contested early.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you look at the way border is shaped, you have to contest these entry points in order to slow down the attack. I think what was really strong for a while yesterday on border was how quick they were able to get into the building, their entry that I highlighted before. And that's one thing that ITB played into very well. They completely slowed down Wild. They contested them early without losing too many bodies, which is very strong. Then they peeled off. Waited till the last round executes, and then were able either to retake or contest the executes very well, especially thanks to Azure.
ITB's reef takes Fresh, just outstanding.
Yeah, Leo just put it on there, but I think when you're able to manipulate border in such a way, like we say, when on the defense, you've really got to think of something as to how you're going to deal with an attack, and an attack as competent as Wild. We saw that ITB only just had enough to do it. And yeah, they played the retake game on the defense very strong. Azza was once again
incredible
at the forefront of absolutely everything, and a massive day from him.
How vital is he to this roster?
He is super vital on this, especially on this day. Like, you know, it's not rare to have MVPs that have a lot of kills, but you know, some of them don't already matter. I think Azure, like, all of his skills mattered. They were always on point, always super important, whether it was in attack to gain the man advantage or whether it was in defense in the retakes.
He seems so composed as well. I've been clocking. It's been a lot of fun watching the face cams of ITB.
Absolutely.
And I've been clocking him in the post game, and everyone else is like, "Yeah, we won." And I've just sat there laser focused. It's like, okay, I don't know if he's flicking onto another game to practice his aim or something, but yeah, he's super focused, super disciplined, and super important today.
Wild could never really find their feet, could they?
No, and it's surprising because, you know, I voted for them to win this because I felt they were a better team, but it really goes to show how important it is to have the momentum with you. I think yesterday, looking at ITB playing, they were having fun. It's the most important thing, actually, especially in games with high stakes, when you're playing, to have fun with your teammates. And this is exactly what happened today. I think they have the better and the most positive energy in the two games, and that's why they beat Wild.
It's going to be a shame not to see Wild at any international events now, because that's Major gone, that's SI gone, right? So next time we see Wild is going to be Stage 1 next year. However, the organization's put a lot of support into this roster. This roster came into Stage 1 as a brand new roster built on just days' notice. Like, not even months, not even weeks, just days. So the fact that they did as well as they did, they need to be able to hold their heads up high.
Yeah.
However, it will be slightly disappointing for them that they didn't make at least one major this year. I'm very excited to see what's to come for them next year, though. I think they've got a big year next year.
Me too. And I know you've got a lot of belief in them as well, Leo. Let's talk to Leonski. ITB's Leonski joins us now in the boot camp. Leonski,
hello.
I haven't seen you in a while. I imagine that this is one of your favorite moments right now.
Well, yeah, no, like last time you guys seen me, I trash talked Jigsaw and he dropped like 20 on us. So I was kind of banned from interviews afterwards, but I'm back.
It must feel incredible, but also you know that the job's not finished with G2 waiting in the wings. How much are you guys riding that momentum and confidence and general just amazing atmosphere that seems to be in that boot camp right now?
Yeah, no, definitely. This is where we aim to be. We did not come to Sheffield for leisure because I don't think they have any leisurely activities
Hold
here.
on a minute.
Yes, they do.
Sheffield's actually a wonderful place in the north of
Have you been
England.
to Meadow Hall yet, Leonski?
Meadow Hall? Do your shopping.
No, we've been in here from like just 16 hours a day. We've just been practicing, you know. So yeah, this is where we want to be. G2 will be a big, hurdle, but it's the Sheffield buff, and I believe in it.
The Sheffield buff is real, and look, Wild were a real threat as well coming into this semi-final. You seem to control them in defence, which is so hard to do on border.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think them playing core yesterday definitely helped. We managed to get some good prep from them. They did not change a lot because you can't really do that in a day, right? So yeah, me and Kangaroo Kenny put in a lot of work. He's my my Arteta, so as Demo called us yesterday. So no, yeah, we've done the prep. We kind of knew what they were going to do, and that makes it obviously a lot easier to do.
So, of course, momentum is one thing. The world champions is another story altogether. The grand final is just on the horizon. You guys have got to now reset, refocus, and readjust for a completely different test here. What are your thoughts going into this?
We've pretty much had G2 as our scrim partners, kind of. The boys got sick of playing G2 and BDS only because they were on the other side of the bracket. So we know what we're up against. They know what we do. So it will be a really juggernaut match. I think it's gonna be not easy from either side, but yeah.
Leonski, will we see ITB in Atlanta?
I sure hope so.
I'm sure you do. Listen, we're looking forward to seeing you guys in action in the server, and we love watching the player cams as well. It's so much fun seeing everybody reacting. But best of luck in that final.
Thank you very much.
All right, cheers. Big test coming up.
Yeah, I picked up one thing in that interview that Leonski just said in one of his last sentences there. He said this was a juggernaut matchup.
Yeah.
How far this team has come from not winning a game. When they played G2 in stage 1, G2 literally played strat roulette on them by not moving in the whole of prep phase.
Yeah.
They've come so far that they're now competing with G2, seeing them as peers in a final. And that, for me, regardless of the result, and we'll go into that game, that's really impressive.
Talk about leaps and bounds beyond where they could have possibly imagined.
Yeah, and it's funny that he says that there would be juggernauts. Like I said, to me, it's a David versus Goliath match, and he compared himself. He thinks
that's how they think of themselves.
Yeah, they think of themselves, as equal to the world champions. I love that energy, and I think that's kind of one great example of the spirit they've brought into this LCQ.
All right, we're going ITB right now into the break, so do not go anywhere. When we return, it's what you're all waiting for, that grand final, ITB versus G2 for that one final EUL spot in the Atlanta Major. Who's taking it? You better be here to find out.
That's it, into the bridge. They have booked their spot against G.
Doki 4 kills. Give them the ball.
That's going to be G2. Moving on.
Pretty sure that was pre-placed on the hatch as well. It's the second time they got away with this half as well. It's really good stuff coming out of Secret. Groovy's there.
Nella holds strong on top of that one. Drops into it. Stops the counter refuse to give the round over to Eminem.
The close game ended in quite handily a fashion for the Wolves.
Need to rotate. They took the stock hatch. They took the rotate round onto Banana. And they had the site control. Heroic!
Joystick denies the play. Psycho needs to throw it down, but he won't be able to do so. VP, close it down.
He will not even make it back to his feet before Deepek cuts him down.
BDS locked down the series. They will qualify through.
Hungry, he's hopping. He's got to sprint round for the final player. Can he make it? Yes, he can!
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
It's time to make history.
Behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care.
One kill away, and it's Volts to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
It should be easy. Have you put yourself in there?
No, of course, bloody not.
Oh, guys, you're actually on point.
Yeah, I think Doki has most first engagements.
Yeah, might not win them all, but...
Oh. I just found pick on defense. I was just rushing it with no chance of attack. Classic Savage.
Yeah, of course he does himself.
That's right.
In defense, I think 80% of the round done making an open frag.
That's a good one.
I think we can all be unanimous.
Yeah, that's a unanimous one. It's his birthday. Don't bully him.
He just has a broken sleeping shadow.
Kind of surprising because me and Miracle are Brazilian. Like Brazilian is used to get late for stuff. So
I was tired. Okay.
I've got the answer for this one.
this is a hard one, I think.
I think they will be the same player.
I have a good one here.
I've lost the Discord.
There you go. That's your answer.
So Noah has like just his phone falls out of his pocket in the Uber. You know, we try and call his phone and the guy's not answering, and then this Uber driver like picks up, but he doesn't really speak English.
And I didn't understand like if he wanted to even give me the phone back or if he was just gonna keep it like the entire day. Yeah, different answers. Yeah, it's probably me actually. Should have voted myself.
Why? He lost his headphones on LAN as well.
I think Carl is probably the most likely to lose something.
Yeah, lose his mental.
Oh wow.
I think we can do this in a few seconds, guys.
Stop.
I think they're right. I can't argue with that.
So he's just very eager to not learn the calls or just like change to what he knows.
No, why me, guys? Yeah. Why me?
I mean, I think he's trying his best.
I know my answer.
That has to be me.
It's a hard question.
Yeah.
These guys don't like to keep me alive, so they let me die. And
No, that's true. Whoever I choose to bait, that's who the bait is.
Oh, what the?
Because I feel like when we rush, you go full ham.
I think it's Noah. He's like, yeah, double up with me, but you go first.
That's so true. No, that's actually so true.
You want to know how I know that it's grand final time? Fresh has put on the sex jacket, which means it's showtime, baby.
I did. I was a little bit slimmer the last time I wore this here, I'll be honest.
Yeah, this is our last time in the Paris studio. We'll get to that later on in the show, but you did find that in the green room, I think you're still rocking it. The sex jacket.
Yeah, we were getting nostalgic, weren't we? We was looking at all of the things in the green room in the back, and I found this. I was like, I've got to wear it. So the last time we're going to be in Paris, I've got to wear it.
He's rocking it, Leo, right?
Yeah, looking handsome, beautiful. Oh, I love it.
Doesn't fit me, mate.
Fresh, Alfama, myself, Ian on the desk, leading you into our grand final of Blast R6 EUL LCQ. Let's take a look at the bracket. This is it. If I'd have told you a couple of months ago, Leo, right, our grand final, LCQ, day 3, G2 Esports versus Into the Breach, would you have believed me?
Well, you know, if you think their name would be the same, if you think of TT9, and you tell someone that TT9 was going to be fighting for a major spot against G2 earlier in the year, I think everybody would call you crazy. I think it's crazy to see them here. I'm already super happy to see them here. They've progressed so much. They're just missing that one final step.
It's kind of crazy because you would have said, like, had you have asked that question, you said, no, TT9 ITB won't be anywhere near getting to a major spot. And you'd have also said G2 would have made the major through deciders and playoffs. So both of these teams were not expected to be in this bracket whatsoever.
It's crazy, isn't it? Because like ITB, they had such a really impressive run earlier in the stage. And then you sort of think, well, they had a great time. And then they've just gone and had another run.
Every single time I've done my prep on them, I've gone, what's the expectations for this team?
Yeah.
What are they doing? Where do I expect them? Where did they expect themselves to be? And I never had it like, hey, they're going to be competing for the major. They're just going to see how far they can go and prep for 2024. But here they are in the grand final of the LCQ.
How do you get set up for this team? G2, the world champions, the team I stood beside in February this year in Montreal as they raise the hammer high in the air. What more can you say about them? They're crazily dangerous to come up against in a situation like this.
They absolutely are. Like, we keep saying it. How did they win the 6th Invitational? It was a low bracket run. It was when they could not lose another game or they were out. And that is exactly what they went and did. Doki said it. We're best under pressure. We're best in best of threes. Well, this bracket, it's under pressure because you lose, you're out. And you're in best of 3 territory. You've got to perform. And that's where G2 stand up and be counted.
Yeah, I mean, so many strong individuals across the board. And let's not forget, they've already played once today. They saw off their rivals, their enemies, Eminem Gaming in our semi-final. And let's take a look back at one of the strongest moments from that series with our man, Leo. It was against Eminem, like I said, their attack on Kafe.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one great thing we can highlight is you check how Eminem was attacking this map. It was 5-1, right? They lost 5 rounds in attack, Eminem, trying to find out a way to overcome the obstacles put down by the G2, especially that Thatcher ban and the wall denial. Now you look at how G2 approaches this. It's the very first round of attack for G2, and they take a very different approach. It's 150 into the game. You will see they will develop a direct attack on bomb site, overcoming all of the wall denial on utility on site to go for a direct skylight push. Now, look, the Ying is coming off here in the middle of the bomb site. At the same time, you've got 2 cocktail rappels pressuring the cocktail here into planks. Now look, Ying is going off her utility in pushing into stock. At the same time, an air jab went off here, and Nomad drops down and gets the pick on this guy as well. It's the diffuser coming down, and Solotov gets the trade from above. Now look, from below actually, look. You've got the control on the side. You've got 1 player in stock. The 2 players also playing from cocktail side. They will have a crossfire on the last remaining player that's covering the bomb site. They will play that guy, remove him. Now they have side control. Effectively, it's a 4v2 because that 1 guy is injured and 2 are below. And I love the cold blood of Doki, especially here. He was the one that enabled this from Skylight with his Ying. A first gunfight happens on White Stairs because the 2 players, the 2 defenders from below, are going up. Now it's back to a 2v2, but the pacing is real. Look, it's 120. It's very different from the way Eminem was taking it, super slow. Now, look at the way Doki will play this. Again, he has utility in hands, throws his Ying onto the White Stairs and gets the double kill off of his Ying to win the round. Very different type of attacks, very fast-paced, based off utility, not bothering onto clearing all the utility, just go straight for sight and play off confidence. This is the G2 we know and love.
Yeah, and it's nice to see Fresh. It's a bit reminiscent, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit reminiscent. You know, we've seen them do this type of attack 6 Invitational. Like I say, we've not seen it too much in the year 2023, the competitive year since SI, but these past couple of days in the LCQs, we've been seeing it more and more.
One thing we saw more and more against Eminem Gaming was clutches. They were absolute clutch machines. Probably too many to count.
Well, you say that, and I did have to list them off.
There is a list, actually.
Yeah, I did have to list them off, and I said production didn't have the time. I think we might have the time now to run the clips if production are ready.
All right, let's run them. Let's run these clutches.
We'll talk you over them.
Yeah, absolutely. I want you to talk me through some of these pivotal moments that really put the nail in the coffin for Eminem Gaming.
Yeah, so the very first one, and again, we're going to track the players from G2 that are involved in these clutches. So the very first one, it's actually going to be Virtue, and he's probably had the stage of, I would say, his career since he came to EU. Since we, you know, I say we because obviously I was on the team when we picked him up all the way back in 2020. He's probably had the best stage of his career. 1 versus 3 here, but also look how smart he is. He's 1v1 against the Monty. What's Monty very bad at? Obviously, he drops off, which we thought was a mistake at the start, right?
I thought it was a mistake because you don't want to leave the Monty planting here. It's a big mistake, right?
Luckily, he manages to get there in time, and he's playing a key operator in the Legion. Why is that important? The Monty is only on 20/30 HP. As now the Legion mines have had that change where Legion does damage. All Jake had to do was force this Monty into a goo mine, which happens there. The Monty has to unshield to take the fight to kill him now. Can't do anything else in terms of delay in time. Plan will go down. And that was in the very, very first round. And this is one of, by the way, 5 clutches that we're going to show you here.
I want all of them. Bring them.
So the second one here, and we've skipped past a few of the defensive. This is going to be a clutch from Uno. So it's second player on G2 to make a clutch in this particular map. This one was actually, I think, a little bit of a stroke of luck that Solotov had no idea where he was. However, Uno's played it really well, and G2 played it really well. They knew that Solotov was above. They changed the plant location from below the hatch to the stall. Obviously, Alamal loses his fight, but Uno then swings and wins the 1v1. Solotov had absolutely no idea the plant was going down in that stall. And we're into the third clutch straight away.
Oh, this is crazy.
This is crazy?
Yeah. Because, look, he got caught by the Fenrir, so they should be aware, right? The defenders should be aware. They should not leave him plant. I don't know what's going on here. They also have vertical on him, and he's getting the plant off, which is crazy, right? And then if you want to take over here, like, they trade each other, and then you're back into a 1v1. And take a look at how far is Alemao from the setup here. He's all the way back in stock, and he knows he has a flash. He's going to wait till the defender comes in onto the diffuser. And now, mitigating risk. A flash. We wait. The guy's flash. Now I can pick him. Boom. Super clean and confident.
And that's the third G2 player that's been involved in a clutch so far. Here's the fourth. It's going to be... well, it's not actually the fourth, actually. It's Alamo and Virtue. This is one of the very final rounds here. It ends up being a 1 versus 2, and this is to win G2 the game. And veto ends up in the 1 versus 2, gets the kill, and then revives to make it a 2 versus 1. Now, didn't clock it in the moment, but in this replay, what I've just seen, Eminem had 0 drones left. 0 drones remaining, which means the flank was coming from CCTV. As it is, the Solus wins the fight there out onto him. But again, clutch players, and that's what you want. And this is how G2 won the World Championship, is they were playing confident as a team, but individual players were having massive moments, and we saw that today.
Man, I wish I had the same aim on SMG11. Man. That shot that he hit on the guy all the way back in Armory, but except from the really pure skill and fragging power of Virtue, the fact that he said cold-headed, that the Goo mine against the Monty, this is super smart. But also here to take the time to stop, freeze, revive his teammate, and then have a pinch on the last player. Again, that's very experienced player, and the fact to play like this, very in a smart way, in a clutch with high pressure, that shows how good it is.
Yeah, and look, when they beat Eminem Gaming earlier on in convincing fashion, they secured themselves at SI in Brazil. Now, the question is, do you think that they're still going to be driven? Do you think that they're going to be coming into this thinking, well, we can go defend our title in Sao Paulo, so maybe I don't need to try as hard. I mean, come on, it's G2. They want to be at the major.
Yeah, there's an interesting trail of thought. Like, I genuinely do think that when it's not so much as do we want to go to Atlanta or not, it's how much energy you put into things.
Yeah.
I think they will have put a lot of energy in today because Eminem was a massive obstacle for them. That is the team they would have been scared of the most in this bracket out of anybody else. So it was a massive obstacle. They were very, very worried about the maps they were going to play. They knew that border was always going to be a massive risk in reality, should have lost it. And so much energy after that. I'm worried after so much high, it's going to be, it will have been a big low while they were sat waiting.
Yeah.
And then to get their energy back up for the grand final is what I'm worried about.
I can understand that POV, and it's an interesting point. At the same time, I feel like now that you've achieved the main goal of qualifying for SI, you have way less pressure on yourself. It's still G2. You are expected to go to the Atlanta Major, and it's world champions. They want to win every single time. They're super competitive. I don't think they would take a loss versus ITB very well, especially seeing where they're coming from in phase 1, right? It's still G2. They need to win. So I think they are, on paper, the better team from far, right? I think the way you approach this, if you're G2, we achieved the main goal. We're qualified to SI. Let's just have fun. We're the better team here. It should be enough to get us to Atlanta.
I think ultimately it's been such a long stretch since they've had any form of real momentum, and they're not going to want to give that up here.
No, they're absolutely not going to want to. That's what I said.
Yeah.
They of course will want to go to Atlanta. This isn't going to be, we'll just play it. Because obviously Atlanta, you want to win a major, you want the prize money involved, you want the LAN experience. You don't want to be sat waiting for February to come around as well.
Let me ask you this. So obviously, G2, there's been a lot of talk over the past couple of weeks, especially after Stage 2 didn't go exactly as planned and they dropped into LCQ. What's going to happen? Are we going to have to, restructure this entire thing? Are we going to see players lose jobs, whatever else? If they do win this grand final, Leo, is it just, hey, we're back, it's all good, nobody panic?
Ooh, it's not enough. I don't think it's enough.
No.
You're G2.
Well, they're back in the major, right? So what's the issue?
Yeah, and what
right where they
if
needed to be.
What happens if they get grouped? What happens then? You know what I mean? It's G2. They need to not only qualify to major, but at least reach the grand final every time. Yeah. It's the only.
I was going to say that this is what you've got to realize about G2, and they're kind of special within the Rainbow Six scene, is that every other org, even the top, Brazilian teams, the top North American teams, can't touch the expectations of G2 because realistically, the expectations, not necessarily placed on them by themselves, but by the fans and by the community, is that G2 will be there, like you say, at least in the grand final. When I turned around and said Copenhagen, top 8 was a failure for G2. A lot of people said no, it wasn't. And then you look around and actually a lot of people said, yes, it was.
All right, well, this is a David versus Goliath scenario. You've met Goliath. Let's talk about David, shall we? ITB into the breach. These guys have got some real momentum on their side. We keep using that word a lot, Leo, but how far can they ride this wave?
I don't know, but this will be the biggest test that we'll ever had, especially today, like in this LCQ. I don't think there is any tougher opponents than G2 in this bracket. It's the final big test to know if they can qualify to Atlanta. Is it the bootcamp buff? Is it as strong as they need it to be, to beat the world champions? We'll see, I guess.
Well, looking back on their semi-final, let's pick out a point here because one thing's for sure, in theory, Fresh, G2 can ban Ying away from Kendrew all they want, but he'll still find a way to plant.
Yeah, they absolutely can. I've taken the jacket off because if I tried to reach over there with that jacket on, it was not happening because it was too restrictive. So, again, we talked about in the pre-show today, we talked about how Kendrew likes to play his plants and how he likes to play the Ying to facilitate those plants. Notice the operator that he's on. He's going to be on the Osa. Now, the one thing that I like about this team is that they've got the teamwork to still facilitate these plants despite the fact that Ying isn't there. So we're going to roll it forward just a second. And what you're going to see is Kendrew force everybody to get into the right position to help him plant. So you're going to see Kendrew playing on the hatch, and he's got a player with him on the hatch. You're going to see this player here, it's Yonka, go all the way down, all the way to basically to the main stairs, and he's sent the book all the way to the printer window. This is so basically when Kendrew drops the hatch and plays for the plant, and he uses the Osa to play for the plant, they are in the right position to get the crossfires onto the defenders. Because normally, and you're going to see it when you drop him, as this drop goes on, it's a really smart play by the player that drops with him here, because they know normally there's a player playing on the red hatch that will peek the player that's dropping and obviously shoot. This is Kendrew dropping with a shield in front of his face, cannot be killed. The player drops a second after Kendrew when the player that's on the hatch would be reloading, gets the kill. And it's very, very fast, and that's why I've explained it before it happens. And this player on the hatch is now dead. You see, he's been taken out, is now dead. So you've got a position where Kendrew is now trying to plant behind a shield. You've got a player on main stairs that's holding all the way into sight, but also holding the swing up from the stairs. And you've got a player on the printer window holding the line through. Kendrew can now basically plant safe enough. But the one thing that I loved about ITB is that actually they have the patience to know that basically that while they're going to try and collapse back onto the plant, and then they use the plant as a distraction to get all of their kills. So if we roll the clip through, you're going to see Yonka pushes in, the Buck, who's Noah, pushes into the window and finds the kills. Because it gets into a 3v4, Yonka has a big play, Noah has a big play, and within a matter of seconds, as Kendrew is being that distraction player, it's a 3v1, 3v0. Excellent way to still facilitate the plant, despite the fact that they don't have the Ying, which was the big facilitator when they played yesterday.
High quality stuff, Leo.
Yeah, and I think once again, when you look at the way they execute, very nice jacket by the way.
Yeah.
When you take a look at the way they execute, of course, all of the ideation probably comes from Kendrick calling this, but the fact that they played it so well together, and that Noah especially was able to jump in the printer window and get those picks off of the execute, is the kind of team play we're looking for in a team that is looking to have the best chemistry here that we've seen in the LCQ.
Fresh, never leave a sex jacket around me because I will put it on.
I'm not looking significantly underdressed for a grand final.
I feel like I've just
rocked up to the grand final, jeans and t-shirt. Yeah, not a problem.
I feel like I've just finished a session.
Yeah, it's looking,
session of Siege. I mean,
looking
what do you
good on
think
you,
of
mate?
it?
Yeah, Siege
all right,
session, yeah.
let me
big,
just
long, sweaty,
big, long, sweaty
ranky
Siege
session. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Took my opponent to. Anyway, all right, let's get back to this. Azza needs to pop off here, Leo, but not alone. He needs the players around him to come to.
I mean, Azza can pop off all he wants. In front of him, he has 5 of the best individuals in the world, right? You're looking at G2, you have Uno, Virtue, Benja, Alemao, Doki, like any one of them literally can outplay Azza, and that's the thing. I don't think necessarily what they need is many individuals popping off. I think this is the first real big test. Is Rainbow Six about playing well together, or is it about gun skill? You know, G2 versus ITB playing well together. That's kind of the real test right now.
Yeah, individual player versus team play, Fresh.
Ideally, you want both.
Yeah.
I think that's how you see any teams win tournaments is you get more or less most of the team having individually the best tournament of their career, and you have the teamwork to go with it, and that's how a team is absolutely on fire. So, yes, Azza can carry, but he does need people to step up around him with that, especially when they're going up against G2.
Talking a lot about individuals here, let's take a look at one of them from each side. We've been talking about them a lot here. Azza and Virtue, 2 key players to look out for if you've just joined us.
Yeah, so the reason that we actually pulled this head-to-head up is actually just to highlight these two, because I think both quite unassuming, quite quiet characters off the server, but also in the server they've had, somewhat quiet times. I say Virtue, for a long time in G2 has been the kind of quiet, unassuming member of G2 that does the dirty work, having an excellent stage for them. And I think for Azza, obviously had quite a quiet group stage and absolutely came alive through this LCQ bracket.
And one of the lesser known players as well, I think unless you were really watching T2 or Tier 3 before, you would not have known this guy before this year, right? And I think the way, again, he has progressed coming from low tiers into evolving into this Tier 1 position, into a tough role, to be honest. It's tough to frag at the highest level versus the best European players there is.
Should we look at maps?
Let's have a look.
Let's have a look at our maps for our LCQ Grand Final, and the proceedings will begin on Nighthaven.
Yeah, so normally we get a look at the maps. We're coming into this looking absolutely fresh onto the map veto. The one thing that I would say here is ITB have picked Nighthaven makes a lot of sense. They won it yesterday, number one map preference. However, G2 have been longing to play it throughout the whole of stage 2 and have not yet had chance to play it. So we haven't seen G2. ITB presumably, like Leonski said, will have through their scrims, and that's why they've had the confidence to play it.
And I assume G2 left it open knowing they had the VOD of Secret, right? Of Secret versus ITB, and then if they would leave it open, then ITB would pick it. Now, I just wonder, is ITB that far ahead in the meta and in how to play this map? You know, because Secret had a decent idea of how to play the map, but ITB had more strategic depth. Is it the same story for G2? You know, you cannot know until you play it officially in games. And at the same time, G2 picking Skyscraper, I'm not too surprised. ITB struggled against it earlier in the stage. They lost, I think, 7-0 to Wolf, 7-4 to Secret on this map. So, and it's one of the strongest maps for G2 as well.
This is the big call for me. So G2 have got Skyscraper and Bank, and realistically, I would have thought that G2 might have picked Bank over Skyscraper. The reason being is that basically, I genuinely think that G2 have had a lower preference on Skyscraper recently, and they're taking a big gamble that ITB don't play it and haven't worked on it. Because ITB had a couple of bad results on it in stage 2. I think that's what G2 are taking the gamble on. If we get to Bank Decider, I think it'll be very scrappy, but based on the Bank we've seen from G2 in this LCQ bracket, I would just about favour G2.
I want to ask you, Leo, as a former player, would you rather be in a situation where you're coming off the back of a really impressive win straight into a grand final where you're all warmed up, your hands are warm, mentally you're stimulated, or would you rather be in G2's position where you had time to scout your opponent and get set up?
It's very dependent of who you are as a player and in the whole identity of your team. For ITB, it definitely favors them to be straight into another game because they're rolling on this momentum. Personally, I like this. I love it. I wasn't too tired after every game, and I loved to be laser focused, to have all my calls ready, to be like, I'm sweating Rainbow Six right now.
Because you must, as a player, you must find a place like within yourself in a especially when it's all on the line like that. You lose that semi-final, the dream's over. You've got to find that extra gear, and as soon as I guess you take a break, you lose it.
Yeah, and you're kind of in this weird headspace when you're playing where you're like, only the games matters, only your teammates, what's in front of you, the strategy, like all of this puts you in a very different space. Like you're literally in a different space in time. You know what I mean? Like you're focused and you're living in Rainbow Six. And when you're coming off of such a big win, I think it really carries on into whatever you're doing if you keep playing Rainbow Six.
It does give G2 a slight advantage being able to watch though, right?
I think so, but I think when you already know your opponent, I think the one thing that the EU system creates is that teams on the opposite side of the groups, in terms of the group in the league, and I'm going all the way back to that, will have scrimmed a lot.
Yeah.
So these teams have practiced each other a lot, which means they've seen the warts and all of the other team. They've seen everything. So at that point, how much it's very, very, very small marginal gains that you might see of something they've done in an official. Like I said, for ITB, if anything, the best thing they did was getting the job done 2-0 because they've not shown their Skyscraper. Had they have shown Skyscraper today and, say that game was a 2-1, and ITB go and do it, and they win it on Skyscraper, but they put in a commanding performance. A G2 now picking Skyscraper. I think that's the only thing where having seen them changes maybe the banning strategy.
You know what time it is, don't you? Predictions time. Let's get honest. Let's get real here, because as much as this is G2, as much as this is the world champions, we have seen in recent weeks and months that they can be beaten. Of course.
Yeah.
ITB, do they have a shot?
They definitely have a shot, for sure. I will still go with G2, because I think what I said about the fact that they achieved the main goal, they know they're the better team. If they just play to have fun, they play very loose, they have the best individuals. It's enough, I think, to win. I don't think ITB is there yet in terms of their full potential, and I think it should be enough to beat them.
Yeah, but talk about putting yourselves on the map fresh. If you can send G2 packing and book yourself a place in the major, no one's ever going to forget that.
No, absolutely not. I'm loving. Do you know what? I'm actually going to. I'm going to go with ITB.
You're going to stick with them. Yeah. I knew you would do that.
Check him out.
The reason being is 2 reasons. 1, the Sheffield buff.
Yeah.
Actually, 3 reasons. 1, the Sheffield buff.
Okay, all
right. You need to go. You've been playing again.
Okay.
2 is the confidence. Leonski calling themselves juggernauts against G2.
Yeah.
This team has a lot of confidence. They're riding a confidence wave right now. 3 is the maps, because I have no idea how these teams have practiced, of course. I just have a sneaking suspicion that ITB won't have let their skyscraper through if they were still really bad at it. And I'm thinking G2 have taken a big gamble in the map bans.
Let's get into this, shall we? It's what you've been waiting for. It's the culmination of our LCQ bracket. Grand final time. And calling this one, it's X to the D. XR Troika and Demo. Guys, provide the lyrics.
Ian, thank you so much indeed. I must say, I did like that jacket on you quite a lot. I think Fresh should gift you that jacket. Thank you very much, our wonderful desk, for setting us up, building the hype, and getting us stuck into our grand final here today to see which team we send to Atlanta to compete in the final major of the calendar year here for Rainbow Six Siege. Demo, how are you feeling ahead of this one?
Fresh. I don't know what's happened to him. So much respect for G2 he's had over his career. You know, that team made him. That team made him who he is. And to betray them at the final hour, shameful. Absolutely shameful.
He's gone for his hometown though, hasn't he? Or I mean, it's not quite his hometown, but it's his home proximity. He's all about the Sheffield buff that he thinks is a thing.
I just, look, as well as ITB have done, and the fact that they beat Wild is a massive step in the right direction and shows the real progress that this team has. I just don't see it today. I think G2 beating Eminem kind of locked it in. I kind of looked at it and thought, realistically, Eminem's going to be the team that give G2 a bit of bother. They've been here, they've done that. That's the big thing for G2, to have the experience over this side. You think about Azar, this is his first year as a rookie coming into it, even though it was well his first year. Yonka has been around here and there sometimes, but even he is getting back into T1 again after a while. There's not a lot to go off compared to the veteran side that is G2.
The pressure certainly on G2, in my opinion, given that Into the Breach, whilst they're a fantastic team and they have a very good chance of actually doing this whole thing, I think the pressure's on G2 because you expect the previous winner of an SI to be performing at majors. And that's just something, in my opinion, that you need that presence. G2 as an org, if they don't make it to Atlanta, it's not going to be good enough for that organization. The organization's put a lot of trust and a lot of resource into the team, and the team are going to start to feel that pressure if they start missing out on these big events. So as we move in, I think it was interesting listening to the Leonski interview, talking about how these two have buddied up as scrim partners, obviously on different sides of EUL. EUL obviously split into Group A and Group B. So they're going to be very familiar with one another. And I think that adds an extra level of intrigue, especially when we start to look at the maps that we're playing here today, most notably this Nighthaven start. Nighthaven, a new map to the pool this stage. It's going to be something that these teams have practiced quite a bit against one another, I imagine.
Look, scrims are great, but it doesn't give you the real test of what an actual official game day gives you. The amount of teams where I've heard say, oh, we've done really well in scrims this week, and then get absolutely battered in their next play day is incredible. Teams rely very heavily on, oh, we worked really well in scrims. Unless it works in the real game, it doesn't matter. In my eyes, I always think whenever push comes to shove, it doesn't matter how you've played in the past, it depends on how you played in the day. And right now, this is how you play on the day. This is everything. It's for all the marbles. For at least one of these teams, it will be the final game they play of the year. But will it be ITB or will it be G2?
G2 starting off on the defense, Into the Breach starting off on the attack here. Into the Breach had some real nice ideas yesterday when we saw them play this map about how they want to go about approaching, attacking this map. They're attacking downstairs into tank and assembly. You can hear that Dokubi call coming through. A lot of info available for G2 here as well. We've got the pulse below of Virtue, feeding information to the roamers above. And of course, we've got the Valkyrie cameras from Benja, which can be cycled at any point by anybody to really provide a little bit of that info. Alamau looking to get a little bit bold on the hatch here. He's trying to work off the back of the info that Virtue's providing, but Kanto, he's better.
Look at his HP though. All it takes is a sliver of anything to take him down, but Alamau missing out on that kill. It is an issue. Leaves Virtue by himself. He could easily get collapsed onto by a couple of members of ITB. G2 would have studied ITB and how they played their Nighthaven, and it was a very slow approach from ITB. They were looking to gain control more so off, you know, middle of the map rather than just full top floor, try and work your way downstairs. They're all about the sideways take. It's a good pickup, has to be said, from Doki, being able to stop them for the meantime, eliminate that buck. I mean, it wasn't going to take much to kill the buck, but still, kills the kill. Doki inside a storage. It's a trade between him and Kendry, old teammates. Will trade bullets between one another. Benja was looking for the slip in behind, but has since then rotated, holding on to that storage door.
Benja's done a good job of staying alive here. He's been in and around the action, not really in position to get a trade off though. But as the round gets a little bit deeper underway, still could provide a bit of value. He has a C4 in his pocket as well, and that's not going to be much good if he's above. But he might be able to find an opportunity to use that. Uno just repositioning slightly here as well. Benja, he's going to find his man onto Noah. The plant is going to go down now. Jonker, full wide flashed. Azza, he's going to be there with the cover, ensuring that plant is confirmed. And picking up a kill onto Benja. Uno with all to do. Picks one and the second. Does he know that he's down? He certainly does now. Virtue, he might be down, but he's certainly not out.
No! Don't do it!
He's thinking about it. He was looking at him. Plenty of time to disable that diffuser.
Easy's trying to make him do it. What a sicko.
Easy wants to watch the world burn, doesn't he?
Yeah, you've seen again for ITB, they're just trying to sweep in and clear those roamers. Pretty controlled. They take 1 point of the map. They're not looking to clear out those roamers from the very top floor, which is kind of what we see some teams would like to do. We've seen, I think, Jackal be played quite a few times in Nighthaven. You've got the Jackal above, maybe with some soft destruction. Then you clear out the players inside of storage, cut them off in garage, and then you work your way into the site. Because 9 times out of 10, if defenders are playing in and around storage and they're looking to hold that, they would have made your vertical angles for you to begin with, because they're looking to try and hold on to the breach from their own angles. So if you just go sweep top floor, the middle floor is already yours pretty much. You don't have to do much to that. But ITB never went for that. They were just looking to push straight across. They never really pressured the man in storage too much. You look what Doki was able to do. 2 kills, just stood behind a box. That was it. He just peeked up, got one, peeked up, got a trade. And at that point, it's a good position for G2. You've wasted quite a bit of time. You know they're not going to have much utility left because you've taken away some flashbangs here and there. And it's easy enough for them just to sit on site. Sure, it was pretty close there at the end, but they still had the time on their side.
That time, and more importantly, they had Uno. Uno hit some real nasty shots there, and if it hadn't been for him, it would have gone very differently indeed, especially with Virtue already being downed. Wasn't a bad attempt from into the breach. And they ticked a lot of the boxes there. They did a good job of skirting around the information that G2 had at their fingertips. We're going to be bringing some of that information here again, mainly in the form of the Pulse. No Valkyrie this time, however. Obviously feeling as though they can get away without that, and well, into the breach, they're going to be attacking onto that top floor.
Yeah, pretty standard at the moment. In terms of the setup. Oh, no. Where'd you get taken out from? Were you just taking a trip downstairs? And yes, he was. The Pulse was looking to gain control of that basement, feed up some information, but Azur just sledged his way in, free trench, got downstairs, and got an easy pick. Azami being banned away does hinder, I think, the defense for this top floor just a little bit more. You don't have the same kind of layers that you can set up, and you just keep falling back, using the keeper barriers even to block up some of the reinforced walls that get opened up by the Selmas, for example. With a Thermite ban, you know straight away that teams are going to be looking to go for the impact tricks and just deny you access of breaches entirely. So being able to impact trick, you know, the second set of Selmas just has the one hole open and then block that up with a keeper barrier is incredibly strong. We've seen that a few times in Nighthaven yesterday whenever it was being played by ITB in secret. It was a great showcase of it.
Some occasions where it's almost pointless bringing the breach because the wall just gets immediately dealt with that Kiba barricade, but not to be inside of this game. Instead, I'm going to see a little bit more of an old-fashioned approach here. Benja, he's taking an engagement over with Jonker and gets himself back safely to the site. Alamau looking to try and make a challenge here. The Candela isn't going to land. Can switch over to the secondary. The SMG-11 perfect for this sort of medium-range engagement. But still into the breach, not really gaining any ground here. C4 ripped and ready as the drone comes out, but it's going to be dealt with quite quickly. You call that on the drone, Alamo. You can't be wasting util like that.
Oh, what a swing! Eliminates Kenny. Down goes the Ying. A big competitor off the board. Now he fancies himself for another one, perhaps. It's going to be Kanto. Nobody from ITB really moving. Azar has to make the push now. They can see the time is not with them. He's got his way in now, but Alamau again appears. Kanto goes down. Maybe one more for Alamau. There's a third one there, and yes, he successfully does that. What a sweep from Alamau. Just holds on to the one doorway the whole time. And like just reaps the rewards off it.
A little bit reminiscent of some of the rounds that we've seen into the Breach play already today, where it has just been very one-dimensional, and they've missed that dynamic approach into the way that they're looking to try and do things. We saw it a little bit on Bank, we saw it a little bit on Border. It obviously didn't cost them because here they are now in the grand final, but it's not something that we can see continue. We need that to be really nipped in the bud. 3 players dying at the top of Aqua. No, it's not really good enough, is it?
Just there's no bite. That was a play that ITB done yesterday against Secret, where they used the Ying really well. It was a bit of a minimalistic take. They weren't worried about going through the whole process of burning through the different layers over towards Connector and then finally into site. They just went very headstrong in through Aqua, get the Yings rolled into the site, just creates absolute mayhem, and you just push in, get the trades, and get the plant down. But they were lacking, I think, the nades from below. I'm surprised that they didn't really play a big part because they should have. You think about the position that Alamau was in the entire time. What's below him? Oh, soft destruction floor. So I don't know why they're not targeting the nades from below, which I thought they did really well at whenever they attacked Secret on that.
Thinking to the Breach, really had quite a slow start into this game so far. We're seeing that not only in the round count, but also in the kill department. Hopefully for them, they start to pick things up relatively soon. You don't want to let anything get too far away from you here. Good bit of teamwork here to get the Breach open. Kanto can now come up and skeleton key out where the Maverick has already removed the reinforcement. They can look to start getting this top floor cleared. We did have, Kendrew in the drone, but Mute Jammers might just slow this down a little bit.
Yeah, always an issue, the old Mute Jammer. Just with very tight doorways that you try and get the drones into. Just not going to happen. That's a great swing from Noah. Doki gone off the board. However, the C4 from below, from Virtue, gets a kill back in favor of G2. Takes down the Buck. There's still a sledge, though, from Kenny, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue for it. I think now for ITB, you've got the first pick. You've still got at least one soft destruction available to you. All you need to do now is get players rotated around towards the windows. I'm looking at storage window. Particularly, you can clear out realistically, any strong angle that holds onto storage window can be cleared out from above with a verticality. Just simply clear out the players, jump in the window and go for a plant. That should be the option now. Uh-oh.
Unfortunate. Kenny not able to shoot that C4 out mid-air, and Jonker is going to pay the ultimate price. Alamau picking up a kill in the meantime. You might be able to do the Ver, but if there's no one at home, if there's no one on site, there's not a lot you're going to be able to do with it, and G2 aren't being given a reason to move at the moment. Noah looks as though he's got an idea as to where somebody is. Dokubi call coming through now as into the Breach, desperately try and use the rest of their utility, but Virtue, he's going to pick up his second. Kenny jumps over the top rope, immediately hits the prone, finds himself a shot onto Virtue, but can't grab the second. G2 really doing a great job of controlling the pace so far.
From what we've seen on Nighthaven, Ollie, the meta really has been set to C4s. That's what we're seeing, a hefty amount of. Valkyrie and Pulse doing a lot of damage. 4 C4s for G2, 2 C4 kills. So obviously you've got a good ratio there of success rate with the C4s. ITB struggling a lot with just staying alive to even formulate any form of attack. You know, for example, things look to be going pretty well, and then bang, a C4 just ruins the mood entirely. They just struggle to stabilize for more than 20 seconds without giving a pick away. They haven't really had a chance, I feel, to do a proper attack. The first round, they nearly got beat on time, so they scramble into the site. Second time, Alamau just didn't move his feet and shot them all as they tried to walk in through Aqua. And then the third time, as they're looking to start doing the vertical action, they get C4'd. They really haven't had a good chance yet. G2 have just hit them left, right, and center, not given them any room to breathe, and that's a great strat, I think, for G2. If you look at how ITP played against Secret, they were slow, they were controlled. Secret allowed ITP to set up and do what they wanted, and ITP ruined them. G2 are not giving them that luxury. G2 are making sure they take the fight to them and not giving them any room to work with. They're taking everything from them and giving nothing back.
I think that's the best way to really start to combat that. It is starting to become a little bit more apparent, just the sheer gulfing experience between these two rosters right now. G2 doing a great job of playing to their win conditions, which is C4's flexibility and information.
Look,
again,
G2 can play against anyone, Ollie.
Yeah.
They can play against anyone in the world. They can play every style of Siege, and I think that's why they do well internationally, isn't it?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Surely not. Oh. It's always a fun one, this, a cat and mouse chase.
It's a horrible room to try and stay alive in Meeting, I always think, because there's a good chance someone's going to come in through there. There's a couple of windows to worry about. Azza, he knows that something's not quite right, and Benja is trying to waste as much time as possible. Going to send out the Logic Bomb phone call. Get the feeling he's thinking about balling himself through the window, but it's going to be Kanto. Kanto should not be dying there. At least Noah is there for the trade.
He should never get a kill. In what universe has Benji got a 1-for-1 there? And onto a very important operator. You've taken out the soft destruction. ITB looked as if they were kind of almost prepared for the storage hold again from G2 if they were going to go for it. They were looking to take above and then start sweeping, use the vertical, clear the players out of storage, and then hit the site. G2 this time have just reverted away from that. They're going to sit happy enough in the bomb site, use, again, the sheer vast numbers of C4s that they have. And then for them to then lose the buck, which is really important to have now if you know a team's playing more of a turtle strategy, it's a massive issue. All they have is free breaching charges. That's not enough.
We'll have to see where they choose to use those precious few breaching charges. It's not even like hatches are going to be very viable to be opened as well. You could choose to use the Selmas, but you may be going to want to try and use them elsewhere. Obviously, Buck with the hard breach gadget would have assisted that as well. Oh, Noah is going to find one back though, but Alamau immediately there with the trade. G2 not letting anything slip here, going back immediately and trading kills as soon as they are lost. Jonker calling for this wall now to be opened. Noah can start to complete that process. Needs to find the Cade Claw. Will do just exactly that.
Oh, Uno. I like this position though, tucked hard right up the wall. If they don't have a drone to figure out where he is, he'll be easily stopping this plant go in. I mean, they don't even have diffuser. Yonka, there we go, picks up, but somehow it's actually Uno who loses his life. But in the other end of the spectrum, G2 have won their engagement. Somehow Alamau was ended up back upstairs again, and Doku with an easy cleanup. Don't really know what's happened there for ITB. Diffuser was in no man's land, it looked like. I don't know why Yonka doesn't have the diffuser. Alamau's been able to not only get the one kill rotating up in towards Garage, drop the hatch, and he's done it again. How's that worked out?
He's putting his timing on the Stairmaster, hasn't he? Up and down those stairs.
I heard about you in the Stairmaster.
Oh dear, it wasn't a good time. I'll maybe talk about it later. Into the breach. Time for a timeout. What magic can Kangaroo Kenny come up with this time?
Look, as much as the praise that he's been getting as a coach is... Look, I always feel for coaches. Whenever things go well, they reap the rewards. Whenever things go bad, players get the blame. Do you ever really hear somebody going after the coach's throat? I know it's like that in regular sports, which is a bit of a concern I would have. People give all the coaches all the praise. Whenever things go bad, people let it slide. That's just a demo rant. That's a demo topic for another day. It's just something I open up. But as good as what he is, I don't think he's going to really help them much in this circumstance because the players seem out of it. They look so scared. So they don't want to... It looks as if they don't even want to be here. It's 4-0 for your major spot. And G2 are doing to them what they did to Eminem earlier. The amount of times, Ollie, where we sat here this weekend and it's just been just an onslaught. Teams going massively ahead. In the first map specifically, second map's a little bit closer, but first map, I don't know, there's always one fast team and one slow team.
Yeah, G2 have been, it feels as though G2 have been pretty desperate to play Nighthaven as well with the way their bans have gone throughout the course of the stage. And it's nice to see them now getting a chance to really show us what they've got on it. Nice little Valkyrie camera there you can take into your own games. Easy making sure that we get full value out of that. That is now no longer a good Valkyrie cam for anyone inside the comp.
Easy. You've ruined G2's hold. Congratulations.
Uno's probably a little bit annoyed at that when he rewatches the VOD. He'll probably send you a sharply worded DM on Twitter. But jokes aside,
desist order.
Jokes aside, into the breach. You need to wake up. You've got to get into the fixture. This is your map choice. You were bold enough to bring G2 to Nighthaven. You cannot let these attacks slip like this. It's very good. It's going to be very difficult from here on out, especially as you mentioned, Emma, with Sky coming up.
It's a good map for G2. They understand the map very, very well. Obviously, Fresh has said that he feels that ITB have hid that away for the right moment. But if you're going into Skyscraper demoralized to All Kingdom Come, it's not going to help you at all, no matter how well you prepared. This is really where the mental fortitude needs to set in for ITB, and that timeout has not helped them. Azure, an immediate death. He's been the standout for ITB. He is... Would you notice him right now? You notice him on the kill feed whenever Doki's killed him, and that's really it.
Yeah, 1 and 5 from your star player of the previous series, one of the big hitters in the roster, someone that's bringing nades in the Ayana. You know, he's sort of cosplaying the random in ranked at the moment that just insta-locks Ayana and then goes in and dies first every single round. So again, something needs to happen there because that's a player that you've got to be able to rely on to some degree from Into the Breach. And when they're going into all of these rounds at a man disadvantage, especially going up against the amount of information that G2 are bringing time and time again, it is going to be tricky. At least they're going for a slightly different approach here and now. There isn't as much focus on those fish stairs. Instead,
great impact.
It's a little bit more inside of the garage.
How are they letting them just impact trick it? That should not be happening. Whoever's on the garage door needs to be holding that. There's no shot. Doki gets away. Swinging in through garage. Picks off 2 of them. How? It just sums up ITB. The kills aren't there. Doki's on fire. Doki's got as many kills as what ITB do in total. It's like Koi versus Wild again. One team's at the races, the other's sitting at home with their feet up.
Certainly feels that way. Kanto going to try and make something happen here, but he's probably better off just sitting on the roof and using these 30 seconds as a little bit of an extension to the previous timeout for the team to have a discussion. He's going to pick one over onto Alamau, but that's information now gained. Another onto Uno. Fresh said something really interesting on the desk. He said he could think of 5 players on G2 that would try and collect the final kill when they're in an advantage, and so far we've seen 2 of them. Benja getting away with it there. He did get downed in the process. That's why we're going to see the kill cam from Doki's point of view. It wasn't close by any stretch, but G2 there really wanting to secure that final kill.
Just an absolute disaster class from all Accords right now for ITB. This is not the same team we've seen play Nighthaven yesterday. It's not. Sure, I think G2 have adapted pretty well to what ITB have wanted to go for. This heavy C4s, I think, have been crucial for G2, and that's kind of been their game plan. But it just feels off, doesn't it? Like, how is he allowed to do this? I mean, the double impact trick from Doki should not be happening. Whoever the player was in garage door, why he's rotated away from that is beyond me. As soon as that first impact comes in, you will then understand, oh, he's impact tricking me from his mirror window. Place the guy on the garage door and catwalk. If he tries that again, he'll get shot in the head. Nobody was there. Impact trick was in. And then for Doki just to walk out and kill both of them is so surreal. Should not be happening.
Doki definitely feeling himself this game. 9-2 at the moment.
That's just Doki. It's either he's here or he's not. You know, consistently inconsistent is always how I sum up Doki, but I'd still rather have him than not have him.
It just pops up and has a life game every now and then when it matters
just
the most for G2.
For the life game, that's it. Just for that hope. Oh.
Final chance for Into the Breach to pick anything up out of this attacking side. They really can't afford to leave this empty-handed. They need to come away with at least a round. And even that, at this point, feels as though it might not be enough. We've got information being gathered. Again, this Pulse has been a staple operator pick from G2, regardless of who's been playing it. It is assisting right now. Figure out just exactly how many people are stacking up outside of the breach. You look at Doki's position, you might be looking to try and do something about it.
Getting more info from the Pulse, just feeding it to the rest of the team. A minute gone, no kills as of yet, which I think that's a good thing for ITB to not lose anyone. We're looking to try and just maybe go for a quick one in free storage, but there's a lot of vertical, though you can't really go for that. And even so with Benja, manning down the bomb site. Oh, a nade just touches him, but has to move away as Kendry is in below. Equally as much as we talk about the C4s can get the kills from below, so can the nades.
And we haven't really seen that at all. Into the Breach were fantastic on that nade usage against Secret yesterday, particularly vertically. We haven't seen those used to great effect yet here today. We've often had at least 2 sets of nades being brought. Kendry going to pick one up onto Benja. Benja don't get the trade back. Nice refrag there. I think it was Azza that was maybe just wandering up the stairs, completely looking the wrong direction. Virtue now getting himself into an engagement, highlighted as a player to watch, and continues to be just that player as he takes Kendry down and retakes that advantage here for G2.
Look how disjointed ITB are. They're everywhere, and they don't really seem to try and stick together. You know, people swinging doorways by themselves. Kanto tries to move in, will pre-fire. Virtue left out in the cold. Nobody from his side is helping him. But as long as there's still this pulse upstairs, they're going to know exactly where ITB are going to plant. Alamau goes for the C4, has constant information. Noah shoots the C4, though. That is huge to stay alive, because as long as Noah's upstairs, then Uno can't really stop the plant going down. He did eventually get Noah, but Yonka has finished him off as he dropped into the site. Alamau in the 1 versus 2. I think he's had a stellar weekend. He hasn't really put a foot wrong so far. Let's see if he can make this one happen. No, he can't. Yonka close. Not ready for that swing. Finally, ITB on the board.
Welcome into the Breach. You left it till your last round of attack to put any number up there. Will that be enough is the question. You know what, Demo? It's really funny what happens when they have a decent round. They don't rush on in. They lost an opening, but they got the frag back. They got that direct trade, and they played the win condition. They played that diffuser. Okay, it was onto a less than optimal defender site, but it's a round nonetheless. Hopefully it gives them a little bit of confidence now as the switch of the half is going to happen. And we'll see what they've got to show us here on the defense.
I think you have to give credit to Noah there on that attack. Just him staying alive for so long means that Uno cannot safely just kind of tunnel vision into using the cardiac sensor to find out where the diffuser's going down. Because there's always that risk if you're a Pulse. You know, if you have that scanner out using the gadget, you don't have a gun in your hand. So you're, you know, you're very easy just to somebody to rush you down and get that kill, similar to what I think issues kind of Tachanka would have whenever he pulls out his gadget. But I think G2 will still be very happy with that start. You know, a 5-1 half. ITB really need to dig their heels in and make these defenses a success. See the mirror window. That's going to be used for the impact trick, as we know. Not there to play off the mirror window and get some kills. As soon as they see somebody come over with any form of hard breach, they'll pop the window open, and out goes the impact grenades.
This is where G2 aren't necessarily going to have things as easy as they did on the defense, where they can just sort of set up their own mini games. They've now got something to work with, and Into the Breach aren't going to make it too easy. We'll be able to get the main wall open quite quickly. Alamau going to see to it that that job is done straight away. Drones can now start to move through and gather information. G2 look to, I mean, Alamau at least looks to want to move with a little bit of purpose here. He seems really up for the fight, pre-firing everything, not wasting too much time, getting straight on in there. Could speak to G2's level at this moment in time. It's going to be Doki to pick up the opener, but again, immediately traded there by Noah. Noah, he's someone that really quietly gets the job done, isn't he, Demo?
He just does his job. That's what you need. You need the consistent players just keep their head down and do what they need to. Almost gets the nade. Azur, that is a very quick shot. Takes Benja's head straight off his shoulders. looking for the jump in and towards Garage. Sees an opportunity. That drone hole, Ollie. People forget about that drone hole. I've died to that a few times. I'll be honest, I can't believe I died to it more than once, but it's one you don't really think of too much.
There are a couple of drone holes that are like that, or at least for me, but especially with some of the hard-hitting weapons now, you don't need to put too many shots through a drone hole until you've done a good portion of damage or even found yourself a kill. And if someone's already low, then it's almost GG's. So G2 stalling out now at the moment. They've got a lot of players that have been left unchecked. Somebody like Kanto, for example, that is on a decent enough roam downstairs. There is a bit of information available for G2. We can see them jumping into Rosero drones now and still trying to gather. We got Doki on a flank cam as well. Just flicking to make sure that no one is going to be on that flank. It's Kanto, the one to watch. And Alamo there to take him out. Must have been a drone there because they were pinged as well.
Yeah. Look at this. Uno trying to push in towards Garage. That mirror window is open. Alamau loses his engagement. Virtue, though, straight into Electrical, and Uno and Virtue both winning engagements. Noah in the 1v2. 1 to his left, 1 to his right. He gets the down, but Virtue has the trade. I'm in disbelief. I can't believe ITB have let that one slip. You know, Ollie, G2, they didn't really have a lot to play off. They just jumped in and just took their ones.
I think this is the thing with G2. They don't need a lot to play off. What did they have realistically there? They had Doki on a flank drone calling out Kanto. Alamau was out there on the prowl waiting to see if he could clean him up. And then you've got a beautiful pinch to close it out. There really is no better teamwork at the moment inside of the qualifiers that we've seen this weekend. I think that everybody has everybody's back on G2 at the moment, and it's just going to show.
Oh, I mean, it's disappointing. You think for the grand final, this is where the fireworks should be exploding, but it does feel a little bit like men versus boys. It does feel like that. I think G2, all of them have just been stellar. I mean, I'll be honest, this weekend, G2's gave me the same vibes they did whenever they went on to win SI, where every single one of them played their part and played it well.
Yeah.
And if that happens, you're not stopping that team.
I think the problem with that is, whilst you might have had that feeling, that's in a last chance qualifier scenario. That isn't against the best teams in the world.
I get that, but it's still good enough to get them to the major. And that's all that matters for G2 right now. You know, going to the major, that's a problem down the line in a month's time. They focus on here and now, and if they're all having that consistency feeling, getting to that major and getting to SI is crucial. Yes, the major's nice, but SI is the big thing for this team. That is it. As reigning world champions, you need to be there to defend that. If you don't, it's a joke.
Well, it is a 99% chance, even if they lose this grand final, that they will make it, and 100% chance if they win. We did just have the stat pop up on screen, so we can keep an eye on that throughout. I'm not sure what the 99% chance is sort of based on if they lose the final. There'll be some sort of tie-break condition there, or like some sort of
GK win the major, something like that maybe.
It'll be something unusual, but we'll worry about that if we have to. Instead, it's going to be Doki. 2 kills on the entry here.
Ow.
He's basically just walked in under a logic bomb phone call and a bit of drone work and picked up 2. That is terrible. Into the breach, 3 versus 5. There's 2 minutes on the clock, Demo.
Yeah, and you've got 1 player off site. Younker's done well to get a C4 kill, and so is Kendrew. G2 maybe taking the foot off the pedal here. Another C4 gets tossed in. Uno has tanked that one, though. See if he can find the player inside a pillar. Looks as if Alamau has found his kill. Maybe Azir could be playing spoiler here. He's on the flank upstairs, but does leave his teammate in quite the precarious predicament. Kendrew fighting for his life, but he has a diffuser, Ollie. That is a massive for Kendrew.
Kenny will be screaming that he's got the diffuser now and seeing if Azir can try and get to him to assist. Azir instead just looking to try and waste a bit of time on the site, but there's so much of it to burn through. Everybody in a 1 versus 1 here. Azir fighting his own 1v1. Kendrew fighting his own. Virtue trying to make something happen. He's going to send out the Ram gadget there just to cause a little bit of distraction, maybe make a line of sight. Alamau going to try and turn his attention toward getting that diffuser and recovering it. He might just be left to do so. Azir going to find one onto Virtue, just the same way that Into the Breach split up. We saw the players from G2 split up. Alamau, he's recovered the diffuser, but there's Vertical going to be in and around the site. And he's got an important engagement to win here against Azir. He's got a bit of information. The yellow ping is going to come out there just on the other side of that soft wall, but Azir's patience is perfect. Waits for Kendrew to drop, waits for the pinch, and is able to clean up that final kill.
Azur just playing for his life, wasn't he? Tried to stay alive with Animus as long as he could and even wins the engagement, but Ken drew the highlight. Stopping that diffuser was everything for ITB. It made G2 have to scramble, and it just came down to G2 winning individual gunfights. That's all it was, and this time it was ITB. They get the luck of the draw, they win the engagements, and they're not out yet, but we need to see 4 more rounds in a row. I just don't know how long they can keep this going. I mean, I say it's only 1 round, but that's really where we're at. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, G2, I think, maybe let it slip a little bit. You commented there, Doki walked in, picked up 2, but then it was immediately traded back. All right, not immediately, 15 seconds later, traded back. At that point, I think that G2 could have either taken a back seat and realized what they had and set up for a little bit more of a site-based execute, or continued to hunt those roamers. It didn't seem like they did either, really. So maybe a lesson to be learned there, but G2 have a decent round buffer here. But into the breach, a momentum-based team, and we know what can happen when they start chaining a couple of rounds together. So equally, you've got to be cautious of that. You might have a 4-round buffer here, G2, but you don't really want to let it get to that. You want to try and get this one over the line as quickly as possible.
It's just very similar to that Eminem game that G2 played, where you know they're going to cheese 1 round at least, aren't they? There's going to be 1 round where you know it's going to be, you can never do that push again, but that's all G2 need is just 1 push that'll work. You don't have to play it in history your life again, but as long as it works, it works. Don't think they're going for anything too funky right now, just based on their operator choice. Right now, the main issue for them is getting these walls open again. The impact tricks will be coming in force. Got 4 of them for ITB, also 3 C4s. G2 probing the site, Ollie, just trying to figure out where they really want to go for. They're trying to open up everything to give themselves as many opportunities as they can. Alamau, great shot caller. If he sees an opportunity, the entire team will commit to it. So giving him as many options to choose from as they can is a bonus.
Looks like Doki's going to try and hop in and find something. All he finds is a goo mine. Lucky to not get swung there, really, on that window. Uno is going to make his way in through the top of Fish. Doki is going to try and join him here, but he's got a tricky angle to challenge onto on the mirror window. Does have a nade in pocket, so can look to try and make use of it. Will send it out there, and he's going to find the opener once again over onto Kendrew. That is going to be the catalyst for this round. He can now look to try and push up, disable that mirror window, get a couple of points to damage him, but he's going to trade out there as C4 flies in. Jonker, he's made the flank of his life. He's got himself up those fish stairs, and Virtue, well, he was left all alone inside of the breach. The energy is starting to build over in Sheffield.
Oh, I see a couple of eyes light up now. They could maybe be in here. They could try and build a bit of momentum. I mean, you look at that attack from G2, I think they did quite well. Being able to use the nade to push the player off the mirror window, I thought was great. Take control of Garage, get your kills. But the big play actually came, I think, from Jonker. Being able to push that player on his Flores drones was sensational. Those are big moments. You know he's going to be vulnerable. Remember, whenever you get out of the drone animation, there's just that little kind of second before you pull your gun out again, and that's where you're vulnerable. And Jonker takes full advantage of that.
Great heads-up play from Jonker. Great C4 from Noah. I think the Into the Breach did a fantastic job of holding on there, especially with the sort of the 3-2-1 goal that G2 provided. There was the nades coming through. Doki then chose that moment after the flash to push up and disable the mirror window, and then all of a sudden that ground is much safer for the attackers to operate in. But kills coming in from Into the Breach now. They've taken the time to get into this map number 1, but it seems as though they're much more comfortable on the defense here today. We are just in a short technical break. I think Benja is going to be restarting. Put a message into the chat, and based on the fact that he's the only camera we can't see, I'm imagining that is what he's doing.
Where's Benja boy? He's gone. We'll be back in as quick as we can. But again, just ITB hanging in there as long as they can. But it is almost like a tripwire. You're just waiting for one misstep and G2 will punish you. That's the kind of team they are. You need to play perfect against this team. You know, Alama, I've mentioned before, his opportunity spawn. If he sees a weakness, he will go for the juggler straight in, rip your throat out.
And the problem is, for Into the Breach, that G2 only need to find that opportunity once, right? They don't need to find that opportunity multiple times. If I'm not mistaken, I did just hear somebody rejoin the lobby. Either that or I'm imagining things. So hopefully we will be back underway very shortly indeed. And there we are. My ears did not deceive.
You're not that
6-3. Yeah, but it's quite a slight noise, isn't it?
Get the dog whistle, see if you can hear that. I'll test it. See how good the hearing is. Now, this is what I was waiting for. Look at the G2 lineup. Lack of hard breach, so straight away you're thinking, right, they're going for a rush. And you also bring in the Ying. They haven't shown this yet in their attack.
Oh, they are bringing the Ying. It was Alamo, and now it's been switched. So they have got the hard breach now.
They've got the hard breach now.
But they've also still got the Ying.
I wonder how they're going to use the Ying. If I'm G2, I think you use the Ying to clear away the top floor mirrors. I think that's the best way to utilize her in this scenario. You're not really going to be dealing with mirror windows in and around the mid floor. Mirror windows are going to be used to try and hold that top floor as best as they can for ITB. You hold top floor, you have all the denial for anyone trying to plant in the bomb site. So look at all that vertical holes being opened up. That's where the majority of players will be stationed. That's what G2 want to go for. I mean, look at Uno on the diffuser. That always tells me where teams are going to rush in from based on the diffuser carrier. And him upside down repelling on storage window, it does scare me, I'm not going to lie.
Early days into the round, we'll have to see where he ends up here. He is now joined by Alamau, so they are certainly focusing in and around. We're going to get the wall open there into warehouse. We've got Doki doing a little bit of work from the roof as well. I think the biggest problem with this is that Into the Breach do look a little bit unaware of what exactly is going on. We've got a couple of can openers used there to open up the breach as well. Benja, he's going to be below the site. Looking to work off the back of this information, trying to get a nade sent out there. Not going to be successful initially. And the smoke is going to do him a favor there, though. We'll find some good damage onto Jonker. As we hear the Dokkaebi call come through, and Jonker loses the most important engagement. 2 kills for Almau really opens things up here. And on the reverse vertical, Uno finds yet another. Kanto, you got it all to do. G2, they've got the plan down now, and they are just going to get themselves out of the building and look to hold this in a post.
He's trying his best, Kanto. See if he can get a kill back, but there's nobody giving themselves up from G2. Looks as if ITB are going to have to try their chance at Skyscraper if they want to get a map on the board. Because Haven, all G2. It was a very strong start. A little bit slow from G2 in the middle, but they come out on top in the end. G2 very well deserved. I love the way that they were using the information in unison with the nades. Yonka couldn't stay on the site to deny them jumping in the window. Really well played. Information just won them that round, just off the back of good drone work.
I think G2 really took it back to basics in terms of operator selection there as well. You think back to those defending lineups that they were bringing so much information. All they wanted to know is where are they coming from or where are they not? And they worked off the back of that exceptionally well. It took them a couple of rounds to get it over the line on their attacks, but as we saw, they are as deadly as ever. I'm interested to hear what the desk has to say about this one, because I think they pitted it to be a lot closer than it turned out to be. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the desk. They're going to break this game down, and they're going to set us up for map number 2.
Nighthaven, ITB's map pick goes to the way of G2, and the world champions have started this grand final very strongly in this EUL LCQ bracket. Look, it's coming to an end here, guys. In theory, can we see them bounce back? Time will tell. We've still got, of course, another potential 2 maps coming up, but G2's timing and aggression here on map 1 was just phenomenal.
Yeah, it wasn't just the aggression. I think, particularly on their defense, it was the timing of their aggression. ITB literally never knew when the aggressive plays were going to get made by G2. Obviously, the match started off with a clutch from Uno, but after that, I think, you know, popping up before they execute or 20, 30 seconds before any of the ITB players were ready for it, individual plays was winning the defensive rounds, but the individual plays was based on the fact that they were unexpected because of the timing.
And I think you look at how ITB was playing the attack, I think it was okay, you know, they were taking all the right steps. The problem was, in early round, they were getting contested. In the middle of the round, the rotations from the roamer and the intel from G2 was getting them punished. And then in the late round, the anchors had some amazing multi-kills. I'm thinking of Alemao, for example, when he was at the doorway with the SMG-11, or Virtue with the Mira as well, that won a gunfight he should never have won in the basement. This kind of stuff puts them on the edge. And then on the other side, I think starting on that side really hurt them. I think, you know, G2 was in the comfort zone the whole time in defense.
Yeah, you really think that starting an attack for ITB really hurt them fresh too, right?
Yeah, I think so. I absolutely think so, because I think when you start an attack and you're going up a defender or going up against a defense on Nighthaven and a defender where Doki is getting to run around on Legion, yeah, you're going to be subject to a Doki life game.
A Doki.
I was trying to think of, I was going to say DLG, Doki life game.
Yeah.
I completely forgot my words.
Hey, it happens. It's been a long broadcast day, right? The Thermite ban really does play a part on Nighthaven.
Yeah, I think this is a bit more of a general kind of point about Nighthaven.
Yeah.
But we've seen that the last couple of times that we've seen Nighthaven in EU, teams banning away Thermite. Now, the breaches aren't necessarily important to facilitate entry into the map. However, the breaches are important for lines of sight and, you know, in terms of like opening up the map, especially the top floor with the, it's got 2 external breaches up on the top floor and a very important internal breach inside of Connector. We've seen Thermite taken away, and we've seen teams then bring Ace and Maverick combination rather than bringing, say, the Habana or the hard breach charges as consistently, which is kind of an interesting one, because then when you've got defenders that are willing to play the impacts and play the impact trick, it creates a whole different dynamic.
And that's what happened consistently yesterday. ITB abused the impact trick, same thing for Secret, abused the impact trick, and then G2 abused the impact trick as well. And I think I loved the adaptation from G2 there, that brought Ying for the execute, but also did not bring smokes on Ying. They brought the hard breach tools to have vaultable openings into reinforcements.
Despite the caliber of ITB's opponent, this kind of an opportunity doesn't come around very often. So, you know, they're all together at their boot camp in Sheffield right now. How do they reset?
I mean, we've seen them do it. The thing is, we saw them just yesterday lose a map 7-0 and reset to go on and win it. They absolutely can do it. And I think the fact that they're face-to-face, they're going to be able to look each other in the eyes and have those conversations with each other about what needs to improve. Whether that's energy, whether that's communication, mentality, teamwork, whatever it is, they'll be able to look each other in the eyes, and there's no hiding places.
Is this the end of our last chance qualifier? Will G2 not only secure their spot in SI, but at the Atlanta Major 2 in the next map, which is Skyscraper, a map that ITB has never won? Can this be their moment? Demo, Ollie, take it away.
Ian, thank you very much indeed. We head to Skyscraper for what could be our final map here today in our grand final of the EU LCQ. We are looking to send a team to Atlanta to perform internationally with some of the best teams in the world. Is it going to be G2 or is it going to be Into the Breach? Demo, I think I know what you're going to say.
It's just proofs in the pudding. Team's been here, done that. G2, their map now as well. Skyscraper map that they play a shed load. They've, of course, played it twice already this stage. And They did lose both of them, albeit, but still it's that willingness of them being able to move in and actually play the map, and we know they can have wins on it. They're actually on a 6-game win streak this year before getting into Stage 2. So it's not as if it's like a horrendous win rate. And ITB, a team which have not shown it. So this is really interesting from ITP's perspective. What are they actually going to be able to bring, and what are they actually going to be able to do against a team like G2?
Dokkaebi and Thatcher, first two to be removed here. And the Dokkaebi removal is certainly one to talk about. Azami, no real surprises there. Dokkaebi is something that, I mean, a lot of teams use it, let's be honest. It's a very popular attacker. But the Thatcher ban demo, I thought we were past all this sort of stuff.
Not necessarily. I think the big thing about Thatcher on a map like Skyscraper is getting breaches open can be tricky at times, mostly because there are very strong positions on the bomb sites where Bandit and Kai can have a big influence. So being able to just disable, you know, the effortless value of just throwing an EMP to get rid of those Kaid claws, it means that the attackers have to work so much harder. They have to then go below, maybe bring an IQ to find out where it is, maybe combo that with EMP grenades. It's a lot more work, really, for just opening a wall where Thatcher, throw it down, open the wall, no problem. I would say that the wall denial is going to be a big part of ITB's strategy. If you make sure you can keep G2 out of the map, you should have no issue with dealing with this team. G2, we've already seen on Nighthaven, they like to open up as many avenues of success as they can. So being able to limit those breaches and make sure they can't have, you know, oh, we can maybe push through Geisha, that wall's open for us. Oh, we can push in towards VIP, that wall's open for us. If they don't have those accessible to them, then G2 are really going to struggle, and they kind of have to play off then like individual plays, which, sure, that works well for a team like G2, where you do have players like Benja, for example, but it's not consistent, and that is the key. You need consistency to win these games.
Valkyrie going to be the defender ban of ITB's choosing. G2 certainly have played a lot of Valkyrie. I think when available, it's still a fantastic operator to bring. On Skyscraper especially, there are a lot of hiding places for those cameras, so I did have something to say about that. Didn't seem too pleased, but G2, they're going to be starting off on the attack regardless, so it's going to be at least 6 rounds till they have to worry about the lack of a Valkyrie in their own defensive setups. Instead, they're going to be looking at attacking in to what ITB have set up for them here. And as you predicted, Demo, lots and lots of denial. We've got a Bandit and we've got a Cade. Really trying to limit G2's access into the site and the building. And no EMPs to deal with said electrification. Instead, it's the old-fashioned way. Seeing a good bit of teamwork, some drones come through, and nades from below.
G2 looking to see if they can get this information passed around. There's so many yellow pings, they don't know where to look. First one misses though. Doki doesn't get the opportunity to get an opening pick for his stats, but he is right below him. Another nade surely could take him out. Benja was looking for it, but Doki then collects Azers. He walked over the vertical hole made by the nade.
Not ideal from Azza there. A little bit of a lapse in judgment. G2 still struggling to get themselves in a position where they can effectively use this breach utility, though. You know, is going to discover the location of Yonka. But Yonka isn't going to be too concerned about that at the moment. He can still hang around inside a drum. Doki and Benja now both below.
They've placed it inside a drum, the Kai Claw, so what goes over to the other wall, so you cannot shoot it from barbecue. And to eliminate that Kai Claw, you need to take drum, which is a big task in itself for G2. This is what I wanted to see from ITB. I wanted to see them really hold on to those breaches, limit the options of G2, and then they have to go for these individual plays, and there can be missteps for G2. This is where they can slip up. I like this flank from Kanto, a great shot into the head of Benja, and that just causes more issues. G2 might be a little bit rattled now, knowing that, hey, we haven't got breach open, and we've lost Benja, who was looking to go up main stairs.
More importantly, Kanto's still below, ready to flank whenever necessary. Virtue is going to get choked out by the Toxic Babe gas here. Kanto has made that rotation. It's going to be inside of Dragon at the moment, but he knows all he needs to do is bide his time. He takes Virtue out there as he tries to rotate in. Alamau and finally starts to try and drag things back here as he's desperately pre-firing. on toward gold, but Yonka still in a position to try and pick some up. Alamau, he's looking pretty nasty here, though. He's found himself 2 great kills. He might have given himself a bit of space to get the plant down, but Kanto, we mentioned him, still alive, does have a C4, isn't really in position to use it. He's going to have to aggressively push up now. Oh no, he's fluffed it. He threw it and it hit the side of the door. That's unforgivable. Uno, he takes Yonka out, and Kanto's now got a tough job ahead of him. Alamau, the man of the round, burst into Karaoke, picked up a couple of kills, gets a plant and the final kill.
I just don't know how they've been able to do that. The final 30 seconds just screamed ITB. They've done everything that I wanted to see from them. Make sure that they cannot open those walls, limit G2. But then they just let them walk into sight anyway. I don't know how they've been able to pull that off. It is such just... My head's blown. If that's, you know, kind of more to come of that, then I don't know if I want that. I really don't. I don't want it to be another quick one.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a real tilter from Into the Breach because, as you mentioned, they'd done everything well. They'd done everything right at the start of that round. They had brought the correct operators. They'd utilized the utility in the correct way. They'd denied any hope of getting in through one of the walls. It was going to take a big, big task from G2 of taking a lot of ground in a gunfight with the tools that they had at their disposal. And then Alamau just rotates and repels in through Karaoke window, and the lads pick up. It just doesn't seem... I was very surprised, I'll be honest with you, to see Kanto rotate up the bedroom stairs.
I don't know why he's not going below.
Through. I don't know why he wouldn't go below. I feel like he could have just stayed below there. Doki was still there with Benja. Doki got dealt with at some point in the round. I forget when now. But I feel like Kanto just needed to try and hold his nerve and play for the plant denial with the C4 because that's really what it came down to.
I forget who it is, and they're lucky I forget who it was. Whoever was with Kanto in the 2v2, I have to question what he was doing. Again, we can only watch so much, but whoever that was, I think, has to take some of the blame. Why is he not doubling up with Kanto? You know there's hardly any time. You know they're in Karaoke. That's where they have to plant. Why are they not just double pushing that?
Yeah, I think you could go around in circles, really, with some of the mistakes that were made in the final stages of that round, and a lot of it just comes back to overall decision-making and being put under a lot of pressure. Pressure isn't going to stop after round number 1, though. Doki, he's going to be here to apply it again, and Benja picks up a freebie. It looks like he's not done. He knows that there's one inside a goal, but he's going to get torn through. Azza on the long range. He's going to do him there. Noah, now going to try and join into the party. He's just not prepared for Alamau to be prone, man.
Oh, they've just ripped them. Tear them up. ITB, what are you doing? They've tried to take the fight to G2. You know, G2 almost felt like defenders in that aspect, Ollie, where the defenders are running after them. Like, what's going on? G2 didn't even attack the site.
The site was the other side of the map. We were defending Karaoke and T again there. That's certainly what it felt like.
I have a bad feeling.
Yeah, I mean, if you're chaining attacking rounds together like this on a skyscraper.
Yep, with those bans as well.
With those bans, there's a little bit of an issue.
Thatcher ban, it's tricky.
You should be absolutely locking it down. And G2 should be really fumbling for ways to get in. They should be being forced into IQ picks, you know, everything.
I love Mao, you banned your Valkyrie. Maybe G2 weren't expecting the Valkyrie ban. Maybe they were expecting ITB to bring that to the party. But I think if you actually look at Nighthaven, the way even G2 were utilizing the Valkyrie, that has almost forced ITB's hand to have to ban that away from them.
I would agree.
But then they lose it themselves. This is quite the dilemma with the bans. If only, Ollie, you could bring more than just the one defender ban to help you out. Maybe you could have a few more.
I think Into the Breach would rather have more attacker bans here and just force everyone to play recruit for G2.
I don't know, G2 are a very flexible side. Very, like, I always think they're the most flexible side. Well, maybe bar Wild, because they'll bring anything and everything. But I think G2, the way that they can all play the different operators is, you know, a credit to them. I mean, look at the lineup, a lot of changes here. You know, we're seeing Zofia get brought in, Grim's there, Benj on the Twitch now. Only constant Zuno, really. Oh. No, Benja misses out on the bulletproof. Needs to be quicker on that. Would have been a good pick to get. Locks down the eyes towards that restaurant. G2, they're looking pretty standard as it goes. Ollie open up in towards Geisha. Vertical control is a key for these sides on the attack. You want to push everyone out of the kitchen, out of barbecue, into your different crossfires you can set up. And some of the longer angles, even some of the windows outside that can lock down in towards the bar area. Bathroom's another one. ITB not looking to give Geisha up too easily to them. Still a few players scattered around here and there, but in goes the Bees. They can spot one, but just standing in the middle of the room goes Noah. Huge play from Noah, completely catches him by surprise. And G2 hit where it hurts.
Where's the info for G2? Surely they know that Noah is stood inside of Geisha. I was going to comment and say that I'm surprised we didn't see the Cade brought again to just restrict that wall from getting open, and credit G2 in being able to achieve that task this time. But they've forgotten the other key ingredient, and that's winning your gunfights. Uno, he's going to win one there onto Noah, but Noah has already played his part inside of this round. Benja doubled up with Uno here. He's going to try and make something happen. Might get an angle here. You can find the toe. Oh, Benja. That one's going to hurt if you can, Drew. Shot in the foot to level up the man count here. 2 men apiece, but Uno, pretty low HP.
This is a close one. ITB, they still have that bulletproof. Remember I mentioned before that Benja didn't eliminate with a Twitch. Speaking of Twitch, gets eliminated. Yonka, a great 2-piece. Snaps onto 1, snaps onto 2. It's not going to be a full sweep, Ollie. We were fearful of that. ITB get their first round, and it's a first round that came in not too late into the game.
A good time to get it up there for ITB, really. Round number 4 now underway. Back to Tea Room and Karaoke. Into the breach are going to bring the Cade this time, and G2 should be aware of this. They should know where this Cade Claw is because they've suffered to it once before. Ideally, they don't suffer to it again. So I'm hoping that getting into Geisha is going to be a little bit more of a straightforward process. And I'm also hoping on Into the Breach's side that they don't just let Alam out, get himself into Karaoke, pick up 2 kills and get a plant down. So we'll see how the round develops from here. Virtue is in fact going to be making a little bit of a 6-pick. If you see a Ying demo, usually it at least clocks our attention. That Ying now being locked in. Uno's actually gone over onto the ace for this round as well, so
yeah,
he definitely should be able to open up the Geisha breach, but obviously with bringing the Ying now, it depends on where they want to use that utility as well.
I feel as though that G2 might just trying to go pretty direct into the site, and well, they're going to have to now as they've lost the hard breacher. Uno's been picked off. He was running for the window, just gets shot through it. As easy as that. That's Siege for you in a nutshell. Things like that do happen. So this now limits G2 to really just the black stairs and that's it. And black door. But that's a tricky one to clear out. Whenever we're dealing with shotguns as well from Kendry in that position on the smoke, he can smoke the door and focus on the stairs, or he can smoke the stairs, focus on the door. So he's always going to be able to almost fight 2 fronts at one time, just with his kit. And the shotgun is a scary one to go up against, especially on a staircase, we know that. Is this where GT are going to try and revert into getting nades kills from below to try and square it up in the man advantage? In goes the Candela from Virtue, and that has been very poorly timed. It's been caught there by the on my disc. And he now will try and push in against the shotgun, somehow wins that. I don't know how though. He's barely missed the Jaeger, and he is secure top black now.
That's huge from Doki, and it's almost beneficial at this point that there isn't a rotation into Karaoke because he can try and hold this piece of ground and maybe look to get a rotation made in there. He's got his eyes on somebody inside of gold, and Virtue's going to try and swing the corner and assist him a little bit here. The smoke is going to go out. Doki can start to gather his own information. We got Alamau outside on the rappel. He's just going to be waiting for the right moment to try and swing on in. Benja still with a nade in pocket. Benja is going to be below as well. He's got an important one to win here against Kanto. Is he going to manage it? Wow. He does. Picks the head. Doki, second kill on the round. Azza got a bit of vertical to play with here, but the nade coming up from Benja and the Candela's coming in. He needs to turn his attention to sight.
Azza misses the chance on eliminating Benja, and it just feels like a matter of time for G2 get their grubby mitts into the site. Yonka has found that lone player of G2. Benji goes down and will rotate below. Has a C4, but with no real information to play off. It will be planted now into the post plant. ITB need to retake a C4. Misses now as they're swinging in towards Drum. He knows there's one player. There's a yellow ping. They have information from a bulletproof. Azar just go for the pre-fire. Doki has no idea and will suffer the blow. One more player in the site for G2 that Azar has to deal with, and he's full blind. He doesn't know what's happening, getting hit from every left which way, but no, Alamau gives himself up. And now 1 versus 1. Virtue is not on the healthiest amount of HP, but that's a great reposition for Virtue. Knowing that the player's gonna come from Drum, rotates into Geisha, and an easy shot when Azar isn't looking. Phenomenal work from G2, but Ollie, do you know what play I found most impressive out of all of that? Doki using the Gemini clone to go below, to drone for Benja, knowing that the Solus is going to be the only thing to cause an upset for G2. I love that play.
Again, it comes back to the thing that we've commented most about this G2 roster, and that is their teamwork. They have got a phenomenal level of teamwork, and that ability from Doki to find that space. I commented at the time that it was beneficial that Karaoke Wall was left soft, or at least left intact, and that he could actually occupy that space now because he's safe. He's not going to get C4'd there. He's not going to suffer. He's got Cross being held by Virtue, and for Virtue there to be able to swing and pick up that final kill. Again, great teamwork. A good effort from Azza. We live in a game of one-shot headshots. All he's got to do is land one bullet onto Virtue there, and you know, you replay that round enough times, he'll land a bullet onto Virtue, I guarantee it. A close round in terms of man count, but G2 doing such great work to get the diffuser down there and to really burst on into the site. And considering that things didn't really go their way at some points during that round, into the breach. Going to feel a little bit hard done to there. They are going to take their tactical timeout there at the end of round number 4, at the start of round number 5. And just see if they can stabilize here. There's still chance for an equal half here on Sky.
Here we go. This is a site which ITB just threw away. Challenged G2 on the other side of the map. Didn't really see any site play whatsoever. I do feel for ITB, leaving the Ying up with Skyscraper against G2 was a big, bold fight. And I really don't know if it was the one. I'm even more shocked the Warden isn't being picked up.
You almost forget about the Warden, don't you? We've seen it banned once today, and it's just almost out of my mind.
Like, finally we're getting it, but it just feels too late. You know, it just, why was this not being brought in way earlier against the Ying? Oh dear.
Oh dear, Benja.
Disrespect from this man.
Yeah. Just gone 6ing out here.
Oh, he's such a mean.
Well, Kanto, all that information that you're looking to gather on the Solace, you're now left with only cameras. Not the best position to be in. But again, I mean, is it the biggest loss? We know that G2 are playing a plant-focused game of Siege here, but I don't know, with the way that these rounds are currently going, I'm not sure how much it's really going to matter.
Brilliant.
Look at him go, Doki. On the reverse, throws the nade, opens up the line of sight, and Azza gets shocked with getting his feet shot to bits. Doki will be 1 HP for his trouble, but damage done. 2 kills and no response.
It's not as if anyone's going to aggress on the Doki. ITV just look out of it, and even Doki, sure, he doesn't have a lot of HP to really swing onto the challenges, but he still has a nade he can utilize. As I think it did get sent out there. Yeah, it has. He's missing all of them now. There goes another. ITB, no site action whatsoever. All of them just dying away from the bomb site. Look, there's another one. Yes, yeah, it's... The word shocked comes to mind.
Yeah, again, you know, it's the same as last time, isn't it? It doesn't matter where the site is because it isn't being fought over. We're fighting on the other side of the map. think Yonka's unfortunate there not to hit headshot onto Alamar. It did look quite close. He already had one player down, but we can't keep feigning excitement over these clutches that could be. You know, it is G2 performing a masterclass right now. 4 rounds to 1, final round of their attack. An attacker-sided skyscraper with the bans that we've got ahead of us in this current meta and day and age. It seems unusual, but G2, they're leaps and bounds ahead of Into the Breach at the moment.
It just feels very deflating, doesn't it? It feels very sad that this is kind of how it's ended up. ITB only really got 1 round to sing and dance about. But G2, it's just the consistency, Ollie. All of them are just playing well. It's the exact same that happened to them on Nighthaven, where the whole team's just showing up. There isn't really a standout, but I think for G2 to have a standout player, then they're either against really strong opposition and somebody has to step up, or else, you know, some players aren't playing up to the standard. But whenever all of them are playing well, no one needs to be head and shoulders above the rest. You know, 5 players doing their job wins you games. You don't have to play for anyone else. You don't have to play for 2. You're just playing for yourself.
That's what G2 are doing so well at the moment. Final round here for Into the Breach. On their current half. Chance to make it a 4-2 split. But it just feels more likely that it's going to be a 5-1 in favor of G2. Alamar going to be bringing a bit more aggression this round. We've seen him flexing around on all sorts today, but going to be on the knock and maybe looking to work off the back of some pre-placed drones and some early information and get something done here. He's already going to quickly make some ground in through to reception, puts the challenge in, but isn't able to land the finishing blow.
He's just looking to gain control of an early part of the map. He has taken in towards house and everything that comes with that. Finally, we're seeing a bit of brightness there for ITB. Kanto with an opening pick. On to Doki, a good player to eliminate. G2, they have now turned their eyes towards Geisha, gaining control of that room. But with obviously the Bandit still in play, opening that wall is not going to be easy. The Bandit tricking will play a big part for them. Kanto now just feeling a little bit scared. Maybe he tries to move back, actually deactivates one of his gadgets and the other one. Instead trying to, actually I like that, making sure that nobody from G2 could just slip in unannounced, because that's what we see sometimes from G2. Whenever they lose the player and things don't go as planned, somebody will try and get creative. So locking down those creative avenues for G2, which is just simply jump in a window and open up the site, I like that.
It's an important position to hold as the Fenrir. You've got to be really careful with the use of those gadgets. Alamar is now going to try and sneak his way through, but he's met by Azza immediately there. Didn't gain anything. Benja, he has managed to creep his way in. He's going to put some good damage in onto Noah, but again, not able to land the finisher. Virtue from inside a drum. Not sure if he knows that Kanto is going to be on those main stairs or not. Benja got himself into gold. He's really trying to fight his way through there, but it's just a front-up gunfight. He will find the kill over onto Kanto, though. And if Uno can win his one getting into Geisha, this could be devastating for Into the Breach.
Oh, Noah's shot, though, gave his position away, and Benj is still tearing apart the defense. Noah, he needs to win this, like you said, Ollie. If Uno just jumps in and kills him, then they lose Geisha control. You can see the crossbow in the back, and they know exactly where Noah is, and then goes the jump in. Benja!
Look at the timing.
Never count him out. This guy is just everywhere right now. That DMR, 2 shots to the chest, and you are gone. A quad for Benja, not the ace. It cannot be the ace. The time is ticking. Now the diffuser needs to get planted by Uno. Oh my word, somebody's at the bar for him, and it will be the ace for Benja, Master. Doki, I'm with you, son. I can't believe it either. How's he done that?
All of that because he crawled through into gold, into T. He was out on the balcony, inside a drum, in the connector, and he crawled himself through on his belly and just started spraying, started picking up those kills. Again, a round that you would easily count G2 out of. There were 2 men down, 3 versus 5, and you're looking at the positions that ITB hold, and you're going, yeah, you look pretty good here. Benja gets 1. Benja gets 2, eliminates Kanto, frees up Virtue. And the push that they were able to achieve inside of Geisha, I think that Uno's done a fantastic job. He knew that Noah was there, and all he did was just stay outside, kept himself safe, And then the moment that he's hopping in, guess who's swinging around the corner? It's Benja. It was all Benja in round number 6. 5-1 G2 here as we switch sides.
Benja boy makes it work for his team, and again for ITB, it looked really good, Ollie, up until just a point where somebody gets a kill back and then utter mayhem just unfolds. And G2 are just winning all their gunfights. That is just plain and simple. Kenny's had no 1/6 you have to look at the kills across the board, and there's a gulf, a massive gulf right now. G2 will be more than happy with 5-1, and again, it's just you get that sense of feeling it's going to be the same as Nighthaven. And don't forget, ITB now have to attack Skyscraper. We haven't seen how they actually perform on the attack, and let me tell you, attacking Skyscraper is not easy. And like we've mentioned before with the Thatcher ban, it just makes it all that bit harder. So I hope that ITB really know what they're doing. They can really hold their nerve whenever it comes to attacking Skyscraper and just give us something. Just give us Dreamers a chance.
We do love a Cinderella story, and we do love an underdog or a long odd really coming off. At the moment, it's looking increasingly unlikely. Doki, hello. There are other people that exist other than those that are on electronics, my friend, but the kills, they come in regardless here, thick and fast. We can barely keep up with the action. Virtue and Uno, they've cleaned shop. Kendrew, he's still got 3 Ying Candelas, by the way.
Dear.
And he's going to fluff his shots there onto Virtue.
Oh.
Not the best showing.
Look at the difference. Whenever we see G2 go for the heavy roam game, they kill all the attackers. There's no sight gameplay. But whenever ITB try and go for a roam game and try and kill all the attackers, they're the one who gets sit down. They get sat down. It's a massive night and day difference. And I had that whenever it went 4-1, I just had the feeling. I used the word chalked, and I wasn't just talking about the round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
6-1 G2. We had a 7-3 opening map of Nighthaven. And we are set to have a very quick game here on Skyscraper. I think, Demo, at this point, if you're into the breach, you've just got to leave everything on the table. You cannot go with anything left. That last round, I saw 3 Candelas left in Kendrew's pocket. There was a huge desync from Into the Breach in what was happening. They weren't ready for the aggression that G2 were willing to bring. And you better believe that G2 are going to bring it. They have a 5-round advantage on you. Of course they are going to be flexing that, and they're going to be playing up in your face.
Yeah. I look at ITB, and as much as this showing just has not been good for them, I still think that they have honestly exceeded expectations of where I think this team should be. This team is only really just came together for this stage, and I think what they've been able to do and get to this point, the Desk were saying, if you told us 6 months ago that this side was going to be here, 1 game away from going to the major, you laughed at them. You would have.
Yeah.
So, as much as it is disappointing for ITB fans and obviously the players and the coaching staff and everything involved with that organization, I still think they should be very happy with it. But G2's a different element. They're a completely different beast. They are, that team. If they need to win, they'll do it. They'll knuckle down. Sure, G2 have had their issues. We all know that. These G2 issues have been around for a long time, Ollie. But they still can function well when it matters.
Yeah. And that's the difference, isn't it? You've got G2 in a last chance qualifier. It's not a usual circumstance, is it? And when these players turn it on, they really turn it on full blast. See how this opening goes here. Doki looking to try and get involved. Will be punished by Noah. Noah in good position now to do something about some of these electronics and should be able to allow Yonka to move through and start to get the wall open.
Good pick.
We're not really seeing G2 have to fire from behind too much today.
No, it's been pretty dominant. I mean, there's been a few times, but for the most part, it has been pretty run-of-the-mill for G2, in control, commanding the lead. ITB, again, just very timid, but getting that first pick is a strong one. Struggling to get that Kide Claw. Have to use the nade instead, and up it goes. Kanto knows his mark. Does that get it? Yes, it does. Okay, good. Much better from ITB. Get those breaches open, gives yourself a lot of opportunities, and more nades from below will go in from Kanto, and Azur has to as well. But nobody from G2 are really looking to challenge on tonight. There's a yellow ping. One fly has walked into the spider's web. Ollie, and well, he gets eaten alive. But the rest of the players from G2, look at them, passive as ever, looking to play out of the sight, avoiding the nades.
It's the classic G2 retake, isn't it? They know that the site isn't the safest place to be right now. And because they are 2 men behind, they don't really have the fortune to be able to watch everything. Don't have too much information to be going off either. No bulletproof to watch, and you can start to hear that execute come through. The smokes are going to do a lot of the covering, but Ben just picked up 2. This could be very dangerous indeed. The plant starts to go down, 2 versus 3. Virtue, got to try and rejoin, sorry, Uno, got to try and rejoin that party. Going to send the C4 out there. Surely not another Benja ace inside of this to take the whole thing. Thankfully for Into the Breach, not. Did a good job of playing to the win condition. They got the plan down there. They got a couple of opening picks, and they worked really well off the back of it.
That's a good attack. Solid. Straight to the point. Back to basics. Open the breaches. Give yourself as many opportunities as you can. Utilize the strong operators that you have at your disposal, such as the Ying, and just flood the site. Like you mentioned, they got the first pick, and that was very important. It gives you that extra man. So whenever it comes to the final big collapse and it's just trade city back and forth, you should always have 1 man left. So you're going to win because you had that opening pick. G2 just let it slip there a little bit. I think Doki just trying to stretch his legs too much, and he's pulled his hamstring there. I think he has. But still, it's the same story again for Nighthaven that we've seen, Ollie. It's only a matter of time before G2 just get that 1 round. One misstep from ITB and it's over. It's like going up against the mountain. If you just put 1 foot wrong, it'll cut you in half.
Not an easy task. The believers will and should continue to believe, though. Stranger things have happened in this game of Siege. Not necessarily this game, but the game overall. But yeah, you are looking at this and you are thinking, all G2 need to do is play good once, get lucky once, have something go their way once, win a 50-50. On the side of Into the Breach, they've got to do that 4 more times to try and drag this into an OT. Looks as though G2 are going to play a little bit more reserved at the start of this round. We haven't really got the same rushing out and looking to challenge people initially, at least with the positions that the players currently occupy. Instead, we're still doing a little bit of site setup last minute. Kanto, going to skeleton key open and see if he can put a little bit of the pain onto Benja right now.
Yeah, Benja just looking to get some early engagements, but will quickly rotate back. Without the Azami, it means that Benja isn't as safe as what he would be if he had some keeper barriers to play behind. They still have castle barricades, I suppose, to fall back into, which is very similar to what the Azami can do. Just block off these certain avenues of approach for ITB. Will start to make their way now over towards Dragon, over towards Drum. Pretty run-of-the-mill stuff right now for ITB. Azur, 7-7 at the moment. He's got a nade in his pocket, and he's looking to improve that KD. If he can just slip into delivery, win his one. I think it's against Doki. Yeah, it is, over on the Solus. Doki just trying to find out some information, but ITB holding fast as it stands, Ollie.
Into the Breach, they've got about half the round left to play with. You can feel the pressure mounting on both sides here. Neither one wanting to take a reckless challenge or an early engagement. Into the Breach more than happy to continue their slow approach here and start clearing out these roamers. Bit of damage put into Alamar there from the skeleton key. He was bang on the money there with that shot. Was Kanto just opening up that line of sight. Alamar isn't feeling the need to dip out of here though. More than happy to play, recognizing the clock left and knowing that, well, he's got more chance of dying as he rotates out than anything else, but it's going to be Azur to kick things off with a great kill over onto Doki.
Alamar misses an easy kill. Twitch has just walked into sight, but Virtue cleans up. No diffuser going down as of yet from Yonka. Azur had double. Uno's gone. Benja on the hatch now. He also suffers the same fate. Azur popping off in pantry. He's thirsty for more though. 2 players to find. G2 have to go for the retake. Diffuser slowly ticking away. Kanto finds Virtue. ITB look as if they're gonna, again, still hang in there for yet again another round. G2 have let another one just slip through their fingers. And I think he knows. I think Alamar knows that I think it's over. He's just gonna try and get as many exit kills as he can. And There's Azur, feeds them one. Is Alamau going to drop? Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't know. Trying to open up some angles with the shotgun himself and just playing whack-a-mole, isn't he? Attackers don't know where to look.
Is. You could see it was almost like he'd malfunctioned there, where his mouse was just flying all over the room. It was almost the visual sigh of exhaustion that it is not going to be this round. We've probably just let that one slip a little bit too far. Again, great push from Into the Breach. It's starting to get a little bit dangerous now. The Dreamers are starting to feel a little bit less like Dreamers and a bit more like Future Seers. There is a chance that Into the Breach do pull this off here. They've got 3 more rounds left to go. But again, how many times are they going to be able to get that opening pick? How many times is a 50-50 going to go their way? You know, Benja looking down the hatch, just caught looking the wrong way. If he'd have been looking at the doorway, it would have been a different circumstance or potentially a different outcome. It really is tense stuff here for Into the Breach, but kudos to them because they're fighting tooth and nail. They're not going out without a fight, Demo.
No, they're not. Still in there. G2 need to maybe put the accelerator back on. I think they went into cruise control earlier, and ITB were looking for a bit of a race against them. G2. Last time they were here, it was a straight bloodbath on this side of the map, towards the east side. You would expect that ITB will not fall for the same tricks previously. Monty will come in. It's going to play a big part for gaining the information against G2, which I think ITB have actually struggled with quite a bit, just gaining the information where G2 players are going to be stationed. So bringing in that Monty will help them out just a little bit more, control the game more. Looks as if they're still going to go for the east side clear. Ollie, a bold play considering what happened to them last time.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that is necessarily the best strategy here for Into the Breach, but I mean, you can't really rely on Doki running out and picking up a couple of kills, or at least, I don't think he got killed, did he? It was Benja that got the kills. Benja was in a very similar position, though. But you still can't rely on that, so you can't, you know, let that affect your judgment too much. They're going to be bringing the Monty, so there is that option of that human drone, that brute force to really bully their way into the site. If you look at what G2 are bringing, they've only got 1 C4, no Legion this time to deal with that Monty. They do have the Toxic Babes of Alamau, however.
Benja takes a lot of damage, down to a minuscule amount of HP. ITB haven't really taken control of much as of yet. They've got the breach open. There's so many bodies from G2 stationed on this side of the map. Alamau creeps down, has the shotgun in hand. Another nade will be cooked, and Alamau's going to take this opportunity to get a freebie onto Azur. In comes the Monty. Doki collapses, so does Benja. G2 only look as if they're going to do it.
Kanto is the only remaining hope here. He's got a couple of players low HP, but it isn't going to matter. A flawless round to take G2 to the Atlanta Major.
Never in doubt for G2. Never in doubt. They just pick it up as if it's any other game to them. 7-3, 7-3. That's such a comfortable scoreline for G2. Never at any point did they look out of it. Were they weak, strong, right the way through. All of the games that they've played, thoroughly deserved. It would be such a shame not to have this team at the Major. And of course, that's SI secured in the mix of that.
It really is. It's a weird thing to be sat here casting G2 going into a Major through a last chance qualifier. It's not really where we expect this team to be actually getting their path to the Major. But you can wholeheartedly say that you're proud of them and that you wish them all the best moving into the Major, because they've shown through this last chance qualifier that, yes, they do deserve to be there. They have been the best team this weekend. And of course, with it, as you've mentioned, they have confirmed their attendance at SI 24. Don't go anywhere, because we've got a bit of a post show here today. We're going to throw this one back over to the desk. They're going to break the games down. And then we've got some familiar faces joining the cast. We'll be back in just a few.
I would say my favorite competitive moments in R6 have all been related to or around the LAN events. The first LAN that I went to as a player is probably my favorite. I think it was the 2019 Winter UK Prem LAN. For me, I was brand new to competitive, and being able to make a LAN in our first season was a great experience for me. Whether it's been me going to LAN events as a spectator or as a player, they've definitely always been the highlight of the season or year for me.
Well, it would have to be winning the Berlin major a year ago, because that was after like a long period of not winning like tournament and stuff. So I was kind of teetering on it, thinking like, oh, am I still good enough and all that kind of stuff. And then we won that match against FaZe also, because it was just such a nail biter, I guess. Then obviously the fans, it was just crazy. Like I think we all said after that it felt like the crowd was like a sixth player to us. That's definitely my favorite moment.
My favorite memory is definitely the last Invitational we played. I think the turning point was the match against FaZe. We were losing pretty hard, and if we lost that, we'll basically be out of the tournament. But we had a good timeout from our coach, Fabian, telling us we're playing like really bad, and it not only made me mad at myself, but it made me mad at him, because like how like he's saying this stuff, like everything just fired me up, and I just wanted to go out there and destroy the enemy team after that.
My best memory in Siege has to be the victory we got in the Young Company Major. The feeling to finally win something, like something big, right, was amazing. Especially like doing it with the teammate I was playing with for 3 years. Like it means a lot for us and for me, obviously. And I'm really happy to have done something that not a lot of people did in this game.
For me, my favorite moment is qualifying for Copenhagen Major when we was playing Wild at the UL playoffs, and it was game for a slot on Copenhagen. But I remember that we were getting on the Chalet, and basically Chalet is not our greatest map, but we tried so hard, and the game was absolutely emotional. Everybody was so emotional, everybody was so screaming. That should be my favorite moment from the recent ones.
So I think one of my favorite moments in Siege actually was when I was still in tier 3, basically an on, and I randomly got a message one day from Fabian, one of the greatest players of all time, a legend, and he asked me if I would be interested in a project that he would make, and I ended up joining that project. I mean, I own him a lot. He basically taught me how to play Siege correctly, so that's the reason I'm here. So just thank you for giving me a chance.
G2 are back. That's it. They progress to the major. ITB had a phenomenal gauntlet run, but they were matched with absolute masters here tonight.
Yeah, I think we talked about juggernauts. G2 clearly are juggernauts. ITB were maybe pretending to be juggernauts and just fell short.
Yeah.
I think that was, well and truly G2 outclassing the hell out of their opponent.
And the way they were playing as well, like you just see it, they were having fun. They were, playing very loose. You look at the way they, one of this round on Night Heaven, they actually ran out. 2 guys ran out to pick some guy on the roof. That's how much fun they were having. They got a gun 6 kill. Who gets a gun 6 kill? Like, this is crazy. And Benja got an ace as well. And they were typing in chat. You could clearly see they were having fun. And then look at Doki's face on the player cam when they won.
Massive.
He was so happy, man.
G2 make attacking on Skyscraper look easy.
Yeah, they really do. I think, G2 seems to have remembered that they are the G2 that are the world champions. Maybe this guy...
Love seeing this man back on the MVP screen, by the way.
Yeah, Benny is not... He's going to forgive me for saying this. He won't forgive me for calling him Benny because he hates it.
No.
But he's had a shit stage. And he came to the LCQ bracket, and he is...
Now he's shit hot.
Now he's shit hot. This is the solution that won the SI, this kind of form from this guy. He's recovered it. And for me personally, I think, obviously he's a friend of mine, so happy to see.
ITB, hats off, right?
Yeah. Yeah, hats off.
Yeah.
I think they were not expecting that results in the grand finals. I'm sure they're quite disappointed right now. But I mean, if you have a look back at everything they've achieved ever since TT9, ever since stage 1, coming all the way to here, they were 1 match away from a major.
Yeah.
This is massive for them, and I think it speaks a lot for the organization behind them, that backed them, that brought them to a bootcamp, that trusted them, rebuilt around them. I think it's super cool to see that investment paying off for them, and also super interesting to see for 2024.
There's going to be a lot of teams and a lot of players and a lot of in this long off season, now once we've had the major, the teams that don't go to the major, that aren't going to SI, that are going to have to justify to organisations and everything else in terms of keeping them. ITB are going to be sitting there saying, right, you've shown some faith in us. We got one game from the major. Let's keep this project going. And let's see how far we can improve.
Yeah, and I mean, you did say, didn't you, at the very start of this process, you said, if you don't make it to the major, make sure you make some noise in the process. And a lot of these players at ITB have done just that. Doki, G2's world famous Doki is on the line right now, ready to react. Doki, is G2 back?
I think we're back. I think.
You're feeling back? You're feeling like you're back?
I'm feeling back. Benja's feeling back, like you said. My boy Benja.
Yeah.
He's been struggling a bit recently, but fuck yeah, he played great today. So
must feel incredible because just a matter of days ago, hours ago, in fact, it was all hanging in the balance for you guys. You didn't know if you'd be in Sao Paulo. You didn't know if you were going to be in Atlanta after all the chips were down and the dominoes fell. You took the longest route to get back, but you got there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to be honest and transparent. Like, I think maybe 2 or 3 days ago, I think like we were at a complete breaking point, like the whole team. We were just so lost on a play style to follow, on like a leader to follow, because we have like a lot of big voices now in the team. We have Uno who's joined, who's also calling. We have Alamal who calls, me who calls, and also our coach like Ramalho, who is like also just super involved in like everything we do. So we were really lost, and I think we realized what we had and what we can lose and stuff. So I think that really helped a lot, and we knuckled down and showed to ourselves as well today that we are the team that is the best team in the world. So still lots of work to be done, but at least we have tournaments to play now. So
I mean, I can just feel your energy just seeping through the screen right now. You can tell that you're wired, and you must be running on crazy adrenaline. How do you feel personally? Because it's can't have been easy for you.
No, it wasn't easy. I mean, I'm happy. I think I played good today. Like individually, I'm always happy if I play good. But most importantly, like I think the team worked as a unit, and that just makes me like super, super happy. I love winning rounds that aren't just one guy. I love winning rounds because it's like a whole team effort, and I felt that a lot today. Even if it's like stuff you can't see, like drones, communication calls, like just pure trust. That's something we lacked a lot, and today it was like completely brilliant. So I absolutely love to win like this. It gives me good memories. So yeah.
As a player, Doki, you're a bit of a pillar of the community, and I think a lot of players actually.
Am I?
Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of players look up to you.
Maybe not for the game. Well, that will be very hard to look up to me.
All right, look down on you physically, up to you metaphorically. Is there anything you'd like to say to some of the teams and some of the players that maybe their future hangs in the balance after this LCQ, but ultimately there's quite a bit of a gap now, in between their next competitive player. Anything you'd want to say to those guys?
I mean, Eminem, like, they have a terrible situation going on right now, so I'm sure people know. I feel terrible for those guys because I think they are honestly one of the best teams in the world. Like, Eminem are so, so good. They have great players, and I think a lot of the pressure they've had recently has, like, super weighed them down, and it's obviously showed. Like, they should be going to SI. I don't know if they can still make it, but I just hope to God they can, because those guys they deserve to be there.
I can see fresh in the corner of my eye checking if the statistics are there for them to potentially
I don't think it's looking good.
They need a lot.
Let's not kick them under down fresh.
They need a lot of results to go their way. 24% chance.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Doki, I do want to ask you this just before we wrap up. What sort of work are you going to be putting in on the clock as a team going into Atlanta?
Probably just going to go to the pub, to be honest, mate.
I'll see you there, yeah?
Yeah, please.
Last time I did buy all your drinks, so yeah, I'm sure you'll be happy. But I've got a couple of them. Are you feeling confident, Atlanta, now? This must have given you a bit of a boost.
Yeah, to be honest, when we went to Copenhagen, we were qualified for stage 2, and we always said that the teams that qualify for stage 1 have such an advantage because they're playing for longer. They get used to the environment. So I'm actually happy we made stage 1. It's more games. It's just better. So I think we have a boot camp in America starting in like a week or 2 weeks. So that's going to be great. Last time we were in America boot camping, we won SI. So good things come from that, I hope.
You love a gauntlet run, don't you? That's for sure. But
I love a gauntlet run.
You're absolutely Doki. Go on.
Yeah, I just thank you everyone for the support, and extra shout out to our staff behind the scenes like Ramalho and Titan and Luca, our manager. Like, they don't get the deserve they need, and I know it's been stressful seasons for Ramalho. His FaZe we're the best team in the world right now, so it is hard to come to just G2. But at least we showed up today, so that's what matters.
Yeah, you did. Dougie, let's see if you show up in Atlanta. Great work tonight. Congratulations. Go have a Guinness.
I will do, mate, and I'll see you guys in Atlanta.
For sure. Thank you.
See you later. Bye.
Did you see what I mean when I said about, like, you could feel his energy? You can tell he was just so fired up.
I'm also so glad he said it. He said the team 2 or 3 days ago was at breaking point, because when we interviewed him a couple of days ago,
he hit it.
He put on a very brave face. He said, oh, yeah, we're best mates. Now, obviously, you know, as analysts, we do our job. We speak to the teams. And what we was hearing from G2 was that they were at breaking point before this LCQ. We were like, we don't know what G2 is going to turn up. Weirdly, we had the same thing right before SI as well.
Yeah.
And they went and won that. So maybe it's just they're a game day team.
Anything's possible.
Big pressure, yeah. But, you know, glad to see him get there.
You know what I find interesting is that, like he said, they have such strong voices in the team. Literally 4, like he named 4, right? And that's one thing when you have such potential into a team, you have so many directions in front of you. I find it interesting that they use this opportunity of having extra matches, like he said, but also they're back against the wall to qualify for Atlanta and for SI to finally find some kind of direction. Yeah. I think they found it. They found the identity. I think they're going to commit to that to Atlanta, and that's exactly what they needed to commit to an identity and a direction.
It's been a fun LCQ bracket, that's for sure. Let's take a look at how it all played out from start to finish. Of course, we always do. Started out with 8 teams, and you know, at the very beginning of this, you two both made your prediction graphics that we brought up on the pre-show at the very start.
Yep.
Both of you went with G2 Esports. It's no surprise, but they had to get there and do it.
Yeah, they did, and they absolutely did. I think that, you know, they got over that hurdle of beating Eminem 2-0. I think that was the big turning point for them, realistically. And I think, you know, heads held high for pretty much for Into the Breach. I think every other team's probably going to take a good, hard, long look at themselves, in all honesty, because this bracket, at the start of this bracket 2 days ago, when we very first started, before any siege had been played, was achievable for at least the 6 tier 1 teams in it to make it all the way.
Yeah, and you look at G2, of course, they were the winner of the bracket, and I think we all expected them to be, but I think the real winner in my heart is Into the Breach, like you said. You were the one that trusted
I told you, I said they would be in the final.
Honestly,
this doesn't look too far off my bracket, Mr. Alfaro.
You were 100%
Apart
right.
from Koi, and Koi always let me down.
Honestly, my prediction sucked. Okay, I understand. All right. The only one that I probably got right was G2, and it was the easiest one to get, and I think many people would have had the same prediction, but really the team who won my heart is Into the Breach. If you're a lover of Rainbow Six, a lover, and you've been inside teams that play competitively at a high level, you know how much it means to professional players to, you know, play this job, play this game as a living, and I think the emotions they got out of this bracket, they will never forget.
All right, let's announce this officially. Your Blast R6 EUL LCQ winners are, of course, the world champions G2 Esports. Phenomenal work from these guys, and to see the roster popping off as well across the board, something that G2 fans across the world will have been longing for, will be delightful. And I think that we can all say, as Siege fans at heart, that we're happy to see them on the grand stage at the major and to defend their huge hammer at SI.
Yeah. It just wouldn't be right, and I keep saying it, and it's more sentimental than it matters, you know, for any, in terms of the performance. Events feel wrong when G2 aren't there.
Yeah.
You know, we went back to Jönköping last year. When we was in Jönköping and G2 weren't there, it felt wrong. So
that's because your drinking buddies weren't there.
Yeah,
that's the real reason.
No, but just the stature of the organisation and the team, the fact they're also the current world champions, it would have been wrong not to have them at Atlanta, and definitely not to have them in Sao Paulo.
Speaking of it being wrong to not have certain people in certain places, this is, for a lot of people, a really emotional moment at the end of this show, because since 2020, this has been the home of EUL Siege. It has been through so many different faces that have come and gone, some absolute legends that have graced their presence here over time and paved the way for people like me to come and stand here and run my mouth. And I think it's important to reflect on it a little bit before we wrap up, because there are a lot of people to thank and a lot of people to talk to. And I think we can remotely be joined by some of our amazing casters that you know and love from over time. And look at them on the screen right now. I don't like Demo's face, but the rest of them I'm happy to see. We've got Ace of Pyrite. We've got the wonderful Fluke. Emmy's in the building. We got XR Troika as well. I mean, I'm just going to back out in a moment, because you guys are the OGs of this. I'm just here as the newbie. But Emmy, I know that I've seen so many pictures and videos of yourself over the years, just loving life in this studio. It must be an emotional time.
I told you not to talk about those photos I sent you. we look a bit like a shit Brady bunch, and that's the first time I've sworn in this studio, which is weird. Yeah, it's been amazing. It's been strange. First of all, I'd like to call out the fact that I can hear a very little echo, and it's so off-putting. Production. The others were all invited as well. So obviously I'm the one person who hasn't worked this show today. Des was invited, busy. Hap, who knows where he is. Anne as well. But it's nice to be here, to say goodbye to this room.
Yeah, it's lovely to have you. And Ace, come on, man. I've seen that head many times standing behind the golden desk, casting some huge moments of EUL.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some big moments, including some big Tims across the time. Whether that's because I couldn't get to Paris for one reason or another, but yeah, it was a lot of fun out there. Absolutely fell in love with the city as well.
Nice,
really?
Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that.
A bit of a second home out there. A lot of fun to be there. And yeah, we've had some fun from dressing up to the snacks to, just a bit of everything out there. I love the snack. I miss the snack table. Does anybody else not miss the snack table?
The snack table's lit.
I miss the snack table.
It's making me more and more rounds now you're not eating from it.
Demo, Ollie, I've seen you guys, you're always dipping in and out of EUL. You're in different leagues. We've seen you all over the place over time. Majors, invitationals. X, what are your fondest memories of EUL in Paris?
I've got a lot, to be honest. I think certainly some of the fond ones and maybe some of the more intense memories of the Challenger League stuff that we did. Obviously, you were there for that, Ian. Demo, you were there for that. And because obviously that was the first time we went out there to work in that studio. And it was great to sort of walk the halls of where the proper EUL broadcast was going on as we were coming in to do the Challenger League. So I think I enjoyed that. But then to be able to go back as well and work on EUL, it's been fantastic.
What about you, Demo? Disneyland?
It's sad to see, last show and all that. And, like Ollie said, we've been in and out of it. I think we've kind of been the part-time jobbers. A lot of the time we've been in there to fix the holes if someone's sick, what have you. But yeah, the Challenger League days, I think, like Ollie said, that's where me and Ollie did 2 seasons, in that shooter with Challenger League. And I think just the city as a whole, Paris has always been a good spot for Siege, going back to, my first major I was at way back in 2018 to even SI21, where that's where me and Ollie were just slapped together, and me and him haven't looked back since. So yeah, I think just the city as a whole, you have fond memories of it.
Yeah, it's, the Challenger League for me was special. There's a certain moment that I like to try and forget, but I get reminded of quite a lot when I said bye to the chat. But good times. Fluke, is there
any French tonight, Ian?
Hey?
Any French tonight, or are you going to leave that one?
Straightly Northern English
I'm also
tonight.
not allowed to speak French on the broadcast anymore.
Emmy's had a situation with French on the broadcast.
I've had a situation with French on the broadcast.
You had a 20-year head start.
I want to give you guys the table, really, each of you, to say anything you want to say to anybody watching, and any of you, there'll be colleagues that aren't here right now that are watching you guys. And the floor is yours, Emmy.
I mean, it's sad. It's sad to go. We've been in the studio since, and over the period of COVID, it was, 2020? We were there, and it's been in the same space. And, there's the stories that we might not be there in the future. So this is our last time from this Paris studio, which is why we're all calling in. And for all the content and the stupid stuff and the Halloween shows and the Christmas shows and the Breaking the Trains and all the team behind, it's been the same studio team with us for 3 years, and we just say we want to do this, and they're like, let's do it. And it's really becoming a little bit of a family home, because I still remember, one of the most, I know it's a sadder memory, but we were all in there when we found out about Michael as well, and it was all of us together, and we sort of were able to have this grieving thing on the other side of the world, and it really is a home from home that has been ours for such a long time, that has so much siege in it. Now I'm going to cry. No, I'm not going to do that. Can't wait to Tim.
Yeah, Tim, take it away. I mean, that was... thank you, Emmy, for sharing that. And obviously, I've seen from the sidelines, and I know you, Fresh, as well, have been a part of it. It has been like a family, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, it absolutely has. I think, obviously I joined a little bit later than everyone else in 2021. Tim, Emmy was already there, and the main group that was already there. But the things that we had in terms of, the family that this studio was, basically. Even just walking to the studio. Tim would force me to exercise, to walk to the studio 5 kilometers every single day from the hotel. And, Emmy would force us to have movie nights and then get really ratty if we didn't turn up. So, stuff like that is, with this studio, this project has been a massive part of our lives.
All right, X, you're up next.
Goodness me. Is it not Tim? I thought
Tim's got away with that.
I thought I started some time to think.
Tim has to close it because he's so sentimental.
We can let Tim close it. Tim gets a bit more
where are the
extra time to speak.
observers? Can you get them out?
Yeah, guys.
Shall I go grab him?
Easy.
Yeah, go get
Well,
them.
Red light, get out here.
At risk of stealing your idea, my big shout out was going to be to all the backroom team there, because it's been the same backroom team as we've mentioned. And it's not really mattered if it's been remote, online, or if it's been in studio. The experience has been exactly the same. And obviously, we've had some wonderful observers that have graced us over the course of it as well. I believe it's Red Like and Easy today. I'm not sure if Medics is actually there, but of course, he has been there as well. But it's just been so easy to do shows in this studio. And I think that that's one of the things that's made it so enjoyable to do, is that we've had such a freedom of expression, whatever ideas we wanted to come up with. I mean, we were coming up with some crazy stuff for Challenger League the first time we were there, Ian. I think after we got the first 2 shows under our belt and we felt a little bit more comfortable in the space, that was it. The gloves were off. We wanted to be on the sofas. We wanted to be, sat having, you wanted to do the walking shot. It's just never being told no when you've got a fun, creative answer is always really encouraging when you're on these broadcasts. And things get a little bit silly sometimes, but I don't think things have ever gotten too out of hand, and it's important to have that sort of enjoyment when you're doing stuff like this.
All right, Demo, don't mess this up.
I'll keep it short. I hated the woks. I love the sushi. That was the kind of sum up
Love the
for me.
sushi in
Well,
Paris.
that's what I have to say.
Last year, honestly, it's all he ate when he was out. He was like, he would just
so
turn up with
funny.
bags of sushi, and he doesn't even have good sushi.
It doesn't
either.
exist. It doesn't exist where I am. It's not here. There's the only place I can get it.
I love that.
He would just go on his own to the
That's
sushi
Dez's
restaurant.
fault.
I love it.
Didn't
Smash
Des
it.
introduce you to sushi? Wasn't it?
No,
it was me.
Was it Ollie?
No.
Oh.
It was Stokes. SI.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
SI in Sweden. Yeah, it was.
him.
Yeah.
I'm sure that the first time you tried sushi, we went to the Japanese place near the hotel.
No, that was Stokes at SI22.
We can dox the hotel now. It's fine.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, yeah, we can actually.
We lived there for like 3 years.
I remember
Doesn't
Demo
even
having,
have an M&S.
Demo
Doesn't
having a
have an
wasp
M&S.
issue outside of a restaurant in Paris.
Oh, I tell you,
remember
the
that.
wasp was
don't,
great.
Don't talk about the wasp. That was
The wasp. That's gone down in history. That was an iconic moment.
It was brilliant. There have been many. Tim, how do you want to wrap this up?
I think, I've been given the God voice for one last time. A lot of stuff's already been said. I think, Emmy's touched on the things that we've shared in Paris. We've been through an awful lot as a team there, whether that be in front of the camera, behind it, either side of it. Like she said, COVID, all these big things that have happened, whether it be in Paris, whether it be in the entire world. And it's one way or another ended up being a pleasure to share it with the people that we have, whether those faces are seen or not. Ollie touched on the fantastic production staff we've had. I don't want to start naming names because I'm a nightmare and I know that I'll end up forgetting somebody, and I really don't want to do that. So everybody who's worked on the show, both on the UB side and on the production side, have been great as well and have helped to make it what it's been, and that has been a real family affair. So yeah, it's a shame to sign off from Paris, but it also means that we look to the future as well. Yep.
It's also the talent that, not to jump in there on Tim, but the talent that we've worked with there as well is...
Yeah,
This-
everybody
you've
who's
had,
been here.
Obviously, Milosh, who's been there for some time. Jess, Gio back in the day. Dev Marta.
Yeah.
He was, and like that was, and then people even before when I joined. Like it's really been years there.
Yeah, you guys have been like part of the furniture. And do you know what? Let's give these virtual faces a round of applause, shall we? Why not? Like Tim said, this isn't obviously the end. This isn't the end of EUL, just the end of this studio here in Paris. But of course, there's a lot of memories attached to that. So, guys, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your memories. And I'll see you all very soon.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Now, they did, of course, mention some names there. It's going to be hard to go through all of them. I'm going to try. And if I miss anybody, please point it out. First things first, I want to give a shout out to the big man. Good friend and colleague of mine. I've worked with him several different events, several different games, actually. And he's obviously stood here like a statue for a very long time. Milos, love you, brother. You're an absolute legend. One of the best at what you do. Jess, Gio, Dev, Zoronic, my boys Des and Ace, Fluke, who you've just seen, Hap, Ollie, Demo, Genie, Anne, Fabian, who's been running his mouth for several weeks, who've been here recently, Alfama, of course, who's been rocking the stage here for the past few days, Fresh, who's just an absolute OG, and our observers that we wanted to touch on. You don't see them, but they work hard and as hard as anybody else. Red Like, Easy, Medics, they've been rocking it for EUL for a long time now. Our runners, our makeup artists that have been behind the scenes here in Paris who make us look somewhat watchable.
Decent,
yeah. And of course, our production team. Couldn't do any of this without them. Way of Live. You've got Bruno, Johan, Benji and Seb. And in fact, hold on a minute. Just because you don't ever get to see them, I took a sneaky little picture earlier. Can I get the one shot, please, guys? Here they are. Can we see this? Oh, we haven't got the camera one spin. Oh, it's spinning around. There we go. Camera one's coming. There they are, the gang, doing what they do better than anybody else. A Way of Life. Good stuff. Great guys. And really good people behind the scenes. Yeah. Good people to have a couple of non-alcoholic beverages with as well. And, of course, the big dogs at Ubisoft, Bertrand, who makes...
Perfect pronunciation.
I did
Good
practice
job.
that. I met him a very long time ago. Well, several years ago, and he's been amazing to me, and I know he has to you as well, right, Bertrand?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I think a lot of the talent, he's been our counsellor at one point or another, to be honest.
Yeah, really has. And Nelson, the man at Ubisoft who brought this entire vision and stage to life. Big shout out to Nelson as well. Of course, to all of our teams that compete, who make this possible, make it happen. You're the real stars. We just talk over it all. And to wrap things up here, you watching, Siege wouldn't exist on the platform that it's still on right now after all these years if you weren't showing up to watch and supporting us. We know that sometimes there's some shit talk about Siege. We don't listen to them. Siege is where it's at, Fresh.
Oh, it absolutely is. Siege is absolutely amazing. The amount of people that love this game inside out unconditionally.
And from me, as a newbie in here, giving all these thank yous, I feel a little bit underqualified to do it, but I'm the host. I wanted to pay dividends and pay respect to people. Any last words from you, Alfama, from this week?
I just want a big thank you to Rainbow Six as a whole. It helped me travel in the world very young. It gave me some of the best souvenirs of my life. It allowed me to meet some of the best people that I've ever had the chance to meet. So again, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for Rainbow Six UB, and thank you for trusting me also to come on the desk as a former player.
All right, Fresh.
It feels sad, doesn't it? It feels really sad that we're going to lose such an integral part of the EUL broadcast. Obviously we'll be somewhere new next year, but for me, 2 years ago, I walked into the studio as a guy who didn't even know what a makeup artist was, and I was given an opportunity and a home here. I won't go into details a long time, but even before broadcasting, Rainbow Six genuinely saved my life. So I'm so thankful, but yeah, it's going to be sad to... I'll miss this place and I'll miss Paris as much as I dunk on it. I will miss it.
All right, good stuff. Thank you guys once again for watching. For the last time from our Paris studio, we're not going anywhere. Do not forget, we've got the Atlanta Major coming up. We've got SI in Sao Paulo. And then the next stage will roll on in a different location. But for now, from us and everybody here in Paris, thank you for watching. Peace out.
brings it up. A 7-1 for G2. Annihilation. Shot from Alamo to keep them in it. Alamo gets the glory, but it was...
To close it out, and that is going to be map 1 Bank.
The kill onto Hungry, and that's it, into the breach. They have booked their spot against Cheat.
Old G2, it was a very strong start. A little bit slow from G2 in the middle.
Low HP, but it isn't going to matter. A flawless round to take G.
It's time to make history. Behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care.
One kill away, and it's folks to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
you ready?